I don't know how you could be a Christ-fearing individual and not love that man, Kenneth Copeland.
Right.
Demons
I
on a
mean,
plane.
the amount of entertainment value that he has provided. I mean, it's just
For
it just
decades. Decades now.
for decades, but more so in the last 2 or 3 years
Yeah.
with specifically those remakes, bros. Fucking I mean, it's like the genius of this team making these things. Just it's like, wow. I just wish I knew these. Wish I knew these men making these things because wow, I'm like we're like
Right.
mind melded.
We're on the same page. We're all gas, no brakes. Put jokes on every clip. Like it's excellent.
Let's see if I can shift this panel around. I don't need to put away our Lord and Savior, Donna J. Drumpf. But, yeah, we'll just put Benton in front of. Oh, we can see him. He's got the one eye. Yeah, there we go. We got the one-eyed Drumpf symbolism going on now, so that works out for me. Then I'm cool with it. What up, guys? What
What's
up, Benton?
happening?
What up, Steven?
Cheers, sirs.
Welcome to the TBE. What did I call it? The TBE after flush. Tonight, it's all about breaking free and flushing the chains of bondage and deception and engaging in the objective yet undefined truths of truthiness. Praise ye to the unnamed, unknown, and undefined source and/or universe.
Did you guys find a positive lead?
Namaste, brothers.
I saw you guys were searching for
We didn't
a
find,
new
we
religion.
didn't find one. No. Nope. We left it with a wise quote that I think came from Buddha or Trump. I don't know. Something about
Equivalent.
something about like not all those that are lost or wandering or
Yeah.
I don't know, something like that. Something like
Not
that.
all
Tolkien,
those who
Trump,
wander
all the
are
same.
lost.
Okay, you killed the joke. Jesus. Read the room, sir. Read the room. Yeah, no. We'll figure it out. We're gonna figure it out next time. I think maybe tonight. I don't know. I kind of need TBE here with me though. We both kind of started that journey together. But I guess I mean, I guess we're all like I am you. I don't.
Right.
I think that's part of what
Internet osmosis, right?
Right. All one, bro. All that kind of stuff. So. We'll figure it out. I guess we'll figure it out, right?
Yes.
I mean, what else do we got to do? I don't know. We explored. We shopped around a lot of different cults. The automatically self-delete yourself one seemed kind of like probably not one we're gonna do right away. I don't know.
Considering it's the proto Extinction Rebellion movement, you know.
Yeah. No. No. We're still shopping around. I wonder if there's got to be like a Christmas wish. I was thinking, what were those CDs that would come out that with that iconic cover, like greatest hits, or what was it?
Oh, now that's what I call.
Now that yeah. We need that cover. Like, we need Drew to make that cover. He doesn't have a computer; they can't do the photo.
Now that's what I call religion.
No, or now that's what I call a cult, or something like that. Like, I think that
fucking
would be
great.
That could
Yes,
be a funny series. We might even be able to sell that series to Jim Bob. I know he's looking for segments and shit. Like, maybe we could sell that to him. So, speaking of which, I'm supposed to write a story for him for Friday.
You're dropping the ball, aren't you?
I don't know. I've been seriously thinking about it. I don't know if, so he wants me to write about the story that I've told about.
Right, the dark story.
It's pretty dark and it's weird because it's like it's for a Friday mid-afternoon stream, and I don't know,
I mean, I get his thought. Yeah, it's just like I I think
I
he's
just I can't make it funny though. Is it like
right.
I can't try to make it humorous, like, really. I mean, I guess I could do a little bit, but I was thinking more of doing the time when I killed the kid's bird and the
That would be really good. That
motherfucker
one would be really good.
load it like like fucking like you couldn't even recognize the mother. It looked like an after action report after a 2,000-pound JDAM or like,
Well, and it would also go really well because he told a story about how he had a friend of his that stepped on.
What's happening, folks? Benton here. EBT went live. I don't guess they want to talk to me though. That happens sometimes. This is where the broadcaster skills come in. I don't think, folks. This is why Tommy calls it a Zoom call. By the way, you know, he talks about. Oh, am I unmuted? Sorry about that.
producers.
Well, you know, I just woke up, right?
That's fine. Yeah, no, I'm stoked to have you on. I'm sure EBT is more stoked than I am. Yeah, it would be a good conversation.
I woke up
Well, I'm live, sir.
at some point. I think I am too.
Well, yeah, that's my point. Is if you never let me talk or throw it to me, then I can't really do nothing.
No, I mean we're getting there. I mean,
But this is why Tommy calls them Zoom calls. Y'all just chit chatting.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, like let me just remind you that this is EBT stream, and he
I
was
understand.
opening the show.
I
He was
understand.
kind of monologuing for a minute.
That's not a
bringing other
monologue. You're
people
talking to
in.
somebody else.
Well, okay.
Monologue is
What's
when you
up?
talk by yourself. Oh, I'm out of
Well,
here,
you know
man.
what
But
I'm
hey, you know I love you, brother. So
Oh,
it's all
I
gravy.
mean,
But it's your job to bring me in and not make me sit here for 10 minutes while y'all talk. That's your job. That's your job, sir, as a broadcaster. So work on it and do better next time. But you know I love you.
Get the fuck
Good to see y'all, man. Take care.
All right.
Oh, that was fun. Oh, man. Having a good time, folks. Having a good time. Oh, shit. Apologies. I don't even know what I'm doing yet. What's up, Roy? Good to see you. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I do get lost in the sauce. I shouldn't be blaming them for that, right? It was quite the ignominious beginning. Shout out to Dow. Trying to see if Highly Suspect wants to come chat with us. Then I forgot to mute over on EBTs. I muted the audio, and then next thing I knew, my icon was going. I said, "Oh fuck." Maybe I shouldn't go Mr. Nice Guy so much, right? That's what I get for trying to be amenable. I think some folks like me better when I just hit them with it. What do y'all think? Oh, yes. Mitchell, the, what do you call it? Mitchell, the lying piece of garbage is here. Yeah, I forgot. Let's do this. Yeah, he's been waiting for this all day. He's just been like, when's Benton going live? I got to get in there and spread my lies and deceit. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That reminds me of something I've been planning to do. This is probably as good a time as any. Shout out to the chat down there. So I'd like to see, hopefully other people will join in what I'm doing here. What does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of trash? And people may not understand what I'm doing here. This strategy will work, but other people have to take up the cause as well. It won't work if just I'm the only one who ever does it. So I'm trying to help folks get out of the business of reading Mitchell's comments. Let's drop the old link here and see if maybe Mr. Keith wants to come out. Is he going in on me or just in general? It's funny if he's going in on me. I might have to watch.
Oh yeah, dude. It's like even at night, it doesn't get below like 75 still. So we're still waiting for the cold snap to happen.
It's been on and off here. It was out all day long in the fucking rain and cold and shit. But it was pretty awesome. We were doing this big, huge machine demonstration competition with like all the other competitors, like
nice.
This one big national account. So like, but it ended up to where we had to kind of work late to get our machine to kind of finish like the last kind of test of the day, and then it was kind of super cool. It was like raining and like there was smoke, and like it was by the end of the day, it was a cool experience. So I had a great day. You know, I felt really fulfilled in my slave job for the day. Not only for my slavery, they actually paid me for it. I mean, it's like almost like it's not slavery because like I get paid for it, but I don't know. Maybe I don't understand. Maybe I don't understand how the whole system works. But you know what? I had a great day. It was fulfilling. I got money. I exchanged my time for that money. I was personally fulfilled in my personal abilities. It's like I don't necessarily understand why maybe this slave job thing is such a bad thing.
Right. Like it just doesn't make sense. You know, if you're working a job that you're able to show off to people for one.
I would think if I was a slave that I would hate it. And then I would think that like I didn't get paid. Like, I don't know. I kind of equate the whole idea of like not getting paid for it as like the basis for slavery. But like I said, I don't understand. We're trying to really break free of all these, dogmatic kind of presuppositions that have been programmed into us by the
yeah, because dogmas are bad.
Okay. Anybody that has dogmas is a bad person. Okay.
Even though that's a dogma itself. Okay.
No, but I mean, I'm serious. We're being no judgment zone, right? Because we can't do that, I guess, which kind of seems like a dogma. But I mean, like, I guess we can't judge other people's world views or opinions, but
right. The only belief system that's not allowed to judge anybody is Christianity.
But other people can tell you that you're wrong about it.
Right.
Though,
you're not being Christian enough by their metric.
Yeah. I think we covered. I mean, that makes sense.
Totally makes sense.
Yeah, probably totally makes sense. That's right. That's why we're trying to fight.
All right. I have emailed highly suspect. He will be joining us shortly, hopefully. But thanks for bearing with me, folks. I was a little less alert than I realized. It's funny, I'm making fun of EBT's broadcasting skills, and look at me. Probably owe the man an apology. How is everybody? Is anybody here? That's the question. Drunken Zooms. Yeah, man. Well, that's the thing is, when I'm not intoxicated and they are, right? But then how many times was I drunk at fucking noon and nobody else was? That's happened a lot, I'm sure. Oh, yeah, I got to bring up I need to get to my chat. My chat. Where is my chat? Oh, good. Nobody's here to see me flounder. Even better. Hey, I emailed the link there, Mr. Keith. Oh, he's got Paul in the chat. How about that? Maybe Paul will be up there in a minute. Oh, man. Bozos. Bozos! Bozos. All right, what are we going to do, people? We're screen recording. This is TBE and EBT back here from TBE stream earlier tonight. I think TBE's been leaving the streams up, though. Yeah, drunken Zooms, indeed. It is interesting to watch Mitchell work. He brought many new tactics out of his toolkit yesterday in Paul and Slave's live chat. I found fascinating. Oh, really? What kind of messages? Music Holds a Secret says he's getting messages from YouTube saying ad blockers not allowed. Well, I'm sure you realize, I understand the point you're making is that nothing's changed on your end. And I'm also sure that you're aware that Brave has ad blocker built into it. It actually uses, is that uBlock Origin, I think? Is that which one? Yeah, I know it's got something built. Yeah, it's got something built into it. Let me see. I forget what it's called. But yeah, it has a specific ad blocker built into it as far as I know. I've heard that the YouTube ads are getting way more persistent. What's up, Jay? Good to see you, sir. I had the pleasure of popping into Jay's live stream yesterday. That's one of the things I wanted to talk about today. Retarded dishonesty. Oh, man. Yeah, and like I said, EBT's live if you folks want to go check him out. I've been trying, slowly but surely, I'm introducing Jay here, T4 Lovers, who's over in Scotland, an Englishman in Scotland, introducing him to the various channels in the so-called Trutherverse, or whatever we're calling it. So I had linked him over to Zetetic Warrior, but I don't think he liked Z too much, especially because Z wasn't speaking favorably of yours truly. Yeah, the Mitchell stuff's interesting, and I don't know that folks will actually, do what would be necessary to cause him to flee the community. Actually, I think that it's possible his ability to pretend like he's not duplicitous might carry the day for him. It's an interesting for a person to be duplicitous, but to be so highly skilled at not appearing duplicitous. Wanted to see your thoughts, expert live chat. I can't even spell duplicitous anymore, I don't think. Let's see, maybe I can. Duplicitous definition. I think it just means two-faced. I almost spelled it right. I threw an extra U in there. Okay. Deceitful, actually, apparently. Yeah, that'll work. Deceiving or misleading others. Oh, you watched it? You watched it? You watched it back. Yeah, it's interesting to watch yourself. And are you going to get some earbuds? Because that is a problem, as you know, Jay. You need to be able to hear the guests, right? Not trying to be a dick here, but yes, you need to be able to hear the guests. And highly suspect, if you're still listening, I did send that email. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. But it is interesting to me when people show themselves, right? And and I'm talking about Mitchell and even Timmy. It's also interesting to see the other folks sort of pile on in Paul's live chat. You know, other folks who have behaved as if they might, be on the up and up, right? And I think that's my fault for not trusting my gut more, especially about Timmy. And if people may not know that Timmy. I ended up yelling at actually Timmy and London Man the very first time I encountered them on a panel. That was over at Zetetic Warriors, actually. That was the famous Crunchy Bee incident. There was a guy on OTW that pissed on panel. Wow. You mean like you could see his junk or what? Good to see you, Brielle, by the way. Everybody's live, I noticed. It's like EBT's live. I think Flow State was live. What's up with that? Yeah, this is fascinating. I'm just reading this live chat. Forgive me, folks, but I think we need to get into, Jay. This is what I wanted to talk about with you yesterday, but I just wasn't able to sober as a gopher. You seem to want to connect the channel being untacked to the Brandon Looney Tunes guy, but actually, now I was also suspicious of that character, and still am to some extent, although he's probably exactly what he says he is, most likely. But see, these folks who got diagnosed with autism, and in fact, you said that one of your children is autistic, as I recall, Jay. So, what I've noticed is the ones that get diagnosed nowadays, and I don't know if you know this, Jay, I most likely would have been diagnosed as a child, but fortunately nobody around me knew anything about it. In fact, even if they had heard of autism, they certainly would not have been able to spell it. I grew up in an environment of complete and total ignorance, in Southeast Arkansas, one of the poorest, least educated, what was the poorest, least educated part of the United States at the time. And may very well still be the same, second only to perhaps Appalachia, nowadays anyway. So what I've noticed with a lot of these folks is they get allowed to stay in their rooms and play on their computers and watch Looney Tunes and all of these things, but they're way more perceptive and tapped in than what people realize, right? So the way I look at the Brandon guy is that he uses Looney Tunes like as a proxy for his social interactions. But then if he just doesn't want to engage with something, You know, he could just pretend like he doesn't know what's going on, and he may not know what's going on, right? And you notice if you listen to him talk, he always brings everything back to how many subscribers he has, and then he asks everybody to subscribe to his channel. So OTW is like, wow, this guy's got more subscribers than me. It's like, yeah, he spends all day going to random StreamYard links and harassing people into, you know, single-mindedly harassing people into subscribing to his channel, right? This is not hard to figure out. Most likely, Roy. Roy says the Jehovah's Witnesses would see autism as a spiritual problem. Probably, yeah. And I've heard that, you know, I've actually read specific cases of kids with mental illness or autism, you know, being raised Jehovah's Witnesses and still forced to do, you know, all of the different behaviors, the knocking on the doors, the giving the talks, you know, in front of the, you know, they had me on a stage giving Bible talks, you know, no later than 12 years old, probably earlier than that. They had me knocking on doors very early, which you know, it was very beneficial to me because I more or less had to develop social skills that, you know, maybe not would have developed otherwise. So just my opinion, I think we hobble these kids by just saying, oh, you have an affliction and you can't socialize, basically. It's more or less what they're told, right? You're special, you're different, you have a disability. I'm not disabled, folks. Never was, but I've had a lot of challenges in my life. You know, I've experienced a lot of challenges, but guess what? So has everybody. And you know, so has it. So part of that has been that I was permitted to go out into the world and humiliate myself repeatedly and embarrass myself repeatedly by not being able to read the room, by not being able to pick up social cues. But guess what? I taught myself to pick up social cues. I taught myself to read the room. And when I first started paneling, I could tell I was at a great disadvantage. And the fact is, when I'm on the screen, I just look at me. I don't look at anybody else, right? And I make fun of it as if I'm like in love with myself, but that's probably part of the neurodivergence also, right? I might have sent you the wrong link. I'll just drop it in the chat. It doesn't matter if Mitchell's bazillion alter egos try to join. It won't matter. So yeah, it's down there, sir. So give it a shot if you can. So I think Brandon probably is what he says he is, but if he's 22 years old, I bet you he's actually way more savvy and actually knows what's going on to some extent. But he's always been given that means to just, if he doesn't want to do something, he can always fall back on his autism, see? That's just how that works. So, of course, he's behaving the way he is. But the channel's under attack from this person called Mitchell. And realistically, what's happened here is that, you know, I have spoken about specific conditions that I believe that I may have been suffering from at the time. Although I was careful with my words to say, you know, I could have this. It seems like, you know, Occam's razor, the most likely thing was the big C, right? You know, for a specific organ. And then I talked about specific nutritional supplements. And the fact is, that is medical misinformation. Because they put me through the training, right? I had to click through some quizzes on my YouTube studio. Okay, you sent me a text. All right. Yeah, no worries, brother. I can solo it. He said it's raining here, no internet, but remember we did use D-cell batteries on a CB radio 246,000 miles away from the moon landing in 1968 to call Houston on a landline. But I got 5G tower across the road. If you're reading this message, you are the resistance. That's some of the funniest shit I've ever heard, man. That's some of the funniest shit I've ever heard. And where was I? Oh yeah. So Jay, about the attacks. The fact is that I have stream after stream after stream after stream. Yeah, the YouTube re-education camp. Exactly. And you know what's funny is when I went through that training, that's exactly what I thought of. Music Holds a Secret. I did think about it that way. YouTube re-education camp. So the reality is we can't talk about nutritional supplements on here. We just can't. Because what happens is YouTube is happy to let, me talk about whatever I want to talk about and have the live chat be about whatever. But then as soon as somebody mass flags and reports all of the live streams, then now here comes the warnings and the strikes, if that makes sense. Yeah. Well, and this is, by the way, highly suspects why I probably, although the T-Mobile might work. That's the thing is, see, if you have a 5G tower across the street, the Verizon is unusable here in this town. AT&T is unfucking usable. T-Mobile works great. I'm talking to you right now on T-Mobile 5G. It's fucking fantastic, right? So maybe T-Mobile works in your area, Keith. I don't know. So the fact is, probably damn near every stream I've ever done has me talking about specific medical conditions and specific supplements. So most likely it's a wrap for the channel. Maybe YouTube sees that, well, let's give these channels a little more leeway. We'll just put them through the training. If they stop talking about it, then we'll let them live, right? But that's going to happen or they're going to delete the channel. I mean, that's what's going to happen. That's right. Music holds a secret. I can talk about aliens, Bigfoot, Satan, and demons, but not nutrition. Yeah, that's right. Well, and to be more clear, you can talk about it in a specific way, and I'm just not intelligent enough to know what I can say and what I can't say, right? So that's the problem is I don't have the brain. And meanwhile, I've been talking for years now about putting my website back up. So Mitchell might be doing me a favor if you think about it. And I was wrong. If Highly Suspect's listening, I can actually do the StreamYard seminars. It's called a seminar. That's what they call it on StreamYard. I can do that. I can do that at the $50 level per month. And then whatever. And it will be an interesting experiment to see if other folks will join in what I'm doing here. And I got all fired up. I might have to just call you you might just have to call you on the phone, Keith, and just pipe you through the fucking mic. But hang on, we'll get there. I might as well warm up and monologue, but yeah. What I'm realizing is that probably folks won't be willing to join in and type this because I think they may be too worried about how they're viewed by calling out Mitchell. Hey, here comes Jay. Fantastic. What's happening, Jay? How are you?
Good morning, sir. Yeah. Just reflecting on what you say. Yeah. It's hard not to be able to express your emotions and obviously points across. And you get censored and stuff like that. But are they obviously they're that clever? Can you talk around it? Or still relating to it, or is it keywords what send it off?
I thought I was talking around it.
Yeah.
That's the problem is I thought I was, but I wasn't.
Oh right.
Yeah. So the answer is no, I can't.
Yeah. Benetton, my feed last night, I played it back last night just to see what was going on. Oh my, it was very, very, very amusing and very funny. Especially my poor friends were trying so hard, I couldn't hear them. So it was a great little feed, and it was an honour for you to come onto my show. It's a great honour. And with my friend on there, Richard Jarvis, he's a very big influence to some small channels. He's like a supervisor, and he does help us a hell of a lot. It's the same as you. I'm learning so much from your streams,
Well, thank you.
I find them very interesting. Yeah, I do. I'm very fond of what you do, like I say, a lot of it is your personality and your style what shines on. That's probably why I enjoy your channel that much, you know, and you just keep it coming. You just keep it, you know, it's like I'm at work now. I'm doing my thing, but I'm listening to you in the background. So if I'm not on chat, I am there. I am there with you. Same as I've got a few other friends now. They've got the bug, the Benton bug. So they're enjoying your channel. Yeah, and it's great. You just keep up the good work. I know it's hard work, and you do get flack, and you know your big celebrities, Lady Bex, she's an absolute legend. It's like I said in my feed last night. If you go against Bex, prepare for a wrestle.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. So,
so what I'm going to do?
Still no earbuds, huh? No, still no earbuds.
No. It was only because I'm quite a remote area. I can't just get to the shop. I'm about 20 miles from the nearest shop.
Got it.
So I'm due to go home today. Obviously, it's going to take me 4.5, 5 hours to go home. I've got some at home, so I will be bringing them next week, and I'll give it a go on the weekend as well. So it's a learning curve. The simple fact is, earbuds, you know, most people can just go to the drawer. I can't get that, but I can get, I can get anything else out of the boot, brother.
Yeah, no worries.
But I would like to hear one of your reflections on my channel. But last night, my channel was priceless. It was really funny, and I played it back, and I actually giggled to myself because when I played it back, I can actually hear the poor buggers trying to get a word in. It was funny. But then one chap, he did say on there, Frustrated Fisherman or something, he did say, this is a very great channel. This is the sort of thing we need, you know, just a mixed bunch of content and basically just having a laugh and enjoying yourself. And that's, you know, laughter is part of what we need, you know. But what I'm going to do, Benetton, is I'm going to be in, I'll be in your chat, I'll be in background. But I must get on, if you know what I mean, because I'm a busy chat. But if I get a chance, I see you link up, I will come in, all right? And God bless you, Benetton, and God bless your chat, yeah? And you just keep it coming, man. And I will be in the background, so I'll be in the background most of the day with you anyway, mate. So take care, my friend, and take care, chat. I've just got to leave because I've got to be a busy man, all right? Take care. God bless.
Yep. We'll see you later. Have a good day. That was Jay. He can't hear us, so that's what it was funny. I popped into his live stream yesterday, and I'll drop his link at some point. And he was unable. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he was unable to hear anybody because he's just on his phone speaker. And, you know, as we get older, and I'm assuming maybe he's lost some of his hearing from the operating of the heavy equipment there. Yeah. And you can leave. You don't have to delete his messages, Roy, but you can. I mean, obviously, you're a moderator, so you can do that if you want to. But, you know, I'm trying to do a thing here, right? And you know, so I'm gonna read the comments out loud, actually, and I think this can be helpful. So, well, wait a minute. Yeah, view deleted. Let's see. View deleted message. Okay, wait a minute. He says, yeah, YouTube doesn't like gay homeless dudes lying about cancer for money. And then he said, he says, Benton gets all his nutrients from truckers. Lot lizard Benton sucks the nutrients right out of them for money. Right. And did anybody see, this is where Mitchell has the advantages because, you know, regardless of what's going on with him, you know, I could have all sorts of psychological assessments, right? But again, we're back to the level 100 impregnable defense. You can say whatever you want to Mitchell, and it doesn't affect him. So I'm now developing my own level 100 impregnable defense. So he's actually helping me, believe it or not. Because pretty soon, oh, that's fine, Roy. You can delete them. As long as I can still read them over here, we're good. So yeah, we'll work together. And the fact is, if folks work together and he doesn't work together, right, then we can never lose, right, in the battle. And I do enjoy a metaversal war, as we see, right, #warchief. I do enjoy it. So, there is a version, there is an element of never wrestle a pig. You both get muddy and the pig likes it, is happening here. Lest we forget, it just makes me an even better version of what I already am, right? But what I've come to realize, and that's actually the title of the thread is, or the stream is the apprehension of epiphanies and the integration of insights. And that's what I'm going through. I've had, some epiphanies, especially with Dick Freedom Grower's help around these so-called duplicitous people. Timmy's another one, by the way. If you remember what Timmy did over here when the Machine Lies and Bex were on stream, and Timmy is intelligent, like Timmy Sharp, right? So there's no way that he intentionally was derailing what was a great build, right? Machine Lies, Bex, and myself, and mainly me and Machine Lies were building, talking about Kaczynski, the Unabomber. We're tying it into all sorts of social movements from history. Well, but then that's what I'm talking about, Roy. See, nothing that would, Roy says, where's the intellectual honesty? Well, I don't know that he has ever purported to have it. I think that here's what I'm starting to realize is that I don't know that he's ever claimed that. I think he's let us assume that because he talks about these state assemblies and all of this stuff, and because he talks about certain, materials, right? Certain movements and certain, getting out of the system, or he says all of these things that many folks, resonate with. I don't remember when he has ever presented himself as a man of integrity or honesty. Well, he does beat people over the head with it. See, and now we get into something I will talk about with respect to Mitchell is just the social dynamics and the way that these attacks work, see? So he has an advantage if he knows that I will hold myself to a standard at the level of accountability, but he has no need to do that, and he's not operating at that level. But he's tricked us. He's allowed us to trick ourselves into thinking that he's a person who behaves with honesty and integrity when he doesn't. And he's never claimed to. I don't think you can find one instance of Mitchell putting himself forward as a person with honesty and integrity, right? He's allowed us to just assume that based on that he talks about certain movements and certain ideas with these, state assemblies and all of this stuff. We connected those dots, and they don't connect. Same thing with Timmy. Same exact MO, see? So all I need to know, and again, I'm apprehending epiphanies, and I am integrating these insights, see? So all I need to know about Timmy is that we are having a build, here on the channel. People are really engaging with the material. People are learning. It's sparking whatever's being created is greater than the sum of the parts. Well, next thing you know, here comes Timmy, who's absolutely intentionally derailing things. There's no question about it. Lou Bass, I like Lou. Lou has he's an enjoyable personality or whatever. Every single time he joins a StreamYard, he derails whatever's going on. Now, whether he's doing that intentionally or just that's how he is, does it even really matter, right? No, he does beat people over the head with it. And that's the mistake, see? The mistake is what Dick Freedom Grower talked about, which is it's always a mistake to try to seek resolution with duplicitous people. So you'll see multiple times I have, gotten to a certain point with Mitchell, but then he will then change his tactics and he will come on and he will mimic the behaviors of a person who is going to try to get on my level and seek resolution, but he never actually admits his own. Part in things, right? He never says, "Hey, man, that was really fucked up when I spurged out in the chat yesterday. I'm going to do better and move on." He doesn't do that, right? But he mimics the behaviors of somebody who will do that. And that's what I've been tricked by, because I do spurg out in live chat sometimes. Sometimes I'm the one who's behaving inappropriately. And then here I come, hat in hand, apologizing and making it better. So he feeds into those energies, right, for his own deceitful part. It's quite diabolical and sick, man. And it is fascinating. It is fascinating to watch it, right? Yeah. So what's interesting to me is, see, this is the real Mitchell. He says Benton wears that gay scarf to catch trucker semen. That's what he just typed. So that's the real Mitchell. This is what I talk about with the internal space. Is this over with? I'm going to, hang on, let me stop this screen share. I'm going to assume this is over with. Over here with TBE stream. So this is what I talk about when my own humanity gets the better of me, right? Is that I want to treat everybody like a human, okay? So the false front and the deceit and the false presentment that Mitchell has put forward, it's tricked me repeatedly over time. But this is the real Mitchell, the one that says these type of things that he's typing into the chat now. See? That is the real Mitchell. And I don't have anything to do with people like this. I don't hang out with people like this. I'm not involved with people like this. Now, I can characterize his behavior, right? And I can do that as an exercise, and we can all enjoy talking about the various psychological dynamics. But please make no mistake, none of that can affect Mitchell, because he knows what he is. And furthermore, this is representative of his internal space. Just imagine what's going on inside a being who communicates this way. See, this is a demon. Now, I don't believe a human being can be a demon, but this is effectively a demon, and this is a demonic spiritual attack. Same thing with Timmy. Timmy is most likely infested by demons. JG, infested by demons. Cecil, most likely infested by demons, right? And, surprise, surprise, we see the same people doing the same things. And the fact is, me and Drew did that morning show Monday through Thursday, right? And the momentum was growing. Multiple people have told me that they love that show. It was their favorite show. I think Provo Kid said that. He just loved it. Many other, high-level content creators, and Provo Kid is a high-level content creator, whether we want to face that or not. He is that. Very gifted, very skilled content creator. So what's interesting is, to realize that person, these people intentionally are dispatched by the evil one, and I'm just going to call it Satan. And if people don't like the biblical context, I don't know what to tell you. So what Satan does is, so what happens is, when these people are coming together, like that morning show, now we're back into a inspirational, it's an exponential effect where the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Well, now here comes Cecil under demonic attack, and now every time I want to do a morning show with Drew, there's Cecil on the screen, who's a fucking moron, right? So I allow myself to get triggered in part by a fucking moron on the screen, and then next thing you know, Drew is referencing some sort of debate that OTW supposedly lost, and then here I am getting painted with a brush of now I suffer for OTW's failings. And yeah, in spite of myself, I spurged out, but realistically, I spurged out and was standing up for myself. And I'm going to say it again, folks. I have never in my entire life, not one time have I suffered a negative consequence as a result of standing up for myself. Now, we could say, well, the morning show ended and that was a negative consequence. Well, no, not if Cecil was going to be on the screen. I'm not going to be able to do a morning show and Cecil's on the motherfucking screen, right? And he gets to throw his uninformed, ridiculous, stupid nonsense in there, right? Because I do not suffer. I'm a fool, but I certainly don't suffer fools gladly, right? But see, this is what doesn't work, Roy. See, this is what I've done. So I want to talk about this. So now Roy is going at Mitchell. See, this is what he feeds on. Mitchell feeds on these type of responses, which is now Roy's calling Mitchell a repressed, latent homosexual, right? And he's saying he thinks I should refer to him as Michelle from now on. And he says Michelle is high on his own trophies. And I fell into this too for months where I thought I could battle him on his own level. Now, the fact is, I got into a back and forth with him on Bex's live chat the morning after my 36 hours of live streaming. But what that resulted in, I didn't know it was Mitchell. But because I'm so adept at the text form, I've decimated him very easily, right? It took a minute because he is persistent. But it's funny, people can admire Mitchell's persistence. I don't know. I've smashed him out in a text chat just using my logic and reason. So, yeah, he kept coming back for the beating, but eventually he just gave up and left, right? Once he got his ass kicked. So the fact is, if the community kicks his ass, he will fucking leave and go somewhere else. And that's what I'm attempting to facilitate. The fact is, until people like Roy understand that Mitchell has a level 100 impregnable defense to what you're saying, right? Roy. All of these characterizations of what he's doing, he feeds on that, and it can never damage him. Since you're a human being, Roy, since you're a sensitive person probably on some level, when someone says true things about you, it probably does hurt you a little bit if they're negative things. Not only does this not hurt Mitchell, he likes it. He thrives on it, see. You're giving him what he wants. I gave him what he wanted for months. Why do you think he comes here? He comes here to get something specific that he needs based on his own sick psychology and based on what the demons who are infesting him need to feed on. Because what happens is people who have this type of internal space like Mitchell has, now here come the demonic entities, because if we look at the Bible, the demonic entities, they need to inhabit a person. Otherwise, they're walking in the dry place seeking rest and finding none. Well, the rest in this case, the rest is being able to inhabit a person, and then whatever type of demon it is, whatever type of entity it is, can feed on the particular sin, right? The particular incorrect action. And so numerous entities have inhabited Mitchell and are doing that through him in real time right now. But part of that is those entities must serve, I'm pointing up, but those entities must serve their master, Satan, right? They must serve Satan, okay? And they don't have free will. Satan doesn't have free will, see? So what happens is when you have a being like me who testifies that Christ Jesus, there's power in the name of Jesus. And notice every time when I don't talk about Christ for a period of time, they go, I'm not attacked as much. See, Mitchell ain't here. He's still here, but he's not here full time. But as soon as I invoke Christ Jesus and start saying things like there's power in the name of Jesus, well, the next thing you know, here come the strikes, here come the warnings, here come the demonic attacks. Here is the demon-infested person attacking me directly, repeatedly. That ain't a coincidence, folks. That's everything you need to know. Now, it's not enough to convert to Christianity. I would never recommend religion to anybody. Religion more harm than good. All religion is man-made. But if y'all can't see what's happening here, I don't know what to tell you. And every single time I invoke the name of Christ, the name of Jesus, the attacks intensify. This is spiritual warfare. It's spiritual warfare in the live chat right fucking now. That's what that is. Yeah. I've read all of the I've read all the Hunter S. Thompson. I think that's what you're referring to. I believe that's what that is. It's been a long time, but if memory serves, I've literally read all the Hunter S. Thompson. Although the what you call it, his collection of letters, right? There was like 3 volumes. That was just him getting a payday, right? So that most of that was trash, as far as I'm concerned. But if I think that's what you, unless I'm misremembering, then yes. Well, again, and this is part of Mitchell's having so many alter egos and so many screen names. There's multiple entities working through him. Just imagine if we could see what he's doing, right? How many devices, right? Laptop, multiple phones. Like, imagine this person operating all these alter egos simultaneously. And I understand there's probably software that helps this happen, right? Yeah. He says, and you defended Dick's duplicitous assertion without knowing the meaning. I feel bad for you. You are probably going to need a psych eval. But you realize that, none of this is possible, right? These are impossibilities. So what thing is the content of the content of whatever Mitchell posts is irrelevant. It means nothing, right? We can't do no contact isn't possible. See, highly suspect doesn't understand that that's not possible here. No contact would be leaving YouTube. See, because highly suspect doesn't understand the internet, unfortunately. So the fact is, thank you, Brielle. It is one of my spheres of expertise. So highly suspect doesn't understand that this is built into the platform, Keith. The narcissistic supply is built into this platform of YouTube. So there's no version of no supply. Now, it can happen with the community at large, right? So what can happen is if people follow my example, Mitchell will leave the community, right? Now, Mitchell will most likely leave this channel at some point, but only if every single person in the live chat refuses to engage with Mitchell. Me characterizing Mitchell and just repeatedly saying, what does that have to do with the fact that Mitchell is a lying piece of trash? That's not supply, Keith. Supply is when Roy Duggan comes back at him and says, Michelle is high on his own trophies, praying now to get them off of me. That's supply, right? Me posting the exact same response every single time is not supply. It's just not. What is supply is if I read his comment and I let that get the best of me and I feel some type of way and then I start to address the content of what he's saying. That's supply. See? Do you see what I'm saying, Keith? We can never ignore him into going away. That will never work. We have to, the people who post here must unilaterally treat him exactly the same. Then and only then will he leave. And I want you to remember, Keith, I absolutely, with my text abilities, smashed him out mano at the level of logic and reason and thoughts and ideas. See? Because I have a greater ability to do that, and because he was foolish enough to enter into a debate with me. That was his fault, and I bet you he'll never do that again. See, he most likely learned from that. Oh, wait a minute. Benton is way more high level than I realized. Because I'm one of the nicest in these streets when it comes to the clickety. I'm one of the nicest there is. Ask Carl how nice I am. You better recognize, see. But I can't do that and live stream. The only way I can do that, the clickety, and I did it on a phone. I wasn't even on my keyboard. But I can't do this with what I'm doing with you folks and battle Mitchell in the text chat. I don't have the resources. See, that's his arena, right? But this strategy absolutely will work, but only if the audience also trains them, because the audience likes me. So the audience is not going to be able to withstand Mitchell slandering me because they're going to get in their feelers, right? And they're going to want to address the content of what he's saying. Okay. But thank you, Brielle. Good to see you, Michael Stephen. But there's no version of now, if just nobody ever responds to any of his comments, right? That's a thing. So eventually he'll just leave, though. He'll just leave eventually. Yeah. Well, I may be leaving YouTube forever. That's the thing is, but whether or not that happens is not Mitchell's control. And what I told Mitchell is do your worst, sir. Because Mitchell claimed to be able to take the channel down. Why haven't you done that yet, Mitchell? Well, probably part of that is he's getting what he needs over here, see. That's interesting, right? He's probably getting what he needs over here. Well, no, I'm faster than you, Mitchell. I proved it. See, that's what's funny is, and now we're back to the level 100 impregnable defense, and now we're back to the lack of accountability, and now we're back to what Dick said about duplicitous people. This is a duplicitous person, but he knows he's a duplicitous person, and us calling him a duplicitous person, and us. So, now we get into what are the reasons for me in the past interacting with Mitchell? What were the reasons for me addressing the content of my post? It's based on my stated belief in the transcendent potential of an individual or the individual. See, part of me still believes that Mitchell can be redeemed. No, he can't. He's beyond redemption, See, whatever demons are inhabiting Mitchell can't be redeemed. So how are you going to love a demon? So I've been trying to love a being who's so infested with demons that whether or not the human being at the core of that can be redeemed, well, not when a legion of demons are infesting that person. There is no redemption. Now, if the demons are cast out, then perhaps the human can be redeemed, right? But while the legion inhabits that being, nothing can happen, And he is serving his master Satan in this moment, in a spiritual warfare against me and against everybody in this live chat who's not infested with demons. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. Why? Because I will unsheath the sword, meaning the word of God, which proceedeth out of my mouth, That is the spiritual warfare, and I am that warrior, I fucking thrive on this. I need this. Because I don't love God. I hate evil, Yeah. Yeah, he says, why would I trash my chew toy? Too fun watching lolcows self-destruct and blame Mitchell's demons in the name of Jesus. Well, it's funny, Mitchell, that everybody sees the intensification of the attacks based on me invoking and claiming Christ. Now, my own fears of losing an audience have prevented me from invoking Christ as often as I might have done so otherwise. Well, I think them days are over. See, look at Mitchell and the demons are actually pushing me into the hands of Jesus or into the arms of Jesus. Isn't that fascinating? Right? I find that fascinating. Yeah. But now we see the real Mitchell, So we've talked about, maybe he's got multiple personalities, so-called dissociative identity disorder. Well, no, this is the real Mitchell here. So now this is my apprehension of epiphanies, and the integration of insights is when I see him on Paul's panel or on OTW or wherever, with looking some type of way, with his long hair and a certain facial expression and the soft skin, right? That ain't the real Mitchell. That's Bill Cosby with the irreverent sweaters and the fucking dancing around being some type of way while he's supposedly also a predator, right? So the presentment of Mitchell, that ain't the real Mitchell. This is the real Mitchell in the live chat, and it is fascinating. Yeah. Yeah, but and he's doing us a great service. Yeah, pray exactly, Brielle. But which God? Because a person can go into a church, and where I'm from, it's more of the praying on snakes type of church, right? And I'm gonna play that song. That's one of my favorites. Mitchell might like this one. Give me a second. We're gonna play some music here. And I love it, man. These are great topics. And I feel like we can have 15 to 20 in the live chat. I can probably talk about Christ all I want, right? And there'll probably still be 15 to 20 people here. Let's see. I'm playing a long game there, whether folks realize it or not. And if it ends with me StreamYarding through my own website where Mitchell can't touch us, that's fine. Because I don't know if y'all know this, folks. There are portions of the internet. Thank you, Brian W., for the $15 Canadian super chat. Great broadcast. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. And if you haven't emailed me, please do. If you're willing to let me have your email address, and I might accidentally show it on the screen. I think I accidentally showed somebody's email on the screen briefly earlier. So my apologies for that, but I'll do better. I will do better. Although I am a little bit of befuddled at times with fucking 4 different screens and 2 phones, right? And I am older, right? I am at an age disadvantage with some of these folks. All right. Anyway, I'm going to play a song here and get back into it, whatever I was talking about. I got to run, take a restroom break real quick.
In the belly of the beast, a place that's miles away. In a deep southern town where the devil comes to pray. A choir sings with the rhymes sewn shut. By a stream the children play and water flowing with blood. The pastor stands on his pulpit while preaching to hell. On a hilltop church with demons ringing the bell. They told twice for the missing and the recently departed. In the pews the congregation sits 100 days rotted. Suffering is all around, the stench of death in the air. Nobody seems to notice or nobody seems to care. It's just an everyday life in a normal routine. People walking right by but never notice the screens. A backwards philosophy passed down through the ages. Generation of murder written down in these pages. A book overlooked and forgotten in history. A place with a secret and surrounded by mystery. I can hear them screaming through the forest at night. They pray with snakes and they poison my mind. Was it a curse or a sickness that raised in the minds of these sacrilegious hillbillies raised with the swine? No remorse in the souls, in the hearts pitch black. Thirsty for the bloodhound murder contact. Feasting on the brains of the ones they call sinners. Cousin Cletus in the kitchen carving torsos for dinner. In a barn on a meat hook, bodies are hanging. In the cellar by a chain, more bodies are swinging. And in the fields like a scene from a no parking lot. Abandoned for so many years, cars left to rot. And buried in a garden in a hole dug deep. All the bones and the belongings all piled in a heap. Ungodly sounds of torture echo through the trees. The streams of suffering still blowing in the breeze. Not on any map, undiscovered, never surveyed. Secrets of a small town kept locked away. I can hear them screaming through the forest at night. They pray with snakes and they poison my mind. I can hear them screaming through the forest at night. They pray with snakes and they poison my mind.
On just about any warm afternoon, you can find a weathered-looking white-haired man wandering the hills hunting for poisonous snakes. Not to kill, but to bring back with him to church. He is a serpent handler.
I can hear them screaming through the forest at night. They pray with snakes and they poison my mind. I can hear them screaming through the forest at night. They pray with snakes and they poison my mind. They pray with snakes. 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 I can hear them screaming through the forest at night. They pray with snakes and they poison my mind.
What's up, Michael Stephen? Good to see you.
Snake handlers, well, that's all right. They call us snake handlers, well, that's all right. As long as the living holding it, well, that's all right.
Oh, man. So, if we're going to talk demonic warfare and spiritual warfare, this is the belly of the beast. This is Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit. And, when people see these, images of these pride parades in San Francisco, in the Bay Area, and people think, how horrible this is, and there's unclothed men and children, and mixing freely and all of this. Those are the people who run this platform, folks. That's who works at Google. So people go to their job and administer this platform, and then when the Pride Parade happens, most of them go to the Pride Parade. I don't know if y'all know that. I mean, this is Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit, belly of the beast. So, why wouldn't I expect to be spiritually attacked here? Right? This is the place. Okay? This is the place. So, why wouldn't I be? So probably if I'm not being spiritually attacked metaversely, that's probably a sign that I'm not living right in some way. I'm probably, because let's face the reality that these entities, they hate somebody like me who will just stand in righteousness, right? And I don't even like to talk that way, but I will do that. I am doing that. I will continue to do. They can't stand it. See? Because Satan is the defeated foe, right? This is the administration of the defeat. And I don't want to preach too much, but I am a preacher, so it does happen at times. So again, I don't love God. I hate evil. See, I'm that type of warrior. Surprise, surprise, look at how powerful the enemies that come against me are. See, internet pornography is not a strong enough enemy to take me down. See, alcohol is not a strong enough enemy to take me down. Whatever, enticements of this realm through the level of enjoying my senses, that's not enough to take me down. So you see the strength of the enemy that's coming against me and coming against you folks, because you are the folks who are here listening to me, right? So what's happening here is that I don't even believe in a movement. In fact, I'm the one who's spoken most. I've been the most outspoken in characterizing these so-called truth movements, right? And I even, came up with the concept of, here we are in the belly of the beast, and then people think they can come together, and sing Kumbaya and start a truth movement. But then if we're in the belly of the beast, so what happens is the movement descends the fucking intestines of the beast, eventually through the colon, gets shat out the rectum, damn near killed them, and then, as Patrice O'Neill said, we're free to go around and get back in line to be devoured by the beast yet again. And then now we find ourselves waking up, so-called waking. When we wake up, we see that we're in the belly of the beast. So what good is waking up, right? This is a very cleverly and expertly designed, sequence, right? That's what this is. Okay. And by the way, you think these entities in this motel don't get stirred up when I talk this way? Of course they do. Of course they do. It's the EBT mentioned Kenneth Copeland, the Demons on a Tube. That's what he said flying commercially was. Well, he's not wrong, is he? These entities are they surround us at all times. They might outnumber us for all I know. But look at the strength of the enemies being brought to bear against me. This shit can't faze me. Now, temporarily, it can. Now, I'll tell you this: if I'm meant to be on YouTube, I'll be on YouTube. I don't need to worry about the channel being deleted. I'll just remind folks, hey, if you want to be able to be contacted, if the day comes when the channel's gone, if you want to be in contact with me, send me an email. It's in my fucking email account, and I will be able to contact you, right? I mean, this is not difficult. This is not difficult stuff. And if you don't do that, you might lose track of me. But nightmaredystopia.com, that's my domain. There's no website there, but I can absolutely, anytime I need to, I can pop up over there, see? But I must be meant to be here on YouTube in the short term, and we don't need to talk about my physicality at the level of illness. Why? That's not what the channel's about, necessarily. It's also not a Bible channel. It's also not a religion channel, right? We're not going to be talking spiritual warfare all day, every day. But when the spiritual war shows itself out in the open, and when the powerful enemies show themselves, then what else are we going to talk about? I mean, that's literally happening, right? It's literally happening. Yep, exactly. Music holds the secret. Mitchell is summoning all the demons. They are legion, indeed. Legion. Legion. An army. I'm so powerful, Keith, highly suspect, and you are so powerful that the enemy doesn't send. What the enemy sends against the regular folks is, just normal, everyday, things that people encounter, right? Just normal things that trip people up. Because I've already conquered all of that. Look at what the enemy, Satan, sends against me. See, I know what I am. And if I forget what I am, here's a computer screen and demons type it on a screen to remind me how powerful I am. Yep. And if that's egoic, I don't know what to tell you. I've said before, as far as I can tell, the most powerful thing we know of is the human mind, and we all have one right here in our skull. Well, I'm pretty well tapped into the power of my mind. Believe that, right? Believe that. Taking a screenshot here. And see, Mitchell's he's helping me. We're making thumbnails for future broadcasts. See, Mitchell's actually helping. He's helping me do the broadcast. Indeed, Rachel. And again, if I already have your email, then no worries. It's funny how the folks who do the right thing, like Rachel and others, every time I speak this way, because they are good people, they start thinking that I'm talking to them, right? Which is natural, but no, I'm talking to the folks who haven't done this, Rachel. But good to see you, by the way. Thanks for being here, and thank you for supporting those who have donated, such as who was this earlier? Brian W. Thank you for supporting the broadcast, Brian W. and others, some of whom remain nameless by their own choice, and I will respect that. I will respect folks who don't want to be noted as donators. I have not seen OTW, no. We can watch it together if you'd like, Snowfire. And somebody accidentally deleted their... Did you delete that, Snowfire, or did somebody the mods might accidentally delete some of your messages, so please don't be too upset, please, because some of the mods at times their fingers slip, and it is truly an accident, because there was no reason to delete that comment. But yeah, good to see you, Snowfire. Apologies for the why won't YouTube let me undelete a comment is the question. I should be able to undelete that. Oh, she must have undeleted it because it won't let me read it. Okay, never mind. No, I haven't seen it. Perhaps we'll watch it together. But we see here that the tactic of the enemy is, and this is, by the way, that spirit of wrath. No worries, Roy. I think it was Snowfire did that. But so what we see here is that, I've said that, if I'm still under demonic oppression, it's specifically the demon of wrath, right? Well, so the demon of wrath can't express through me as strongly because it knows that if it shows itself, it's most likely about to get expelled. And as we know from the Bible, which again, I never agreed to follow the literal written word of the Bible. Written scripture is a dead thing, whether y'all like it or not. That is its nature, Mr. Beale. But the disembodied spirit walking in the dry place, seeking rest and finding none, that's a real thing, right? That's a real thing. And so the demon of wrath will do anything to avoid being expelled out of my throat chakra, coughed out of me, as other demons have been expelled. And that is my testimony, that I have been delivered from wicked spirits, unclean spirits, and demonic spirits in the name of Christ Jesus. However, that doesn't mean that all of them have left. Let's see, I'm stirring up the demons next door. just talking this way. They're getting stirred up. See, the people next door that are most likely under that demonic oppression is stirring them up. See, it's a ripple effect. Well, good, Michael Stephen. I'm glad, because they're most likely demonized as well, the Jehovah's Witnesses in the park. But yeah, we'll probably watch OTW together. Can you tell me what it was about? Yeah, Brandon can send Mitchell into the cornfield. That's right. Oh, you had a love bomb festival? All right, that's cool. But I think it's interesting that you see what the enemy's done here is when the enemy was so strongly attacked, right? And the enemy saw that there was no foothold here. What did the enemy do? The enemy left. I don't know if y'all noticed that, because one of the strategies of the enemy is it's literal art of war. I'm too strong. We're too strong in this moment. So the enemy's now going to go underground, right? Like a submarine. It's going to go below the surface, and it's going to bide its time, and it's going to pop back up and probe for weakness again. See? And this is going to happen over and over and over again until eventually, after enough times of the enemy showing itself and finding no foothold, it will just leave, never to return, right? And that's going to be me leveling up to where, see, I've experienced this numerous times where, so there was a time when these very low-level things like, womanizing to some extent, socializing and drinking, pornography, these various low-level sins, we might refer to them. There was a time when that was a problem for me. Then I overcame that, so I'm no longer spiritually attacked on those levels, right? I'm no longer just go out here and women are offering themselves to me. There was a time when that was a thing. There was a time when women just offered themselves to me. And I'm just going to call it like it is. That doesn't happen anymore, right? These various, sense enjoyment, the Easterners would call it. So I'm no longer, for the most part, I'm no longer susceptible to that. But I do, keep my antenna out to make sure that it doesn't creep, because it can creep back in if I don't live right. So then when I actually had my, whatever my come to Jesus moment was, right? And so in living in the streets, and started claiming Christ, literal fucking street homeless people would just see me and just they would head right for me and just fucking attack spiritually. It happened time after time after time. Well, once I showed that those attacks can't bear fruit, that stopped, okay? So now you see that each level, the enemy becomes stronger and stronger. It's a stronger enemy that's sent against me, see? Every time. So when I defeat this enemy, and I will defeat this enemy, right? Then what will happen is an even stronger enemy will get sent against me, right? You like it. I love it. I live for this shit, okay? I need this on some level. So thank you, Mitchell, for letting the demons inhabit you. That must be horrible, right? So thank you for your sacrifice, Mitchell, of being fully given over to demonic entities so that they may attack me through you and make me even stronger, right? Thank you for your sacrifice, Mitchell. Your master probably doesn't like that, sir. So sorry about your luck, partner. And see, this is how these entities curry favor with their master, by showing that they can do their master's bidding. So now, whatever reward these entities thought they were going to get, they can't get it. See what I'm saying? This is literally how this works. Yeah, literally how this works. So meanwhile, here I am in Alphabet, Google, YouTube's hell pit talking this way. And you see what comes against me, right? This is how powerful we are, right? Because I ain't the only one. So good to see you, Jay. If folks can't tolerate a little bit of me preaching and claiming Christ, then they can't be here because it will be limited. It's not going to be all day, every day. This is not going to turn into a sermon. This is not going to turn into a fucking tent revival. This is not going to turn into a Bible channel, right? It's also not going to turn into the gay hookup like it almost has in the past, right? Yeah. But yeah, maybe I will go watch. Maybe we will play back the OTW. That'll lighten the mood a little bit. I need to eat some kimchi anyway. I'm not pooping anymore. I don't know if y'all know this. Maybe that's TMI, but I haven't been pooping in quite some time. What I mean by is I've been very, very regular for most of this, whatever I've been going through in the last year. And again, I can't even talk about it now, right? So whatever I've been going through in the last year, I can't even talk about it. And again, I guess maybe I'll dust off the old wallet, right, and put my website back up, and I can talk about my physicality all I want on my website. So maybe we'll do that. Who knows? There's lots of possibilities. Shout out to EBT. He's live. And is highly suspect still in the house? I don't know if he's here or not. Give me a second. Any particular part of his OTW's broadcast he went 11 hours yesterday? Oh, that's 2 days ago. Never mind. Good Lord. Oh, Weird Wednesday. Where should I jump in here?
Yeah, good people, man.
Well, thank you.
Wow. Cramping hard. Imagine being a grown man and I'm bloated and I'm cramping like a motherfucker.
So you asked me
right
earlier if Patrick was married. Are you married, Billy Bob?
I'm not.
Why aren't you married?
Can't find a good wife.
Oh, why is that?
Oh, come on, man. I'm not good looking.
Well, no, you're drunk and you're on pills, it sounds like. So, yeah. Why would a good woman wouldn't have anything to do with you, sir? I mean, let's just call it what it is.
Yeah, you're decent. You're average.
Oh, come on.
By the way, women don't really care about looks, most of them. Some of them do. But most women really don't care about looks like we think they do. Yeah, they care, but they're not like us in that way. They're way more evolved than us when it comes to that stuff. But I'm speaking very generally, folks.
Stop.
And see, that's another thing. I can just play other people's content, hear one fucking sentence, and I can talk for 45 minutes, right? Hashtag content machine.
No, I'm serious. And you're former military.
Creepy fucking weirdo. Who look at this guy. He's a creepy fucking weirdo.
Love military dudes.
Oh, it's right from the start? Okay. Let's go to the start then. Is it OTW with the Love Fest? Looks like he's getting super chats. So, yeah, that's it. That's cool.
Much love, man.
And I want to say this, whether I'll just put it out there, whether we, the broadcasters, such as OTW and myself, I won't speak for him, but, whether or not we need the money, do you think it doesn't help inspire us? And you think it doesn't help keep us going when every once in a while a fucking super chat or a super sticker shows up on the screen? And yeah, I understand people don't want to give 30% to YouTube, but it's a different thing than, a Cash App hitting my phone, which is wonderful while I'm live. But, I'm not on the phone while I'm doing this broadcast, right? There's something to it popping up on the screen where everybody can see it. Now, I understand some folks want to be anonymous. That's fine. But I just mean generally. It's as a.
I'm trying the Talcott thing. Well, not really actually Talcott, but more like just a lovey-dovey thing. I don't know. Let's give it a name. Who wants to name this part of the show that we never did before that we're going to try today? Okay, lots of love from Australia. Fucking rock on, Australia. Much love to Australia. Everybody show some love to Australia. It's like, type there, Australia, I love you. And JEZ, I love you, man. I love you. I love your puke, too. You're so full of love. Let's love each other. How much love can we give tonight? Can we actually give out so much love tonight that we get sick of it and puke of love? Can we puke of love? Has anyone ever puked of love before? Like, you got so saturated with love that you were puking love? Is that possible? And, you know, love from Oklahoma. Rock on, Oklahoma. Love and much love. Rock on. Oh, yes. We got Jimmy Shively, man's in the house. He did a super chat. Goes, much love, much love. Yeah, right. Let's get it rocking in here. We want some love. Anybody wanting love out there? I love you. Come and take it. I got love to give tonight, baby. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We got people giving love to Oklahoma in there. Love from Indiana. Woo-hoo. Much love, Indiana. We love you, Indiana. Oh, yeah. Love from Buffalo. Hey, isn't Buffalo just so much full of love? It's incredible. I mean, like, there's so much love there. Let's talk about love, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that may be. Let's talk about love. Let's talk about love. I'm going out of my mind. But I'm out of my mind in love. Oh, wait, I think I left my dog outside. I love you. I bet the High Vibe Love Tribe would freaking love us tonight, man. Let's keep dropping those hearts and chat, and let's just love the world. Let's give so much love that people will feel the love coming from this channel, and they'll just be attracted by all that love and come on over here and be loved. How's that sound, guys? That sounds great to me. Just love it out. Just love. Just give so much love. We love each other. Okay. All right. So while we're loving like this, you know, we can click the like button and share the button. Click the share button. Duh. And you can also click the notification bell. What else is there to do? Did I do anything else? There's ways to support the channel. Oh, yeah, you got this new button here. Click join to be a member of the OTW News crew. Try that out. Got perks, got badges, got all kinds of cool stuff. Videos only for members. We organizing fucking games, with the members. And we're organizing as well watch some freaking awesome movies that you only pay $24.95 to watch on fucking Amazon when you can go and watch them here in OTW News with me for free. So, yeah, I'm going to get those things going. We only have 2 members. So as soon as we hit like 5 or 6 members, we'll be doing some streams just for the members, and create some awesome content with you guys and whatever it be of your choice. I mean, Jimmy, if you want to do like private streams where we train or something like that, and we can record it, fucking put it on our channel as content and fucking whatever. So check that out. And so let me drop the link again for anybody who wants to join in on the madness, because we are Weird Wednesday. And, the possibilities are phenomenal. Just keep loving each other down there. I want to see hearts, eh? After every phrase, I want to see some hearts and fucking kisses and shit. And I want the love vibe going down there in the chat. I want everybody to love each other. All right? Even the haters. They come in here and hate and start giving, love them. Tell them they're so loved. Okay? I don't want anybody to be left out. Even all the people that we're supposed to hate, let's just love them too. Snafu Snaps, I fucking love you. Yeah. Tommy, I love you, man.
Yeah, but remember, folks, you can't love a demon. And now a person can't be a demon, but you can't love the demonic entities within some of these folks. Hate to break it to the love fest here, but let's or I agree in principle, OT, but let's not forget that.
I just love you. You're the man. Jason John Swartz, I fucking love you, man. I love you. Satanic Warrior, I love you, dude. I love all of you, man. You're all awesome, great people. You're just the best. I love you all. Sunshine Time, I love you so much. Salted Cedar, I fucking love you, man. Rachel Zinger, I love you. Talcott Clip Collection, I love you. I really do love you, because you have talent, man. I love you. Okay, and we got Raina Lusted. I love you. I love you so much. I also love Bex, the Bex Factor. I love her, man. I love Bex. I love let me see who else I didn't love in chat here. Joshua, man. Phoenix Joshua Fox. I love you, brother. I love you, man. Who else? MGTOW forever. I love you, man. If that's Snafu Snaps, I love you, brother. Jimmy Shively, I love you. JEZ, I freaking love you, man. And Spear Taco 24, I love you, dude. You're like, man, Papa Will, man, I love your name. And I love you too. You got a great name. I wish I had a name that was so cool, because that's Papa Will. I will Papa. I love that. And we have Brandon Looney Tunes. I love you, brother. I love you. So much love, man. We have, who else can I love? Yolanda, I love you. I love you. I love you all. Oh, we got Fire Drake 009. I love you, man. I love you, man. That's it. Get it? That's it. I love you. You're loved. I've given it. It's out there. I'm loving everybody tonight. This is all love. I'm going beyond the Jack Talcott thing. I'm actually doing the action. I'm actually loving. I'm doing it. Okay, I'm loving you guys. Can't you see it? Can't you feel it? I'm loving you. More love. I want hearts. Not enough hearts down there, guys. I want some.
I did a live stream just now. I
ban your live streams.
And I'm having a big party Saturday with Society X and all his friends. So come in.
Okay.
I need to save space on StreamYard.
Okay.
But
well, saving face is better than saving face. So
I did red stream for tonight.
Okay, as long as we love each other, I'm all good.
Yeah, that's nuts. That's not nuts. You have a favorite character?
I don't know. Nubs, do you have a favorite character that you love?
Myself.
No, favorite Looney Tunes character.
Oh yeah.
Any Looney Tune that stops secrets and ends wars. That's the one I'm about.
It's Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew ends secrets and stops wars, man. You got to check him out. Pepe Le Pew's got it.
Much love, brothers.
He's French and he's in love. He's gonna stop wars and secrets with love. I love you guys. I love you all. Nubs going so crazy. His heart's gonna fucking explode with fucking love. I mean, people are gonna drop dead next to him. So much love coming out of him. People aren't gonna realize what's going on. What the fuck is this? Bang! You drop dead. You know, because people don't know what love is. Because nobody experiences love anymore. You know, because everybody's always hating all the time. Right? Right? So tonight we're just gonna love. Because obviously, you know, I know some fucking broadcasters who talk about fucking saving the world with love, but it's not actually loving anybody, right? So let's just fucking love each other.
So since we were talking about him, this is fascinating. So look at how Mitchell looks physically versus how he is inside. This is fucking fascinating to me. Let me full screen this. Hang on. Oops. Maybe. I find this fascinating, right? Especially with all these repressed homos in the so-called truth communities. Right. So you got one of the most demonically influenced people, but he has a certain presentment, right? Physically. Meanwhile, they talk about, Lucifer was supposedly, referred to as, radiant and brilliant and all these things. This is fascinating, man. It's fucking fascinating. I'm learning a lot about demonology. Mitchell's teaching me even more about demonology, which I know a lot about.
See, the difference between a lot of us
from personal experience.
And a lot of us is some of us know how to show love. And
so we know what Mitchell's internal space is like, but imagine being able to have that internal space, but then to look a certain type of way. Any of us, it seems like if we are feeling down, we're feeling bad inside, it's going to show on our face, right? So imagine being able to experience what he experiences, but to still visually look this way. It's fucking fascinating. Getting some screenshots.
And be love, and some of us don't. It's irony.
I hate you, brothers and sisters. I love you so much. Cage, I hate that you love.
Well, and then, of course, Mitchell wants to join in on the Love Fest and be viewed as if he's somehow a part of that, when he can't be a part of that. It's literally impossible.
The fact that you're hating right now, but
literally impossible. Boy, I'm hurting over here. This is getting pretty tough.
I love you. You understand? I even love the fact that you're hating, because I love everything about you, bro. You're one of the most awesome Canadians I ever met, and that is a lie. Wizard, I love you.
Might have to crank it up a little bit. We need to go. Yeah, we're gonna have to go 720. Bear with me, folks. I need to get some of this stuff for for future purposes. Back up a little bit.
Love.
Jackie's like, do I really gotta love Cage? Can I be excluded from this love shit, please?
No, man, you cannot be excluded from love. Love is omnipresent all over the place, and right now you're being bombarded with it. So I love you, brother. I'm fucking in love. I love you all. I love Nubs. I love Wizard. I love Mitch. Mitch, you're fucking great, man. I love you, man.
So remember, folks, Mitchell's what he posted. So do I still have that on my live chat? Hang on, let's go back. Let's go back. This is going to be very helpful, actually. Thank you, ladies, for tapping me into this. Because I would not have watched this, so this is very helpful. Ladies and gentlemen. All right. Thank you, Gary. Very, very well said. So let's go back while we have Mitchell on the screen. Let me see. Hang on. I'm going to have to go to one of my other computers here. Thankfully, there's multiple computers. I don't know if I'll be able to go far enough back in the chat, though. I might have to do it off of, yeah, I'll have to do it off the StreamYard here. All right, we're going to look at Mitchell visually, and I'm going to read the type of things he types, right? And we're going to see how easily somebody like me can be fooled, right? It happens very easily. So let's I'm going to...
Cage, you're an asshole, but I still love you, man. Fuck, I love you guys, man. Everybody in chat.
Who's trying to skip out on the fucking love?
Who?
Who's trying to skip out on love?
Cage.
I mean, just this is sick. Look what he's doing
Cage,
here.
what the fuck?
Look at this.
Obviously, Cage is the only one who doesn't want any love. But too bad.
I think he needs love, extra love.
Yeah, everybody give it.
This is a duper's delight also. I'm seeing some duper's
Extra love.
delight.
I want hearts in chat for Cage.
On his
you guys
face.
gotta fucking love Cage. He needs love, that guy, because he's fucking, you know, he's depressed. You know, he's always fucking negative and down, and you know, he's got a sad face, got fucking sunglasses on. He's in a depressive mood. He needs love, guys. Let's give him some fucking love, man. Love you, Cage. Chat, show Cage some love, guys. Come on, man. You guys see Sunshine Time's fucking loving you, Cage, in chat. You see that? Look at that, man.
Doesn't happen very often, Cage. You better love it up.
Jackie Fox is fucking loving you in fucking chat, dude. She's got fucking hearts and everything, dude. You're getting some love tonight, Cage, whether you like it or not, man. It's fucking love night. This is the love stream on OTW News. So anybody have any
he loves love because he came up on panel while it was love night.
Damon.
Right, so that's what he wanted. Of course he came up on Love Night.
At this.
He's freaking out in chat. Man, I'm getting so much love in chat. I wonder what it's like up on panel.
I was reading. I was reading the old chat, and I thought he'd come back.
Much love, brother.
Sorry about that.
Oh yeah, Jimmy Shively's fucking in love down in chat. He's going so crazy. His heart's gonna fucking explode with fucking love. I mean, people are gonna drop dead next to him. So much love coming out of him. People aren't gonna realize what's going on. What the fuck is this? Bang! They drop dead. You know, because people don't know what love is. Because nobody experiences love anymore. You know, because everybody's always hating all the time. Right? Right? So tonight we're just gonna love, because obviously, you know, I know some fucking broadcasters who talk about fucking saving the world with love, but it's not actually loving anybody, right? So let's just fucking love each other.
See, the difference between a lot of us and a lot of us is some.
So this is the presentment, right? So let's have Mitchell on the screen. I'm gonna read some of his comments. See, this is where I can be fooled, right? Actually, I'm going to kill the audio. We're just going to watch Mitchell. I wish I could zoom in on this. But let's watch Mitchell's face while I read his comments. Well, you must not need to be spiritually attacked like I need to be spiritually attacked. I mean, I'm assuming that's what it is, Jackie. So look at the face, right? And let's I'm going to read some of what he's posted in this chat today. All right. I'm going to have to pause it. He's moving around too much. I had him on the screen earlier. Where'd he go? All right, there he is. He said, Benton, thank you for letting me use your Grindr picture as my profile picture, he says. I'm going to get one where he's looking particularly pretty here. Let's see. I had it earlier, and I don't know where it is. There's the Duper's Delight again. The fake laughter. The Duper's Delight. I have to 1.5 it. Oh, it is 1.5. Bear with me, folks. This is I remember he was. Yep, he's prettying it up again. Must be driving. Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Benton. At Benton, thank you for letting me use your Grindr picture as my profile picture. Then we get into, yeah, hang on. Yeah, YouTube doesn't like gay homeless dudes lying about cancer for money. That's the next one. And then we have Benton gets all his nutrients from truckers. Lot Lizard Benton sucks the nutrients right out of them for money. So when you see that face, smiling and laughing and engaging in the love fest, that's the fake Mitchell. The real Mitchell comes over here and types things like that at me. And he also says Benton wears that gay scarf to catch trucker semen. Again, that's the person on the screen there who's involved in the love fest. See? And then he says, I defended Dick's duplicitous assertion without knowing the meaning. I feel bad for you. You are probably going to need a psyche eval. And then he also says, you retailers really think I'm Mitchell. No, we know you're Mitchell. And see, Keith, he left. See, Keith is trying to say no contact and no supply. No, That will not work in this case, sir. Now, if everybody does it, then it will work. And then he also says, why would I trash my chew toy? Too much fun watching lol cows self-destruct and blame Mitchell's demons in the name of Jesus. See, that he's having fun. So can we really believe that the person who comes over here and types like that is even capable of joining in on the love fest? No, but there he is, see, and that's what the Bible talks about. You know, the sons of God came to present themselves to the Lord, and Satan also came in their midst, right? Keep your enemies close and your fucking heat closer here, man. This is the enemy right here in our midst. There he is. And that's what the enemy looks like at times. Yeah, it's fucking wild out here.
Entertainment here.
Oh, sorry. See, that was a love burp.
Oh, I love the way you burp.
It was just a beautiful love burp.
Yeah. Jack really did a number on you, didn't he? Did Jack come over and love on you too much?
No, man, I didn't even see Jack. I don't give a fuck what Jack did, but I love Jack. All right, I love Jack. I love Zetetic Warrior. I love Paul. I fucking love every fucking miscreant out there. That's
there. It was. There it was.
I love Jack. I love Zetetic Warrior. I love Paul. I fucking love every.
Yeah, I'm getting all of this. I'm gonna have to screen record this at some point.
Every fucking miscreant out there.
Yeah, at some point I'm going to screen record just Mitchell, and then I'm going to play him and read his comments as they come in.
It's like a fucking dumb motherfucker. I still love you, man. Except if
What a fucking nightmare.
You're a pedophile. But besides that, I love you, man.
Whoa.
Mitchell, I see your fucking face, dude. I love your face, man. I love your hair, too. And I think you have a nice truck and a pretty awesome
Yeah,
dog.
that's the problem.
So, yeah, I love you, man. And a pretty awesome dog. So, yeah, I love you, man.
This is fucking insane, man. What is wrong with me, Keith? Highly suspect that I fall for people like this.
Hey, G, I love you too, brother. I love you. I see you in chat. I saw that, man. I love you, G.
What is wrong with me?
Thanks for being here. I love you, G. Wow. See, nobody
If we
live with love.
because it's the actual you're a lover, aren't you? Happy to mention fear, just love. Love, brothers. Mitchell, you're a lover, aren't you?
Hey, I'm copywriting that. Live with love. I'm taking.
Wow. This is wild, man.
Ownership of it right here now.
Life's a trip, man.
It's recorded. It's on record on YouTube. It's mine. It belongs to me. I'm gonna go put an intellectual property on that.
Now,
are you sitting too close to a tower, sir?
Will Mitchell ever actually join in on the Love Fest verbally? Is the question.
Like a computer time?
Yeah, I have some of that, Roy. The thing is, I think what's more helpful is the juxtaposition of how he presents himself here with how he types, right? Yeah, he never joins in on the Love Fest, does he? Exactly. Just like he never, ever admits to wrongdoing when he goes into these chats and types all this stuff. Because if you folks remember back when I thought this could still work, when me and him just yelled at each other for like 15 minutes, and he did behave himself better for like the next week. He wasn't quite as weird and creepy in the chat. But yeah, we might put him on the screen here and then put him on the screen yelling and going off on Bex, right? But you know what that is, right? That's jealousy, because that he was jealous of Bex because I was spending so much time with Bex. That's literally what that is. I don't know if y'all know that.
Tower? Yeah, it's like right next to me. Right on the floor.
No, like a communications tower.
Good to see you, Snap.
Well, I have like an antenna to cap like for like because I don't have cable, but
that explains it all.
Channels. So I have
that explains it all.
Yeah, but they're fucking because I don't have cable, but
that explains it all.
Channels.
And you realize the person who can come in here and type these things about me today is not capable of finding any of this amusing, jovial, or funny, right? So this is completely fucking, this is just a total act right here. This is all this is. But look how people like me fall for this.
So I have
that explains it all.
And look at who the enemy sends, right? Look at who the enemy sends against me. It's folks like this. For now, but that won't be the case in the future.
Yeah, but they're fucking beaming me with the love tonight, man. Sorry. Okay. It's kind of
Yeah, I need to download this. Actually, I need to download this.
Beaming me with the love. Okay. Sorry. I love you. I love you. If I don't say I love you at least 375,000 times tonight, I'm gonna get fired.
Well, we should definitely do a 360 U-turn.
Oh, I love those. Those ones are my favorite.
So it's funny to me that you know, you got the love fest going on, and it's like myself and others don't notice that Mitchell just makes some facial expressions, but he'll never actually gets into the love fest, right? And then Hecklebus, who even knows what he's doing?
I mean, the 360 U-turn, guys. Have you ever really heard about that? I mean, there's only one man on earth who can really achieve doing that. His name is London Man, and I love that guy. I mean, I love you, London. You're so lovable. I mean, I love it when you jack off on other people's streams too. I mean, I think that's pretty awesome, man. Wow. I mean, how can we not love you, man? How can we not love you? Right? Nubs, come on, we gotta love it, right? Let's love London Man and his 360 U-turns. I mean, nobody else on this planet can do that except him. He can actually achieve a 360 U-turn. I don't know. I spent 3 days on a chalkboard trying to mathematically figure that out, and I still haven't gotten to it. I'm about to call NASA and see what their take is on that, because it's just mind-blowing, the 360 U-turn, guys. But besides that, I mean, I love you. Liberator of Self. I just saw you walk in to the chat. I love you, man. I love you, Liberator of Self. I love you. Who else? Okay, I want to make sure I don't miss anybody that walks in here today. Mitch, stop fucking
Mitchell,
around.
how have you spread love today?
I spread some in the chat right now.
Okay. Just testing. It's a love test.
Well, he spread some in the chat, but you're right here, sir. You could speak the words. And I don't know what he's typing into the chat. Should I look here? I don't see any chat. I don't see any love being spread in the chat. Oh, he posted a yellow heart. So a yellow heart is spreading love in the chat, apparently. And he also posted his Cash App.
Yolanda says 360 U-turn love bomb. Don Juan DeMarco says 133K subs and 33 watching. That's a lot of threes.
I love threes.
Yeah, threes are awesome. I love threes. Threes are the best. I mean, the number 3 is like one of the best numbers ever.
By the way,
honestly, it's like, I mean, without 3, you wouldn't have 6 or 9. Think about it.
Very true. And then you couldn't do U-turns.
True that. And especially when you turn the 3, right side up, then you have like a double U, right?
I don't know what this world would do with 2 nubs.
And then if you took that double U and you clamped them together, it would make it a perfect circle, and that would be your 360. But I'm still trying to figure out the U-turn.
It's not quite going the right way. Couple degrees off, 5 degrees of separation, isn't that what it is? Or is it 3 degrees of separation?
6 degrees of separation, the expression anyway.
I think it's 5 or 3.
Wizard, it's been a little while since I said I love you, man. So I just want to make sure I keep that up to date, man. I love you, Wizard. Just make sure I don't forget anybody, or if it's been a while since I said I love you, don't hesitate to tell me. Because I might be forgetful. I'm supposed to be some here. So,
Mitchell, are you loving something right now?
Sometimes the
yeah, okay, that's not what I thought. That is not what I thought the loving was. Nevertheless, okay, that's
you.
Sometimes the I don't know why it does this. It won't give me the separate slider for the music, which is bizarre. But sometimes it does. It's just computers. They just do whatever they want. Have y'all ever noticed that? Because I need to turn the music down relative to the talking, but it won't let me do that for some reason. How strange.
Don't hesitate to tell me, because I might be forgetful. I am smoking some weed here. So,
Mitchell, are you loving something right now?
Yeah,
okay, that's not what I thought. That is not what I thought the loving was. Nevertheless,
we're all loving the same thing right now, I think. Oh, don't you just love that? Oh.
Hey, Wizard, that gorilla has almost the same haircut as you do.
Moose, I love you, man. I love you, brother. So much love. I love you, Moose. Come on up here and show us some love. I want a moose A loving moose tonight. Come up here. Come and tell everybody how much you love them, and we love you.
Talcott Clip Collection has a short about Mitchell, apparently. Is this
I
it?
think it's obvious by now that I'm only getting stronger. I'm only getting better. I'm only getting more in control of my emotions and more articulate.
A few minutes later.
Let me fucking answer a fucking question or don't ask me another one, you dumb bitch. If I feel like I have a message that needs to be heard, it's my responsibility to be able to communicate it effectively.
A few minutes later.
All right, well then fuck off, bitch. I'm very positive. What the fuck? What are you talking?
See, I think his chats are way more represent him. I don't think this represents him that bad. Honestly, compared to what he types. What he types is far beyond what this is.
Talking about.
A few minutes later.
Use against Verily.
Is my perception.
For someone who's so concerned
This
about
just makes him look nuts.
what people have left behind them for the
And we all pretty much accept that he's nuts, right?
record, are you in a self-sabotage mode tonight?
No, I'm good. I think it's obvious by now that I'm only getting stronger.
Yeah. That's an interesting clip, though. And he was on Paul. Something happened. I'm trying to remember. Mitchell did something on there. It's funny how my memory's not so good anymore.
You're the best moose that could ever moose a moose. So please moose up here, man. Let's do some moose loving. Bex, click the link. Come and love up here. Let's love some people. She goes, she just lit a doobie. That's a perfect time to come up here and start loving somebody.
Well, you can doobie love.
That's true. Michelle, Moretti, and Mitch have similar hair, seemingly. So let me see your hair, Mitch.
Now, what
Michelle,
happened
Moretti,
here?
and Mitch.
Oh, Bex got mentioned. Watch his face change.
Moose loving. A moose. So please moose up here, man.
Or he's reading the chat. I don't know. At some point, you can see his mood changes here. This is super. What is this?
We're all loving the same thing right now, I think. Oh, don't you just love that? Oh.
Hey, Wizard, that gorilla has almost the same haircut as you do.
So I think maybe it's Bex enters the chat here, and maybe that's what gets him.
Moose,
watch
I love
his
you, man.
face here.
I love you, brother. So much love. I love you, Moose. Come on up here and show us some love. I want a moose, a loving moose tonight. Come up here. Come and tell everybody how much you love them, and we love you. You're the best moose that could ever moose a moose. So please moose up here, man. Let's do some moose loving. Bex, click the link. Come and love up here. Let's love some people. She goes, she just lit a doobie. That's a perfect time to come up here and start loving somebody.
Well, you can doobie love.
Look at his face now. Bex got mentioned, and look at his face. Complete facial change. Wow.
Michelle, Moretti, and Mitch have similar hair, seemingly. So let me see your hair.
That's amazing.
Mitch, just so I can get an idea of what Michelle Moretti looks like.
Maybe he's born with it, but maybe it's Maybelline.
Okay, don't
Now
show me
back
your
to the
face, though,
act.
Mitch. Just the hair. Like, show me just your back.
He wants to see the backside, Mitchell.
Not a fucking shampoo commercial, man.
You see that? That's love right there. That's love.
Mitch, she wants your secret. She wants to know how come your hair, she says your hair looks nicer than hers. She's wondering what's your secret. How come they're so voluptuous and beautiful and silky?
I get it from my mom.
Silky.
I get it from my mom.
Okay, so she taught you how to love your hair, didn't she?
I just got my good looks from my mom.
Okay.
It's just how it is.
All right, so he's literally saying his father's fucking ugly. But
Yeah, he's kind of an ogre. I definitely look more like my mom.
all right, I think I look like my father. I don't know. I don't have any of those mom vibes. I have more of the personality vibe, mother thingy. The what's It's called there. What does Paul say?
The spirit of your mama.
The spirit of my mama.
Well, and that's,
you, Bex.
and that's the thing, right? Like, there's still a person in there, right? So, you know, he doesn't have full mastery of this act, right?
Lubass is in the house, man. I love you, Lubass. You're the one of the Ontarians that I kind of find the weirdest, but I still love you, bro. I love you, man. I love you, Lubass. I love Lubass. I love Lubass. Lubass is lovable. I love Lubass. I love you, man. Whoever comes up on panel is gonna get one hell of a loving. These guys know, man. When they came up, they got the whole love. They were bombed, like fucking nucleared. Apple Eater, much love. I love you. Dr. Till Ministry of Dude. I love you, man. You are so awesome. I love you. And Apple Eater, I mean, nothing else but love for you. Nothing else but love. I mean, you're so awesome. I mean, just a name. How can we not love your name? Ken of the North. I love you, man. And I also love the Patriots in the USA. I love you. So another 10 minutes. I mean, like, come on. I was going to go downtimes. Love you, brother. This is OTW News. What do you guys love each other? Mitch, what are you doing?
Struggling with this love thing.
Anybody. Make this work. Help out the channel. Let's go. Let's love each other. Mitch, what are you doing? Stop looking at the camera and not loving anybody. Do something. Love somebody.
I was just wondering. I was just thinking to myself, you know, Wizards seems to be struggling with this love thing. We need to involve him. He's seemingly a little left out.
It's the liking part. Wizard loves. It's whether he is liked or not. Do you not listen to the great man?
I can't share my love just by keeping my fucking mouth shut.
Yeah.
Told you.
Well, he's
so many different levels of love, ladies and gentlemen. There's silent love.
Well, at least Keith's not going to try to trick people into thinking that he's loving them, like Mitchell is.
There's tough love. There's active love. There's passive love. There's so many different adjectives for love. Oh,
silent
nice
love.
Guy. We got nice guy Eric Fitz backstage. Much love. I love you. He goes, Rev, I am a cool guy. Rev says, okay, cam up, Mr. Rev, dude. Whatever. So you're waving and everything. So you look like you're a real person. Let me as well. All right, let's experience to go through. I love you. I fucking love you, Jackie.
I love you.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna filter this. I'm just gonna bring up these new faces that we've never seen before.
I know, it's kind of strange. It's kind of funny.
What's up, guys? I'm here for the love stream.
Oh yeah, I love you, nice guy. I fucking love you, nice guy. I already love you, man. You're fucking awesome, bro.
Peace and love. Peace and
Wednesday
love.
night. It's hump day, baby. It's hump day.
Hump day, baby.
Woo! Oh, I'm loving the energy, you guys. I'm loving it.
So what you guys up to today?
We're loving today. We're gonna be loving for the next 6 minutes. Like next 6 thing. Hold on a second.
Do a backflip. There's no way I'm going to porn.
Plus, I don't have like a computer. I'm using it by phone, so it's kind of hard.
It's all right. We are live, ladies and gentlemen.
Just
it's okay. Anyway, if I get porn bombed, I'm just gonna... Say what? We're love bombing tonight.
Love bombing. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Just like Israel's doing to Palestine. Love bombing the heck out of it.
So nice
maybe
guy, Eric.
Maybe in their own way.
So where you from, nice guy, Eric? I'm just
where you from, nice guy?
South Florida, baby. I'm from Boca Raton. Boca Raton, South Florida.
We love Florida here, man. We fucking love Florida. Woo!
Boca, baby, Boca.
Is that a yarmulke?
Yeah, it's a yarmulke.
Well, I mean, do we know that he had a head injury, Gary Baxter? I'm not sure I'm willing to even accept that at this point, honestly. I mean, this is one of the biggest liars of all. I mean, he's a lying piece of garbage. Why do we believe him about his brain injury? Because his brain doesn't seem affected when he needs to attack spiritually, operating multiple sock accounts and typing specific things to attempt to elicit specific reactions. He's very competent when it comes to that. The brain injury doesn't affect that part of his brain somehow. Interesting how that goes, huh?
Of course.
I love yarmulkes.
Yeah, of course. My people do as well. Boca Raton, man. Come on.
Now all of a sudden everybody's a small hat.
What did you expect?
Just confirming.
I mean,
yeah, he is. I can tell.
My name is Pittsburgh. I mean, I know I do look like kind of a little bit like that lobster cartoon doctor from Futurama. I can't remember. His name was something Berg, but I'm not.
Yeah, you do.
Zoidberg.
Do the little thing in front of your face with the fingers. Yep.
I want to hear him do it again like it's practice. My name is Pittsburgh.
All right, so what's the topic? What else besides spreading love are we doing?
That
love
is
the word of the day, and we're spreading it.
All right,
love is question and Q&A with the panel. Whatever, guys got questions, things you want to bring up, topics. It's all open panel tonight. It's kind of like It's open buffet.
Rev, do you have long hair?
Me?
Yes.
It's shaven. Clearly.
It's shaven.
I'm on camera. There's no hair.
No, not.
No, he's talking
Rev.
about me. Yes, I have long hair.
Okay, we need to switch my position and Rev so we can have the long-haired hippies on the one side. I'll go in the middle because I'm intermediate. You know, pretty short. Wizard.
Did Wizard forget
just
that he
needs to
doesn't
stay
have
where
long
he is.
hair
He's
anymore?
perfect where he is.
Are we segregating people by hairstyle, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I do appreciate segregation. Hugs.
Who's that?
Levi? I can't read his name. It's so. I told you I had.
So anyways, do you believe that they run Hollywood?
Hey, she's Italian, not one of the chosen people.
She's the one that killed the Italian or the chosen people, right?
Yeah.
Exactly, dude. Fucking Mussolini. They joined the fucking what?
So you're the thing that you're the lightest thing. You're the airiest thing.
I don't have Father Chaton.
I would disagree.
Yeah.
Dude, you're fucking joke.
Hey, look, I'm just glad I don't believe in killing people. How about that?
Wait, no.
You just said you came up and killed somebody.
No,
Didn't you?
He didn't say that. You know why we have to pick Israel? Because we give them $10 million a fucking day.
I don't give anybody.
I've never-
I don't give anybody $10 million. Who's this we, sir? I don't give anybody $10 million a day. I don't have $10 million. What are you talking about? I can't deal with the geopolitics stuff. I just can't deal. I can't do it.
Killed somebody. You're right.
No, but you say kill, dude. But like, what branch were you?
Billy.
I joined the Marines. What are you drinking, sir?
Let me hear out.
What are you drinking?
What branch were you in?
Billy,
What are you drinking
I
first?
want to know what you're drinking first.
Well, is the love fest over?
Yeah, no. Fuck what he's drinking, dude. Like, what?
No, what are you drinking?
And by the way, do you think it's a coincidence these are the type of folks that want to talk about Israel and all this stuff? Bozos.
I'm smoking. Even Wizards lost. Even Wizards lost on this one.
I disagree, Gary. I disagree. That's most of our federal income taxes goes to pay the interest on the national debt. And in fact, I want to point out, see, this is when people don't understand finance. And this is why I get annoyed with people about finances. So, United States budget deficit, 2023. $2 trillion, Gary. $2,000 billion, sir, in the budget deficit for fiscal year 2023, double the previous year. So, Gary, you can't just say that our taxes pay for specific things because that's not true. For that to be true, the federal government would have to only be able to spend what it takes in. It creates $2 trillion out of nothing and spends that. Do you see what I'm saying? The system wants you to think that your tax dollars are going to Ukraine, Israel, free money for immigrants. That's not what your money goes to, Gary. Most of your federal income taxes literally goes to service the debt. AKA, it goes directly to already rich bankers. See? The money they give to Israel, Ukraine, Afghanistan, Iraq, or whatever they just hand out, they create that out of thin air and just give it away. $2,000 billion. Poof. Did not exist. Now it exists. See? What is the actual federal budget, by the way? This is the deficit. So what are they expected to take in? Okay. Fiscal year 2023 tax receipts. United States. It says 3.97 trillion collected. Now that's not just income tax. It's income received from taxes and other sources. Right. So there's already going to be some fuckery in there. But we need to figure out what do normal tax-paying Americans pay in. Individual income taxes, 1.96 trillion. which is 49% of total revenue. So that's then doubled and just created. So twice what they take in from us, right, goes to just is created. So no, your tax dollars don't pay for these things. Corporate income taxes is $324 billion. Social Security and Medicare taxes, although we do pay into that also, right? That's how much? 1.48. But hypothetically, some of that's set aside, although as we know, it's probably not. And then again, this is just what they tell us, right? Yeah. So you have to account for the $2 trillion that's just created out of nowhere. You can't say that our tax dollars pay for it. That's not true. It's just simply not true. But they want you to believe that. They want you to fall back on that. No, your tax dollars don't pay for that. Now let's go and look at this, Gary. How much does it cost to service the interest on the national debt? United States. 2022, it was $476 billion, $500 billion on net interest costs on the national debt. That total, which grew by 35% from $352 billion, was the largest amount ever, and they're saying it's about to hit $1 trillion very quickly. Yeah, interest costs on the national debt are on track, and this is gonna explode pretty soon. It will eat up every single bit of what they claim that they take in income tax. The CBO projects that annual interest costs will rise to a staggering $1.4 trillion by 2033. And it could happen sooner. To contextualize that rapid growth, consider that the federal government spent about $1.3 billion per day on interest payments in 2022. By 2033, the nation will spend about $3.9 billion per day. That's just to service the debt. That has nothing to do with new debt. And again, $2 trillion budget deficit. So until people address and resolve all of that, it's simply not the case that your tax dollars are going to all these countries. No, they are not. But of course, the system wants you to think that.
That sounded like a
Yeah.
Who's on first? No, he's on second.
Thank you,
What do you mean?
Trout.
No, he's
Thank
on
you.
third.
Army.
Well, in fact, if you look at the history of income tax in this country, how did income tax become a thing? They only ever instituted income tax because of a bankruptcy, right? This was what was happened. Income tax came about, again, do your own research. Don't take my word for it. My understanding is that income tax came about in the first place in this country because of the Great Depression. Although it may have been instituted prior to that, it was very limited from what I understand. But that was, the bankers made that agreement. They basically signed the taxpayer up to fund and back the government itself. Prior to that, that was not the case in this country. And that's what limited the government being able to grow and grow and grow and grow and grow, was it couldn't finance itself. Here's how the government finances itself now, through you and me and everybody else that pays taxes. And no, the government does not take in your taxes and give it to other countries. They take in your taxes and give it to bankers. And that was the agreement that was made. And that's how federal income tax became a thing in the first place, folks. So that the government can create money out of nothing and then give that to other countries. See how it works? I don't know. It's a good question. I actually don't know all of this history. Watermelon season's over, unfortunately. I had absolutely no problem The regularity was not an issue. But again, we can't even talk about the healing bit. We just can't talk about it on this channel, unfortunately. It sucks, but we just can't. We can't even go there. We can't talk about specific conditions and then things that might resolve those conditions. So but yeah, I'll have to you're not doing that. Let me discipline myself. See, I can't connect what I'm feeling and what I'm experiencing to a specific food or a specific supplement. YouTube won't have it. But yeah, the watermelon season's over, unfortunately. Yeah, I miss them too. Yeah, 1933. That's what I thought, Tribe. I was pretty sure that was the case. Yeah, and what was 33? That was coming out of the Great Depression, which was managed as a bankruptcy, as far as I can tell, right? But can a country with resources and people, can a country even go bankrupt? See, what went bankrupt? Was it the corporation went bankrupt? I know Academy Sports went bankrupt like 20 years ago now, and they've continued to operate the entire time. So bankruptcy doesn't mean going out of business, but people think it does.
Kill.
Who the fuck is Billy? Go ahead with me. Go ahead. The floor's yours, bro.
Hey, Billy the Kid. I may not look old, but I'm an old motherfucker. Man, if you look behind me, there's a book called Hitler's Willing Executioners. I urge you to read it. Read it and comprehend your part. It's called Hitler's Willing Executioners. Hitler's Willing Executioners. And it will help you learn your role in what you do in everyday life, no matter where you're at or what. You are partaking in this government. You have an ID in your pocket at this moment, don't you?
All right, man.
Billy,
I want you to chug that down, man. No. Wait.
Billy?
No, don't encourage that one.
Billy, you have an ID in your pocket at this moment, don't you? Yes or no? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. And I want everybody to comprehend my belief.
He's going to go get his ID.
Yeah, but we don't want to see his ID.
He's so drunk, he's going to go and get it.
If you have an ID and don't know its specific intents, purposes, and uses, then you've been duped. Because unless you know how to qualify that identification and use it for the purposes it's meant to be used, it will be used against you.
It has, Wizard, it has.
Anything you say can and will be used against, anything you say or do can and will be used against you. Those are your Miranda rights, they say. So again, coin your words or curse your lips. Your actions speak louder than your words. You better be damn sure and be careful to maintain good works that are profitable unto men.
He's just representing the army properly, Wizard, for what they are.
Anyways, the point of it is, even the little grocery store, mom and pops, that is German-owned, were Hitler's willing executioners. After World War II, that country was displaced. 10 million Germans were displaced from their national point of origin. Along with, hold on, let me finish.
I want to say this.
Oh, no, you let me finish. This is an adult table for big boys, Billy.
Am I not?
Then shut up and listen like a big boy and quit interrupting like
Billy. Why do you guys want me to shut up then? Why do you have somebody shut up?
Soldier, shut your mouth!
Oh my God. Along with Operation Paperclip, where all those scientists and doctors and everybody came across, 10 million Jews were displaced, or Germans were displaced from Germany. And guess where most of them came? Right here. My own grandparents were Hitler's willing fucking executioners.
No. The problem with the Jews. No, the problem with the Jews.
So now it's a problem with the Jews. So now it's a problem with the Jews.
Yeah.
He's a good little soldier.
Like my mind melted and turned into love for some reason. I was like, love incarnated. I was giving so much love. I don't know why, but now it's gone. Now I'm good. I'm back to normal.
From love stream to Billy stream. What does Billy have to say? He's trying to say.
Here's my question.
He's got a question for you, McDowell.
For both y'all. Ready? I got ready.
Yep.
Pancakes, waffles, bacon. Where y'all at?
I see you leave, go to the side there, and come back.
I want to see your place. I actually do want to see your place, man.
I can't show you. I don't have like a.
Even if you wanted to,
here. I'm paraplegic. First of all, I'm paralyzed with 2 brain cells.
No,
2 of my brain cells are paralyzed.
Show me your place. Yeah, show me your place.
I have 4 brain cells. 2 of them are paralyzed. I'm paraplegic.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was just talking. My apologies, folks. I was just talking. Sorry about that. So Don Scruggs says, I've been preaching to people that taxes is how the government is keeping them broke. It doesn't matter how much you make. They will tax you back to broke anyway. Yeah, and what I found out is here in this town with these low wages in Arkansas, I can work 7 days a week. I can't necessarily just kill myself anymore. But, I could work 4 to 5 hours a day, 7 days a week, and I could almost support myself just living very frugally, except for what the government takes out of that literally income tax is the difference between me being able to earn a living and not. So most likely, and Don may not know that I lived as a homeless person for many years. And I've taken a 5-year break from homelessness by getting my CDL and working as an over-the-road long-haul truck driver. But I'm most likely not going to be doing that anymore for various reasons, and probably going to go back to literally living in the streets with nothing. Meanwhile, I have a lot of skills. I like to work, but it's not worth my time. The wages are so low, I can make better use of my time. But remember, in America, we only measure in money. So what that results in is my contributions to society are only valued if they can be measured and quantified in U.S. dollars. So I will be viewed once again as more or less a scumbag, a bum, a freeloader. But the reality is, it's the economy's job to incentivize me to go into the workforce. It's not my job to pull myself up by my bootstraps and to kill myself working insane hours just to be able to support my existence, when I know I can just literally go live by a dumpster somewhere, and the system itself claims that up to 40% of all the food ends up in the trash. So this idea of you don't work, you don't eat, that hasn't been true for a very long time. America still has such a high standard of living that I can easily not punch a clock and sustain my existence. I know, because I did it for about 8 years. Okay. It's not that difficult. I would prefer to work some part of the day, live stream some part of the day, take care of my basic needs some part of the day, and sleep. Right? That's what I would prefer. Instead of being outside, subject to the elements, subject to the fucking crime and just harsh conditions, sleeping rough. See, but the system cannot pay, or was not willing to pay me enough money. My time is too valuable to me. I am too highly skilled at using my own time productively in my own life, which ultimately is all I care about. I don't give a flying fuck about the United States. I don't give a flying fuck about this country. I don't give a flying fuck about this government. I care about me first and foremost. And anybody that doesn't like how that sounds, it's not my problem. I'm here for me. I came to this realm for me and my purposes, as best I can tell. Now, part of that is my purpose here is to, number one, to transcend the limitations I was born into. Check that off the list. I've already done that. Main mission of this life complete. And people are like, how can you be sure? I'm sure. I know it like I know anything else, because I'm sure, people. I don't need to be able to convince somebody else that I've completed the mission. The fact is, most of them haven't completed their main mission, which has nothing to do with me, you see. This is how this works. So now I'm on the side missions. Best I can tell, I have emptied myself of wickedness for the most part to be used as a vessel of the Most High to serve the people around me. Well, I don't want to serve. Well, what's that got to do with it? That's a preference, see? I know who I am. I know exactly what I am. Period. End of story. I know this being inside and out. And I got people out here that don't know themselves, see, that want to try to tell me something. How can you, and I don't mean you, I don't mean you, the audience member. I don't mean you, Don Scruggs. I mean, how can anybody tell me anything about me when they don't know themselves? Meanwhile, I'll borrow something from Mr. Paul Enslaved. A big part of how I kind of know y'all or the rest of these people is that I know me first, and I know y'all are more like me than you're not like me. The fact is, you're all here for your own purposes. You're all here for yourselves. Now, I understand kids and family responsibilities play into it. Well, I don't have none of that in my life. So if we, outside of family obligations and raising the children, we all came here for us. That's okay, right? But we get into these weird codependent dynamics that so many humans want to play upon. This idea of come together right now. Well, if the system promotes the idea of coming together at such a high level that Tavistock created the Beatles to put this fucking jingle in everybody's head through a Beatles song, and then we realize that most of what the system promotes is bad for us. Of course the system promotes a coming together, right? Yeah, and what does Paul say? There's weakness in numbers. Well, why have we been indoctrinated that there's strength in numbers? No, there's not. The only strength I can access is in here. I have no strength outside of this. I am the strongest thing you can ever imagine inside of here. There's something in me that's just greater than everything, right? But my strength does not extend past about my arm span, right? If you make a sphere that's more or less my arm span, I have almost no power outside of that energy sphere. I have almost no strength outside of that. So what do we see? We see most persons running around here, and I don't mean Don Scruggs. We see most people running around here, and they have everything backwards. They're not in touch with who and what they are. They're not in touch internally. And if I ain't talking to you, I ain't talking to you. But they're trying to do everything outside of that sphere, which can never bear fruit. They've been defeated. Their psychologies are necessarily products of the system, and they're defeated from day one. They never have a possibility of putting their best foot forward. They can't. So what do I see out here? I see people who are ineffectual. I see people who are ineffective. I see people who can't get out of their own way. Well, guess what? It's not my job to help these people. That's their fucking problem. I'm here for my purposes. I done figured it the fuck out. Not my problem if other people can't figure it out. Not my problem. Okay, I ain't the guru, G-U-R-U, here to fucking help the people unfuck themselves. Now, if they ask my specific advice, if somebody asks me a specific question because they have embarked on various processes and various practices to get to tap into their own internal power, do I not seem like somebody who's tapped into their internal power? I hope I do, because I am that, and I have to believe that shows through, right? Again, if other folks choose not to tap into the power within them, not my problem, because I'm not trying to come together and reform dystopia. This thing can't be reformed. This thing is exactly as it's supposed to be by design, as far as I can tell. Now, whatever reason I came here, whatever that even is debatable, right? We can talk about that. But I have apprehended the nature of this reality. And I will not be knocked off of that square by anybody. That's why my time is more valuable to me than somebody can pay me, because I took it to the streets for about 8 years, and these are the lessons I taught myself by watching me, watching the other people, watching society, walking around 10 miles a day for years. I'm not exaggerating, with 35-pound ruck on my back, and I wasn't in the military. 10 miles a day deep in my thoughts, listening to audiobooks, going to the library, reading books, right? Filling my head full of all sorts of knowledge my entire life. That's one thing, but as we know, we can't get to, if I have these goals of self-actualization and personal power, I can't get there just through the intellect. So years of throwing things into the mind, then the integration, mind, body, and spirit, came from years of using my time valuably instead of trading my hours for a handful of dimes. Shout out to Jim Morrison, see. So I will not go back to that. But meanwhile, I could spend 4 to 5 hours of my day, 7 days a week. I don't need days off. And I could still do at least 6 hours of live streams, except taxes is the one thing that makes that financially impossible, back to your point. So I'm being taught a lesson. I'm being sent a message to not even try. Meanwhile, I did arguably the most productive job, long haul truck driver. I still have a CDL. I can go back to that anytime I want. At least 5 times a week, just an email comes in on this phone where they're trying to get me to go to work for some trucking company, right? I know who and what I am. Good to see you, Don, who's now a subscriber, by the way. Thanks for being here. We appreciate you. We are going to take a quick break, so let me see. Exactly. Well, and this is why I figured this out, Don. He said they want me to keep working harder and harder for them. You're right. And see, I don't know how old you are. I'm 48. So my generation and the boomers, and remember, we're viewed as boomers there is no Gen X as far as the younger generations are concerned. In fact, Bret Easton Ellis is the writer of American Psycho and Less Than Zero. He's the only Gen Xer. I don't know if you notice this, but anytime the media needs to reference Gen X, they only ever do it through the mouthpiece of Bret Easton Ellis. How interesting, right? The writer of American Psycho and Less Than Zero, both of which were made into films. Yeah, 51. So you and I were socialized in a way to view hard work as if it was that was a glory all its own, right? To slave for a corporation, that was part of our self-image, to be seen as a hard worker. So when we see the younger folks not being hard workers, we have a certain type of reaction based on how we were socialized. No, these kids watched us, and they saw how foolhardy we were in busting our ass for years and years and years and years and years and letting corporations eat out our substance, and they're not going for it. Yeah, they're working for corporations, but they're only providing the minimum to the corporation. What do we see now? We see articles talking about how American workers' productivity's fallen through the floor. Good. Why should corporations get my valuable human essence, my time, energy, focus, and effort for pennies on the dollar? Why? That's insane. So United States worker productivity. But I'm in Arkansas, and people want to talk about how the kids are lazy. No, they're not. They're just not stupid like we were. The kids aren't lazy. They're just not dumb like we are. We're the ones who were dumb enough to go slave for these corporations for decades. Decades. Of course, now they want to lie to us and say that productivity's up, but no, it's not. Yeah, it's fallen through the fucking floor. Well, productivity growth. See, this is how sick this realm is, Don Scruggs. It's measured annual, so it's presumed that the productivity will grow every year, but most of that, I'm assuming, is chalked up to efficiencies that come through technology, right? But that's not the case. The fact is, it's falling through the floor because more and more people are seeing the futility in busting their ass while their coworkers adopt a strategy of intentional incompetence so that nothing is ever expected of them. And the main reason I left the workforce was, number one, I was going through some personal problems that I don't want to get into. They were self-inflicted, though. Number two, I had no problem showing up to work and doing a great fucking job. I was no longer willing to do three people's jobs. I was doing my job and 2 other people's jobs while they operated from a strategy of intentionally being incompetent. Well, guess what? They were right. I'm the dummy who would show up and bust my ass for the same amount of money they got for just standing around. That's me being stupid, not them. See? So the kids ain't lazy. The kids just aren't dumb like we were. Yeah, it hurts, but it's the truth. Yeah. Thank you, Void. I'm glad you agree. Yeah. Anyway, I got to go. I'll be right back, though. What should we watch in the meantime? Am I down to 24, folks? I thought I was cooking. I thought we were up to 40. Oh, back to 34. Good. Here we go. How morbidly obese people can lose weight binge eating 1 meal a day. This is our boy at Snake Diet. Let me get ready to drop his link. Copy link address. Let's see. Snake Diet channel. Indeed, and it's been a struggle to make the amount of progress I've made, but it was worth it. It was worth it, tribe. All right, Snake Diet channel. He'll start talking here in a minute. He does this thing where he likes to just sit here.
Hey, fatty! Tonight we're going to talk about 1 meal a day dieting and how it's impossible to get morbidly obese eating a meal a day. Unless you're drinking fucking calories, you fat fucking pig. Now, did you see the title of this video? I've been eating a meal a day for the last couple weeks, 3 weeks. And the last bit, I wanted to see where my weight would cap at. Okay, where would my weight cap if I just ate a loose fucking meal at night? No liquid calories, fast fucking food, fucking hamburgers from McDonald's, fucking A&W hamburgers, fucking Kentucky Fried fucking chicken. Okay, where would my weight cap? Okay, there's gonna be a place where it's gonna cap. Okay, on a meal a day, I'm only gonna eat so much fucking food in that fucking sitting, you fat fucking pigs. This is why I get sick of hearing this. Okay, there's no fucking way you can get up to fucking 300, 400, 500, 600, 700 pounds on a fucking meal a day diet. Okay, because my weight is capping at 190. 190. You know how much fucking food I've been eating? You know how much fucking food I have to eat to hold on to 190? Okay, that's like, I have to eat like 4,000 fucking calories. Fuck! Okay, you know how much food that is at McDonald's? Okay, like a double quarter pounder with cheese and bacon is like 800. With just cheese, it's like 740. Let's just say it's 800. Okay, if I ate 4 of those motherfuckers in a fucking meal at night, that's 3,200 fucking calories. I can't hold on to 190 body weight at 3,200. Okay, anybody who's eating that much and drinking a fuckload of water, if you're eating more than that and you're a man, you're completely self-sabotaging your weight loss progress. You don't want to lose weight. You're a fucking pig. Okay, who the fuck can eat more than that? Unless they're trying to fucking literally not get a result. Who the fuck is gonna eat more than 3,200 calories with a fucking burgers and a fucking McDonald's? Idiots. Okay, I hear this, oh, I can just eat like a fucking pig and fucking get up to fucking 300 pounds. Like fuck you can. Like fuck. I can out-eat almost every fucking person I've ever met in my life in a sitting. Okay? I've ate fucking 6 double quarter pounder fucking doubles in a fucking sitting and drank a pile of water and had a bunch of fucking peanut butters and shit. And walked away from it. Okay? The point I'm getting at, stop worrying about fucking getting ripped and just worry about sticking to a diet you can adhere to that's gonna get you decently fucking to a decent body weight. Okay, I'm talking to people, so you can't. There's no fucking way. If you're a fucking male that is doing anything, if you just got a fucking job, there is no fucking way eating 1 meal a fucking day, you're gonna end up being more than 50 pounds overweight eating trash. As long as you're not drinking fucking calories, because obviously, if I was drinking calories, how much more could I get in that meal? Fuck, how much more could I get in? Like another 2,000 calories? Fuck, a case of Pepsi is like 2,000 fucking calories and like fucking 1,800 or some shit? You know how easy it is to drink calories, you fat fucks? Okay, so I'm sitting here weighing 190 pounds right now, eating the loosest fucking meal a fucking day on the planet. And I can't get heavier than that. So how in the fuck are you fucking 300 pounds or more, idiot? Okay, how in the fuck are you that fat? Because you're drinking the calories, you idiot. Okay, a fucking woman, there's not a fucking woman, the fattest woman I fucking ever helped. Okay, she won't eat 2 of those double quarter pounders in a fucking sitting. Okay, the only fucking way you can get that heavy is with liquid calories and eating all day long. 1 meal a day diet will work. It will get you to a decent weight. You fucking do it on a clean diet, it's impossible to even get fat. Okay, like I ate like a fucking 8-piece fucking KFC the other night. Okay, and like their fucking side of potato salad. And then like probably almost a fucking full side of their fries. Okay, how much did I weigh the next day when I weighed in before I ate again? 190 again and again and again. Okay? If I fucking, as soon as I go back to my regular OMAD diet, I start cutting. Okay? If I'm doing a fucking clean OMAD diet, where I'm just eating like a fucking as much as I want in a meal, a fucking meal means I'm eating and I'm done. They're not talking a fucking 2-hour eating window, you idiot. If I went back to just a clean fucking OMAD meal, say I could eat I could eat a whole rotisserie chicken. And a fucking shit pile of fucking rice or fucking starch, and I'd be losing weight from 190. You get it? Like, fuck. Okay, that's how easy this shit is. Okay, people who keep bringing up fucking steak diet fat man. Okay, I spoke to him the other day. I'm giving him some help, but I barely talked to him. But the whole point was, a lot of these people that are fat like him, they tried everything. Okay, so all I fucking did to give him advice is change the focus. I just wanted to eat a meal a fucking day with no calories in fluid form. And then get his fucking fat cunt in the fucking gym and pump up. Okay? Just pump iron on a meal a day if you're a fat ass like him. Okay? He ain't gonna eat more than fucking 3,500. Fuck, he's still actually eating way less. Okay? A guy that big, people don't get it. If you're fucking doing any exercise at all and you're that fucking fat, you can eat 4,000 fucking calories in a meal, which most people will never do because it's too fucking much, idiot. If you're even trying to force that in, you're a fucking asshole. You're a fat asshole. You're not trying to lose weight anymore. You're just being a fucking pig. If you're not eating any liquid calories, no juice, no pop, ice cream, any of that shit, to eat 4,000 fucking calories, but a guy the size of Matthew, he could eat a 4,000 calorie fucking diet on a meal a day, which he would have to force that in. And as long as he was pumping iron like a fucking maniac and getting in some cardio, he would be losing body fat and recomping on that. You get it? Okay, and so 3,000 like who in the fuck even eats 3,000 calories in a sitting? Okay, if you're eating more than that, you're just being a fucking fat asshole pig. Okay, 3 double quarter pounders. The reason I'm using the quarter pounders is for the example, because that's the fucking diet I did 100 years ago when I was eating 1 meal a day. And I maintained 170 on 3 double quarter pounders. And in fact, I was eating peanut butters as well. And their salads, which had no calories. But I was eating their fucking peanut butters to try to bring up to 3 grams. And I was just fucking basically controlling with the peanut butters, but the burgers were always the same. Double quarter pounders with cheese and bacon. 3 of those fuckers is 2,400 fucking calories. If I went to 3 double quarter pounders right now and only ate 3 doubles every night, 1 meal a day, I'll fucking chip down to 174 fucking pounds from 190. Okay? This 190 weight that I weigh right now, that's me force feeding for fuck's sakes to fucking hold 190. Fuck! Okay, don't tell me that OMAD's not gonna fucking get you to somewhere that's at least close to a fucking respectable fucking body weight. As long as you're not
See you later, Mr. Steven. Thanks for being here. Hope to see you later.
drinking the calories, you fat fucking idiots. For no reason whatsoever.
I agree.
Just drinking fucking pop and juice, you fucking fat pigs. And eating ice cream, all the easy calories.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? If you eat a dirty 1 meal a day motherfucking diet, and you are morbidly fucking obese, you will get down to a body weight that is probably within 50 pounds of your perfect body weight, at minimum. Probably closer than that. Okay? You hear me? Okay, weight loss is king. I don't give a fuck. Okay? If Matthew's gonna fucking eat fucking hamburgers for fucking dinner, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, who cares?
As long as he gets his fat fucking lazy ass in the gym. Okay? Bulking season, bitch. Fuck some of these fat fucking pigs. They might as well, if they actually just ate fucking clean food, like a fucking whole chicken and a pile of rice or whatever, on a meal a day diet, till they're fucking full and just went to the gym every day, they'd get there. It'd be slower weight loss, but they'd get there. But nobody wants to put in the fucking work. No one wants to wait. Okay, but that's why you change your mindset. Okay, so ask yourself, what can I stick to? Can you stick to a meal a day? Eating fucking Subway, McDonald's, KFC, whatever the fuck, every night? I'm not even asking you to eat clean. Can you stick to a meal a day eating junk even? Of course you can. If you can, you're a fucking fat loser. Of course you can, idiot. And then you fucking start fucking around with some black coffee. Okay, which I told him, I don't know if he said it properly in his fucking video. What I told him is he could fuck around with fucking tea, green, or black fucking neat coffee. Nothing in it. Pre-fucking workout. Doesn't matter what time you fucking drink it at night. Okay, I've been fucking around with this too. You can drink that fucking black coffee fucking at night, as long as you put that workout on it, and you work out hard, and do a pile of fucking cardio and sweat like a pig, you're gonna fucking get that caffeine out of your system way faster than if you just sit on your cunt on the coffee. Okay, and if you want to just use green tea, whatever, or nothing. on a rest day? Nothing. It's just a tactic to kill fucking hunger even more. So then when the fucking people go to eat their fucking dog shit meal at night, as long as they're not drinking calories, they're not even gonna be barely hungry. Okay, that's when a normal fucking size meal will happen. 2,000 cal. 2,000 cal for a man on a meal a day diet is a good amount of fucking food. If it's clean, it's a pile of fucking food. You get into fucking snake juice during the day, in the morning, and start your day off with a fucking hot glass of snake juice. Okay? Push that fucking, if you're gonna have black coffee, you push it. You push it. Okay, if I fucking train at 5 o'clock, I'll have the coffee right before. I'll go to McDonald's, I'll get a large. Nothing. A large black fucking coffee. Okay, on the rest they won't fucking do anything. I won't drink shit. Okay? People gotta understand, a meal a day. I'm 190 right now. I can't get fatter than fucking 190 eating like a pig on a meal a day fucking diet, as long as I don't eat ice cream or drink any fucking calories. I can eat a large pizza every fucking night from fucking Pizza Hut or Boston Pizza, and guess what my weight would be? I'd lose weight on that. In fact, I would lose weight if I ate a large Boston Pizza that was loaded up. They're special. I would probably come back down to about 185, 184. Fuck, I might even hit 180 on the large pizza. And that's with me training hard, fucking some swimming, some cardio. I don't expect people to do as much as I'm doing. But like, fuck, that's with me eating 35 fucking 100 to 4,000 calories a fucking sitting. Okay? And the only reason I can even eat that much because I can eat a lot. Okay? I can eat a lot and still be fairly comfortable. Okay? Like, fuck, if you weigh fucking 500, 600 fucking pounds, what the fuck is your excuse? You know how much food these fat motherfuckers have to eat to maintain that body weight? They have to do nothing, and they have to eat like 5,000, 6,000 calories a fucking day. The only way they're doing that is with drinking calories and having a massive wide eating window where they're eating all day. As soon as they're not drinking the calories and they can push the fast to the end of the day, eat one fucking meal, they'll never hit that fucking calorie count. They won't hit that calorie count in a million fucking years. They don't care who the fuck they are. Okay, they don't eat that much. Tough guy. I'm a big eater. Tough guy. You don't eat shit. Okay, I'll eat you under the fucking table. Fuck. The other day I went to fucking A&W. I had 2 double quarter pounders or 2 fucking double teen burgers. And 2 fucking double matzo burgers, which is probably about the same as a quarter pounder. I don't even know the fucking calories on those. They're gonna be about the same as that double quarter pounder at McDonald's. Fuck, is that not enough? Fuck, I'm telling you, you can eat that if you're a fat cunt of a male. You can eat that much food in the sitting and still lose weight. You just gotta get your fucking cunt in the gym and pop up. Just pop. Okay, get fucking jacked, get huge. Okay, you're gonna lose the gut. You're gonna fucking get to a proper body weight. Are you gonna be ripped? No. But you're not gonna be a morbid obese pig. Okay, that's the fucking...
Nice. Shout out to the chat. Still got 30 in the house. How is everybody? I'm feeling pretty good. Feeling my oats after the spiritual warfare that we witnessed earlier. The Satan itself, as far as I could tell, acting through Mitchell, right? And, you know, that does remind me, doing my best not to go biblical on it, right? I'm not a Christian. I would never want to be confused for these bozos, these churchgoers, right? And if people go to church, that's your business. But, you know, certainly the churches are a complete and total failure. We see that. Well, hell, they're part of the corporation anyway. Those the 501(c)(3)s. They are the corporate. What's more corporate than churches in this country, right? That's one of the most corporate things there is, you know. But I'm not here to go in on religion, which is man-made, certainly. If people don't like that, not my problem. That is the case. I don't remember Christ bringing a fucking bureaucracy and a list of rules to follow, a checkbox, check the fucking list, and then you know, make it past the judgment. I don't think it works that way, but you know, as far as I can tell, this is the book of Job out here, y'all. And a lot of people misunderstand Job chapter 1. We should probably read that at some point, but don't take my word for it. You know, do your own research. I had ran into this homeless fella, and he kept wanting to say, well, this Genesis says this and says that, and finally I just said, hey man, I'd like to go through that with you. So he went and got a Bible, and what he was claiming was in there wasn't in there. He couldn't find it. You know, of course I knew that all along, but yeah, don't take my word for whatever the Bible might say. And again, I never agreed to follow the Bible as like a manual I got to adhere to, or a list of things I have to do. Bullshit. I ain't got to do nothing but live and die, partner. That's all I have to do here. I have to live and I got to die. I ain't got to do nothing beyond that. Basic bodily functions. Right? I can't be compelled to do much of anything. We can talk about rights and freedoms. We can talk about the government. We can talk about, well, you got to do this and you got to do that. I'm free to fuck off next to the dumpster behind some store, and what the system can compel me to do is almost nothing. There's almost nothing they can compel me to do without my consent. That list is virtually zero, right? Virtually zero. So in the book of Job, the sons of God, whatever that means, I guess angels, I don't fucking know. They've traveled, on the surface of the earth, apparently, to go and meet up with God or the Creator or the Lord, whatever, right? The universe, creation, I don't know. And it said Satan also came in their midst. So when God looked at the crowd, he surveyed them and said he saw Satan was in their midst, which kind of implies they didn't know Satan was in their midst, but that's not clearly stated to my memory. But so God's basically like, hey, Satan, what's happening, partner? And just talk to Satan like it was just normal. So why would I have any fear of Satan? I don't fear evil. I don't fear Satan. I hate evil. I hate Satan. Say, oh, you're not supposed to hate. Says who? I'm pretty sure the Bible says hate what's evil. Right? So I just unbanned Mitchell. Come on up, Mitchell, if you're listening. Let's drop the link. I'll talk to Satan. Let's talk to Satan himself. Let's talk to Lucifer. Right? Let's get Lucifer in here and talk to him. Let's see what he's got to say for himself. So yeah, come on down, Satan. The link's in the chat if you want to come express yourself. Right? Maybe we'll have a reading of Psalm 23. Come on down. The water's fine. There you go. Hate with the perfect hatred. That's right. Indeed, indeed. So yeah, I can't. God didn't have no problem talking to Satan. So what's happening, partner? And Satan says, you know me, man. I'm just out here doing my thing, seeking whom I may devour. Right? Seeing who I can, get to turn over to evil. Right? Seeing who I can influence. Indeed, Rachel. Indeed, evil that is. So people just assume, based on the story of Job, that then Satan mentions Job and says, hey, I see Job as, your servant, and you've blessed him and all of this. Let me have a shot at him. He'll curse you to your face. That's not what happened in the story. So Satan says, I'm just doing my thing, trying to find somebody to devour. God says, have you considered Job? See, God offered up Job to the enemy. As far as I can tell, I've been offered up to the enemy. So why would I fear the enemy? If I know what I am, and I do, if I'm tapped into my source, and I am, and if my source is that limitless being that we might call God or the universe or creation or the Most High, if that's what I am, at least in part. See, here comes Satan himself. Hey, Satan, what's happening, partner? Good to see you. Here, Satan also came in their midst. I love it. We'll hear what Satan has to say. We'll give Satan his 5 minutes.
It's Lucifer.
It's Lucifer? Is that what you said? What do we address these demons as? I want to talk to the demons. What do the demons want to be called? Is it Legion? What is it?
The Lucifer. You all right, man?
No name? Are they nameless? I want to know how to address the demons. Because I got to remind those demons, Mitchell, that the Lord's my shepherd, and I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in the green pastures, and he leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul, and he leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. And yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. So surely,
May I read
Mitchell,
along?
goodness and mercy shall follow me. In fact, do and have, and all the days of my life, and I will dwell
What
in the house
chapter are
of the
you reading
Lord forever.
from?
So what I'd like you to do is Google Psalm 23, King James Version, and go ahead and read that aloud for us if you would. So just let me know when you're ready.
No need for Google. What was it? Psalm what? Psalm what?
23.
Psalm 23.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right.
We'll see what level of demons we're dealing with here.
All right. I just woke up, man. Can you give me a minute?
Well, it might take a minute. In fact, it might not happen at all, but as I suspect. But you never know. Never know what we're dealing with. We'll see.
Psalm what? 24?
23, sir. 23.
23.
It's only 6 verses.
Hold on, I'm on
oh, excellent.
26, 23. All right.
Is this a hardback?
23 what?
The whole thing. It's only 6 verses.
Oh, okay.
1 through 6, baby.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in the green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod, thy staff, thy comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I'll dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Woo! That wasn't so hard, was it?
No, now you want to like look at
that
how
wasn't
the
so
Lord,
hard, was it? Hey, now I want
Notice
to
how-
read the chats from earlier.
No, now notice
Is this
how the
still on my
Lord is spelled in
StreamYard?
all
I'm
caps.
going to read the chats from earlier.
I direct you to the Chicago Styles Manual, page 666, and that'll teach you that you're worshiping the devil.
I'm going to read the chats.
Your Bible's been corrupted, sir, and so is your mind.
We got Benton wears that gay scarf to catch trucker semen. That was one of Mitchell's chats earlier. Then
That
we've
wasn't
got Benton
That
gets
wasn't-
all his nutrients from truckers. Lot Lizard Benton sucks the nutrients right out of them for money. That's another
wasn't
thing
me.
that Mitchell
More
typed into the chat
cognitive-
over here.
More cognitive dissonance.
Yeah.
That wasn't me, sir.
What else do we got?
Now, can you prove your claims about me saying anything about emotional support dog? And you want to see my man boobs? Because I'd like to see
But
them.
yeah, that's right. Mitchell, the lying piece of garbage is here.
You might be delusional.
He is, boy. He is in the house. Look at this
But
piece of trash, this lying filth here.
This
Woo.
underweight guy
Goodness
isn't
gracious.
watching fucking diet
Yeah,
videos
he said,
on
you
YouTube.
defended Dick's duplicitous assertion without knowing
And
the
I ain't
meaning. I
worried
feel bad
about my
for you.
man
You're probably
boobs or
going to need a
yours,
psyche val, he says.
sir. You ain't
Wow.
worried about none of these man boobs.
What a demon, boy.
Yeah.
I gotta point it to. I gotta give it
That's
to him.
why
Though.
you
Usually
can't
them
even
demons
look.
can't read Psalm
That's why you
23.
can't even
see.
face your
The
demons,
demons
sir.
usually can't read Psalm 23. He really must be in line for a promotion. He's going to go
Think you
back to
might
the
be the
head. He's
demon.
going to go
That's
back
why
to the
you
chief
gotta turn your
commander and say,
back.
"Man, that
'Cause you're
fool
scared
even
of
had
the
me
truth.
reading Psalm 23." Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Oh man,
You
I
can't
love it. You
face your
like it? I love
demons,
it, Mitchell.
sir. Why can't you face your demons?
Oh
scared?
man, what a nightmare,
Why you
Mitchell.
scared?
What a nightmare.
Don't be scared, Ben.
Praise
I'll
God.
give you a hug.
though. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus. Christ
He's trying
Jesus
to
has delivered
wield
me
his
from wicked
authority and
spirits,
manipulate
unclean
your
spirits, and
audience.
demonic spirits. Praise
But I
Almighty
noticed you
God in
only
the
had
mighty name of
4
Christ
likes
Jesus.
in an hour and a
Hallelujah.
half.
Praise God. Praise Almighty God in the
You
mighty
doubled
name
that
of
in
Christ
3
Jesus.
hours.
Yep.
You're doing
Praise
really
Him.
good, Ben.
Yes,
Your
indeed.
campaign's going really well,
He
sir.
he prepares the table before me in the presence of mine enemies. And thank you, enemy, for being here. I love my enemy for being here, because my enemy makes me more of what I already am. So it's amazing how the enemy's attacks can only ever strengthen me. So that's why I need to thank my enemy, Mitchell. Satan himself, almost, or certainly working his way up to a promotion, right? And man, that's got to be worth something, coming on live and reading Psalm 23. Boy, that was tough to get through too. He had trouble getting through that one. I bet he couldn't do it 5 times in a row. I bet he couldn't do it 5 times in a row. I'll just sit here and read it over and over. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want.
But I can't.
He maketh
I
me
have a hard
to
time
lie down
reading
in
out
green
loud.
pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths
My
of
brain and
righteousness
my
for his
mouth
name's
don't
sake.
connect sometimes.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. But Satan don't get to dwell in that house. Satan was cast down, Jack. He can't return to God. Satan can't return to God. I'm the one that can be redeemed, Mitchell. Whatever's infesting you, sir, can't return to the Lord. And I love it, because I don't love God as much as I hate evil, Jack. I hate evil. Why should Satan win? He is the defeated foe, Mitchell. Christ defeated Satan at Calvary, sir. It's a wrap. Well, the enemy knows his time is short. Yes, indeed. Hallelujah. Praise God. Praise Almighty God in the mighty name of Christ Jesus.
Is that your opinion,
Yes,
sir? I'd like to ask you to get
Now,
out
I don't
here
pray
and
for
just-
Mitchell. See, I don't pray for Mitchell. Because whatever them demons is, they is beyond redemption. So you got to get them up out of you first, partner. You got to get them up out of you first. I recommend Derek Prince. If you ever heard the preachings of Derek Prince, he's probably the person I've listened to talk about demons and demonology who was made the most impact on me. See, and when the demon come up out of you, Mitchell, it comes out the throat chakra. You cough it out. See, like an exorcism. It's expelled. See. And I've been through that process, sir. And if I got any of them left, it's that demon of wrath. And that demon of wrath knows it can't show itself. If it shows itself too strongly, it's going to have to get up out of here, see. So it can't quite show itself. So thank you, Mitchell, for coming at me so aggressively in the live chat and saying such slanderous, horrible lies that might cause me to lash out in wrath, see. But I'm not doing that now, am I? No, I am not. No, I am not. But shout out to Satan. Indeed. Shout out to Satan in the house. Good to see you, partner. Thanks for being my enemy and making me more of what I already am. See, that's what's funny about Satan and the demons. They try to destroy us, it just makes us stronger. If this world could destroy me, Mitchell, it would have already done so. You can't touch me, partner. And I know that drives your boss crazy. I know your boss don't like that, because we got demons in the chat with typing things. Let's read it again. Let's go back to what Mitchell typed.
You
in
often
the chat
prove
earlier.
you're the only one
Let's
trying
read
to
his own
destroy
words
you.
back to him. He said, Benton wears that gay scarf to catch trucker semen, is what he said. And we saw you on OTW. Do we need to play that again? You didn't join in on the Love Fest now, did you? Mitchell can't join in on the Love Fest, unfortunately. He can't join the Love Fest. He sat there. He said, they said, have you spread the love, Mitchell? They said, have you spread the love? And you know what he said? He said, I just posted some love in the chat, is what he said. Mitchell said, I posted some love in the chat. And I went and looked in the chat. It was a yellow, heart. Woo-wee. Look at Satan attacking right now, Jack. Look at him. He said, what else did he say? He said, let's read his words back to him. I should have copied and pasted this. should have copied and pasted this.
You'll be all right, Ben. Might need to get you a psyche, Val.
He
Put
said
you on
Benton gets all his
72
nutrients from truckers. Lot Lizard Benton sucks the nutrients right out of them for money.
I didn't
So
say
so
that.
this is a
take
man of
credit
God we're supposed to expect. This is a God-fearing carrier of Bibles. Is that what we're to expect here? You really going to convince me of that, Mitchell? I don't think so. Not when you're talking that way, sir. Mm-mm. No, sirree, Mitchell. So yeah.
We need your
Shout out to
your
the
help.
enemy. That's right. Mitchell, that lying piece of trash is here. Yes, he is. And everywhere you see him, don't address what he says. Call him what he is. Characterize him as the lying piece of trash that he embodies, because he embodies a lying piece of garbage. He embodies it. Isn't that amazing?
It's going so good.
His master's well pleased, isn't he? His master's. You in line for a promotion, Mitchell. And what I do is, see, I just view how the enemy that comes against me every time I speak on Christ, every time I invoke Christ from the Bible, I'm reminded of, I notice that the attacks come fast and furious, see. Every time I have the audacity to come out here and claim Christ and say there's power in the name of Jesus. Yes, sir. Every time I do that, here come the powerful enemies against me, and they get more powerful every time. So whatever that is in you, Mitchell, whatever those legion are, right? That's powerful, right? There's a lot of power in that.
Since I fucked your
Meanwhile,
mom
we
out
get
of
to see your
donations,
your
does that
purty
mean I'm your
face
stepdad?
up there on OTW with the Duper's Delight. Oh, we saw it. Let's play it. Let's play it. Let's put that on the screen. Where's OTW? Let's look. While we got Mitchell here talking, let's put him on the screen from OTW, and everybody can look at his purty face.
Since I fucked your mom out of donations, does that mean I'm your stepdaddy?
We got to show the people. We got to expose these demons for what they are. See, that's what we got to do. That's part of my job.
You don't even ask you for more, right?
What are the
Mitchell,
questions you got? I'm
Mitchell
curious.
said he joined in on a love fest because he posted a yellow heart.
Because everybody's
emoji
always hating
in the
all the
chat.
time,
That was,
right?
That was
Right?
Mitchell joining in on the love
So tonight
fest.
we're just gonna love, because obviously, I know some fucking broadcasters who talk about fucking saving the world with love.
Yeah, what's that
but it's
got
not
to do
actually
with the
loving
fact that
anybody,
Mitchell's a lying
right?
piece of
So
trash?
let's just
See,
fucking
that don't
love each
reflect
other.
on me when Mitchell's a lying piece of trash. See, look at him.
See, the difference
Look at him
between a
looking
lot
all
of us
pretty.
and a lot of us is some of us
Joining
know
in
how
on
to
the love
show
fest,
love,
but never
and
really
be
joining
love,
in on the love fest.
and some of
Meanwhile,
us
who ain't
don't.
on the love fest? Me.
It's irony.
I didn't even know. They had to
I love
tell
you,
me about the love
brother.
fest. I
love
didn't
you
know
so
nothing
much.
about it.
Cage, I hate that.
Because I ain't
you
about the
love
love.
the fact that you're hating.
I'm
right now. I
that
love you.
tough
You
love.
understand?
see.
I even love the fact that you're hating, because I love everything about you, bro. You're one of the most awesome Canadians I ever met.
I'm
That is a
the
lie.
drawer of the sword,
Wizard, I love you.
which proceedeth out of his mouth, the word of God.
What the fuck?
You know that Revelation chapter 19.
I'm not
You may
even- I'm
not
on
know
love.
much about
I'm on
Revelation
love.
chapter
I
19.
love
But
Michelle
them
Moretti.
demons inside of
You
you,
have
they
every
know all
single
about
reason in the world
Revelation
for me to
chapter
love you.
19, starting at verse 11.
Woohoo! Let's love, ladies and gentlemen. It's love night. Check out those hearts
But see,
in chat,
that's
man. Look at how much people actually
this
do have.
realm wants the
have a heart and love,
men
man. Check it
to
out.
think
Guys
that the
watching chat,
spirituality
people are fucking loving in chat.
and
Look
dare
at
I
all
say
those
the
hearts and all those
religion
kisses
that's
and all
got
that.
to
You
look
see,
like
all you need
love
is one person
and
out there to show a
care
little bit of love,
and
and it's
treating
not that
people
hard, and everybody else is
kindly.
gonna
How
do it
you
too.
gonna love a demon?
You don't need
I
to
have
have
to say-
a fucking doctorate and a fucking
sirree.
education to fucking love
When
somebody.
we see Satan, we got to call out Satan.
I would have to say I love Jimmy Shively's
Satan
emoji
got to be
game.
called out
It
and
is off the
exposed.
chart.
Otherwise, we have pretty boy Mitchell on the
Shelly,
screen
I love
here,
you. I see you in
joining
chat. I
in
love
on
you.
the love
Venus,
fest.
Cupcake, I love you. I saw you.
And,
You're not gonna get by that easy. I saw you.
His
I love you.
infested
I'm
with
happy to see you. I'm
demons.
glad you're here.
With the Duper's Delight on his face.
Everybody's gonna love each other.
And
Jimmy
then
Shivy's
Bex
on
gets
fire.
mentioned.
He's killing it with the
And
hearts.
his whole shit changes.
I'm loving.
Look, there
I'm
it
loving
is.
The red,
I think
guys.
that's
I'm
probably
loving the
when
red.
Bex
I wanna
got
see
mentioned.
hearts
His
all
whole
over the place
fucking
in
shit
chat.
changed.
It's just freaking epic.
His
This
whole
is gonna be one
face
of the best
changed.
streams I ever made.
Just at the mention of Bex.
Just because I want to love you guys, man.
Are you another Christed being, sir?
Isn't that
Another one of them
interesting?
chosen one? New divine world.
Yeah, come back anytime,
I love
Satan.
you, man.
Because when In the book of Job, when the sons of God came to present themselves
Love is
before the Lord,
contagious,
and
McDowell.
Satan came in their
It's
midst. God
contagious.
just
I
said,
love
"Hey,
you.
what's happening,
I
partner?
love you.
I'll be
How
back.
you
I have to
living?
go. I'll be back.
So
in a
how
minute.
you
Cage
living?
can't handle the love, can you? You
Mitchell?
can't handle love, eh? You can't. Oh, you're not gonna.
That's what we want to know. How's
Mitchell
Mitchell living?
Come on, man.
No,
Stick around and get some more love.
I'm on a mission.
People
I'm
are
on a
gonna
mission.
love
I
you
have
in
to go.
chat still. You know, it's not over, bro. It's like
Better than you,
there's
apparently.
gonna be another wave of love.
I'm on a
Nubs
love
left
mission.
chat still. You're out on us. Oh, I love streams.
So we'll
I've got
go back
Charlie's
to
on
the same
fire.
guy that
He's
posts all
killing it
them
with the hearts.
slanders comments about me.
I'm loving the red, guys. I'm loving the red. I want to see
He's got a
hearts
certain
all over the place in
presentment, don't
chat.
he?
It's just freaking epic. This is gonna be one
So
of the
how can
best
this
streams
be
I
the
ever
face
made.
of the man?
Just because I
who
want to love
types
you
all
guys,
them
man.
things?
If you lie about it enough, it might become true.
Much love, Don Juan DeMarco.
Maybe.
Cage, he needs love. That
He
guy
took his
because he's
hat off
fucking,
and
you know,
purdied himself up.
He's depressed.
Look at him.
You know, he's always fucking negative.
He's
and
proud
down,
of it.
and you know, he's got a
proud
sad
of it.
face, got fucking sunglasses on. He's in a depressive mood. He needs love, guys. Let's give him
Pretty
some
impressed that
fucking
he was
love,
able
man.
to get through Psalm
Love you,
23,
Cage.
though. They usually hate that
Chat,
one.
showcase some love, guys. Come on, man. You guys see Sunshine Times fucking loving you, Cage,
They
in
usually
chat.
hate
You see
that
that?
one.
Look at that, man.
I love me some Bible.
He struggled with
Hit me
it.
with
Doesn't
some-
happen very
but he
often,
got through
Cage.
it.
You better love it up.
I struggle reading out loud, period.
Jackie Fox is fucking loving you in
Hit me
fucking
with
chat.
some more
She's got
Bibles.
fucking
Oh, I
hearts and
forgot I was playing the audio. My bad. Sorry about that. I forgot I had OTW playing. Mitchell can't hear it, though. He can't hear the OTW. You guys can hear it. Yeah. Mitchell can't hear it. See, I can't fear Satan, Mitchell. I can't fear them demons. Them demons fear me, Mitchell. Satan fears me. I don't know if you know that's how that works. But yeah, I can't fear you, sir. I can't fear them demons that infest you. It ain't fucking possible. You like it, I love it. It just makes me more of what I am. And I was built for this. I was fucking built for this. Yes, sir. Let's thank Satan and his demons for making Benton just a little bit more of what he already was. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. Appreciate it.
You's welcome.
Say, what does Satan have to say for himself? What does Shaitan have to say for himself?
Lucifer doesn't answer questions, sir. Always asking. Show us on the voodoo doll where Mitchell touched you. Come on, Benton. It's gonna be okay. Just a tip on Cash App. It'll only hurt for a minute. Since I fucked your mom out of donations by calling out your fraudulent fundraising tactics, does that make me your stepdaddy? Because, I mean, technically I fucked your mom. So can we see that evidence of me lying now? And my man boobs and my emotional support animal claims? I'll wait. But it's starting to look like a hate crime, though. Hashtag protected class. Maybe a little bit of Rico. Shout out to the feds. Safe space, gang, gang, whoop, whoop. Victims of censorship. Being attacked by Mitchell. Oh, the irony. This is my safe space. Please respect it.
See, this whole realm is aligned
You want
against
to talk
me,
about
Mitchell.
how I blocked you and
That's
you
how
thought you
fucking
outwitted me
powerful
in
I
the
am.
chat? And you keep bringing it up.
I'm so powerful that an entire realm has to align itself
sort of
against me.
Participation
Think about that.
trophy.
An entire realm has been
Man,
created.
you're really reaching. I'm desperate.
And I've been inserted into that
I'm
realm.
kind of worried about you. I think you might
and
need
it's
a psyche
aligned against me. That's how
Put you on a
powerful
72-hour
I am.
hold.
I am.
Get to the bottom of this suicidal ideations. Maybe they can treat your eating disorder. And your self-diagnosed autism and cancer.
I'm so powerful, an entire realm has been created and aligned against me. Think about that, Mitchell. I'm so powerful. I am so powerful that an entire realm has been created and aligned against me.
Stay-at-home dads. Professional broadcasters. Amazon wish list. Retirement funders. You know. Good shit. And maybe we can teach Roy.
The enemy never promised to act with honesty and integrity. I'm the one who has to have principles, or I'm not what I say I am, Roy. See how it works?
Maybe we could talk about his private.
Either I
communications,
operate
reaching
with
out to me
integrity and
for
honesty
help with his court
and good
process.
faith, or I'm not what I say I am.
I wouldn't hold his hand.
In fact, that's the entire that's the crux of the wager or the rebellion of Lucifer in the first place.
With the assaulted and attacked and brutally victimized.
I have to act with honor, integrity, and principles, or I'm not what I say I am.
Man energy kind of.
Mitchell, the enemy's the one who gets to do whatever the fuck he wants, except he doesn't have free will. I should back that up. Mitchell has free will. The entities that inhabit legalese.
Your broomstick's broken, Benton. Your witchcraft's not working. You have to try something else.
I'm the one that's so powerful. An entire realm has been created and aligned against me. That's what I am, Mitchell. What are you? Hey, Bex, good to see you.
Now he's gonna bond with a devil larper in the chat. Bex, one of my favorite victims. It's cute. She removed the 666 from her avatar identity after that hidden symbol was exposed. Ironic. They're calling me the devil larper. I've never claimed to be Christed or satanic. But yeah, this Mr. Benton, who is so in touch with his spirituality, he sure is fighting off these demons, huh? These damn truth demons are fucking killing him. Really affecting his health. He might need some donations. But they're gonna have to come through me to collect his federal income tax, because he's clearly worried about that. He's working so much. You know, he carries a job. And he's been very productive part of society. He's got a lot of room to bitch and complain. He was a professional welfare recipient. He does have a claim on the record that he's really good at using the welfare system. So there's that. He's definitely concerned with where your tax dollars are going. I mean, our tax dollars are going. You know, because he sure did lump him into the category that worked really hard for decades and decades and decades. Oh, wait. Am I in my imagination? Am I in the right place? I think I might have jumped realms here. I need a scapegoat. Bex, can you help me out? I really need somebody to blame for my problems, you know? There's some psychos out here on the internet. And there's this really wimpy 130 pound 5'8" fucking demon running around here on the internet, just dropping nukes, trophy nukes on these, just nuking the fuck out of the truther community, and yeah, giving trophies out to all the displaced, vulnerable victims and just mind fucking them the shit out of them. Yeah, it's kind of a psyop, you know. Is there another preacher down there telling lies to protect a fraud? Oh, imagine that. Welcome to church, fellas, where two or more preachers gather amongst us to exorcise these Mitchell demons. Who's the trophy dealer? You know who. The one and only. The best troopies in town. The best troopies in the streets of this safe space gang. Whoop whoop. Worldwide. High on them trophies, you know. I'd take them straight to the vein. Live stabbing right now. Trophy injection. Just like taking it right in the neck. Just fucking hardcore trophy. It's fucking going right to my brain. Cash App, $ Mitchell IQ. My IQ has reached a critical low. Please raise my IQ now. YouTube saved my life. And get your best, get the best trophies in town. For the low price of whatever you got to give. And we'll make sure to support my anonymous victims in chat that got hurt with words. On the internet. I got lots of victims out here. Lots of victims. Bex is probably my favorite victim. Victim number 666. Victim advocate. Yeah. Mitchell's Victim Foundation is live and active and needing your fiat today. Feel free to hit up my Cash App. If you want to send me some gold or silver, my P.O. Box is 566 McCaslin. I don't know what street, drive, avenue. I don't know what the hell it is. It's almost 666. It's just one off, man. So close. P.O. Box number 270641. Oh, there's the 6. I knew it was in there somewhere.
Good evening. This is the voice of Enigma.
I'm in the club. Don't worry.
In the next hour,
your donations are safe with me.
You with us into another world. Into the world of music.
Hashtag I'm loving it. I love this game. It's like video games with people.
Turn off
the
light. Take a deep
I'm really fucking kick ass at this game.
relax.
It's like I got the cheat code or something.
Yeah, it's called Inhabited by Demons. That's the
These
cheat
guys
code,
have
you
been trying
fucking
to silence
bozo.
me for several years now. Same tactics over and over again.
Oh, I've changed tack. Sir.
Kind of.
The tack is I am.
Fun.
The tactic is
It's
I
fun.
am. I am so powerful, an entire realm has been created and aligned against me. That's how powerful I am, Mitchell.
Especially with this new Cash App. That shit, that's a fun game. Like how a bonus level to this the simulation. Live simulation, Luciferian simulation.
Yep, that's Luciferian simulation's been created and aligned against me
As if
because I'm
he
so
could touch
powerful.
Silver. I can touch silver. You want to see? I got lots
Well,
of
he
silver.
managed to read Psalm 23 earlier, so this is a high level demon,
sweet
folks.
silver.
This is a high level
Oh, you know
demon.
what? Shout out to the feds. Ooh. And Benjamin Franklin. Surely it's fake silver. Yeah.
The number of a man.
But I have some minted silver here. That
This is where he pretends to be human.
not from the
This is where he pretends to be one of us. This
not directly
demon.
released.
Look at him. He's so personable and alluring. So irresistible. Reminds me of Lucifer
Benjamin
himself.
Franklin. There he is.
The sons of God came to present themselves before
Benjamin,
the Lord.
Ben Franklin said to Madam
God
Secretary,
said, God surveyed
she
the
asked
group,
what kind of government.
noticed Satan in their midst, and said, what's
America
happening,
was.
partner? What you up to, Satan?
The old man quickly replaced with there's a liberty.
Satan
though.
said, just roaming to and fro, seeking whom I may devour. And God
Quickly
said,
replaced
have you
with
considered
JFK.
my servant Benton? Have you considered my servant Benton?
64.
See,
It's probably the coolest.
I've been
part.
offered up to the enemy. Or maybe I offered myself up to the enemy. I don't
1930s.
know. I don't want to get too
Silver
far
coin.
down that
Panama.
road.
Republic of Panama.
That's the number of a man. 666
Years.
is the number of a man. Indeed.
1930.
Indeed.
333.
Mine
silver.
either.
But fun fact, that was probably minted at the central bank, Federal Reserve. Oh, here's a 40%er. All right. So those are not only 90%. So we better test your theory and go with some actual pure silver. You know, like some of that 0.99% pure. 0.999% pure, I believe. Good. Don't forget to forage for happiness. Because you're not entitled to it like Benton seems to think.
Oh, now Satan gonna speak for me, huh? That's rich.
But it's good to recognize some more of the
My
preacher
life has been
class out
guided
here
and
in the
protected.
YouTube
And I have
street.
experienced good fortune all of my days, sir. I don't know what to tell you.
I gotta get into my lock box.
If that ain't happiness, I don't know what is.
Into my central bank. And that pure. Good.
Yeah, the Psalm 23 reading, that was an eye opener for me. This is no low level. This ain't no low level enemy. Which just further reminds me of what I am. This is how I can gauge my power.
Got some gold. Silver. All right. What we got in this little baggie of goodness? Oh, that smells like silver and defeat. War chief, huh?
Oh yeah. Among other things.
Good.
Among other things, sir.
And polished.
I reckon my reputation precedes me in the realms that you're interfacing with, sir.
That's the legit shit.
Just gonna go ahead and assume my reputation precedes me.
Yeah, like, what? Like, what?
What? Even a crown. A little something special for my Irish folk in the crowd. That's the 0.9999. Having a hard time focusing because of the reflection. Well, that's money of kings there, buddy. So, yeah.
You just gonna go to hell. You just gonna go to hell. You just gonna go to hell. You just gonna go to hell.
0.666.
You just gonna go to hell.
I put that 666 on his head.
You just gonna go to hell.
Safe. They're just spinning. They can't go anywhere. They're just spinning on their head.
You just gonna go to hell.
Well, I'm a sojourner. Sojourning.
You are gonna burn in hell. You understand me? You are gonna burn in hell. You understand me? You are gonna burn in hell. You understand me?
No. If
you just gonna go to hell.
If you caught my P.O. box, I don't know if I can remember it off the top of my head again. But I wouldn't mind eating.
You are gonna burn in hell.
Spoon.
You understand me?
I've been accused of being a silver spoon.
You just gonna go to hell.
And I'd like to own that. And
you are gonna burn in hell. You understand me?
Good stuff.
You are gonna burn in hell. You understand me? You are going to burn in hell. You understand me? You are going to burn in hell. You understand me? You're just gonna go to hell. You're just gonna go to hell. You're just gonna go to hell. You're just gonna go to hell.
An entire realm created and aligned against me. So the question is, why does this realm hate me? Why does Mitchell's master hate me? That's the question.
I don't know why Benton dislikes me so much. He wanted me to be his co-host.
You're just gonna go to hell.
Trying to get off the ground.
You're just gonna go to hell.
Feet under him. And that dried
You're just gonna
up
go to hell.
real quick. I think because he realized I wasn't as manipulatable as he wished I would be. And, he really wants that authority, you know?
Oh, I am
Craves that
authority, sir.
Authority.
I am authority.
You're just gonna go to hell.
That's why the guy who walks around his fucking apartment with a bulletproof vest.
You're just gonna go to hell.
Goes on morning walks, fucking strapped like he's under attack.
You're just gonna go to hell.
I am under attack. An entire realm created and aligned against me, sir. I am under
his
attack.
path, he's under attack.
I am under attack by the entire realm. I know what
the
I
type
am,
of
sir.
mental illness we're dealing with.
You're just gonna go to hell.
Now, Mitchell spent 10 years.
And this is where we talk
after
about. This is what we talk about with Mitchell.
a bad
where,
motorcycle wreck. I
we
didn't
can
walk
show
for
him
2 years,
having that
and I
strange,
spent
bizarre interaction with
10
the black
years
fella in
desperately
Glendale. I
trying
think
to
that was.
unravel
we can show
my
that all
mental
we
health
want.
issues.
But because
I
Mitchell
have
has a
no
level
problem being
100
forthcoming
impregnable
with him.
defense, it
I'm
doesn't
open
matter.
and honest
see.
about him.
So thank you, Mitchell, for helping my
But the biggest
defense
problem
become
with
level
that
100
seems to be
impregnable.
It's
I
not what
appreciate
these
it.
YouTube psychologists with no credentials, you know.
I am the
generally
credentials,
supported
Mitchell.
by anonymous
See, authority means I don't
donors
need
and chatters
earthly authorities
who are also my victims. I don't
to
know how I can
pass judgment on my
victimize
ability.
somebody I've never met on the internet.
Yeah, you can't victimize
who's
people on the
anonymous.
internet that you've never met. It's not possible. See, the enemy
Somewhere-
has granted themselves.
Apparently, I've got
The enemy has said that it's okay to go out and victimize people as long as it's done over the internet, and the enemy also calls themselves the victim advocate.
I got a long list of victims and
Satan himself in the flesh, folks. Look at this demon.
a good old book here.
Just look at it.
Volume number 33 of my victims list.
Yeah, but see, it's okay because he's not doing it in person. He's doing it over the internet, so it's okay to be. He can be as evil as he wants to be,
Climbing up the ladder,
as long as it's
devil.
over the internet. Oh, you're climbing the ladder, sir. That Psalm 23 recitation, that's going to get you a lot. Oh, he left. Amazing. I wonder if he tuned in and heard. I wonder if maybe he tuned in and heard what I was saying and what I've been playing. I've been having to piss for quite a while. You notice the mute, Mitchell? Because I'm on the OBS pod now. I was talking the whole time. Playing music, playing clips. Come back anytime, Mitchell. This will be the Demons on Display channel. Devils in Disguise. Ooh, let's listen to that. Is that what it's called? Might not be what it's called. I'll be right back, folks. BRB.
This jam right here is dedicated to all you motherfuckers that ain't right here. You're supposed to be right here with me, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? You know what the fuck I'm saying. I'll catch up with you soon, Holmes. Yeah, we'll catch up to you all of you motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end, we all...
Sounds like I was crying. Tears of malathion raining over your head to put out the fire. Who desires to die besides the suicidal? Penalties can lead to the eternal sleep, so keep your eyes wide open and alive. Grab the snake and ride to the other side. If your intention is to defy death, I tell you now, even the best can lay to rest. We're on our way to the stone garden, end of the roadway. Everybody goes but not forgotten. Frames all rotten, souls travel to unravel other worlds and big cloud castles. Why do we have these hassles? Living horses, walk in the street, watching your back of your colossus. We conjure souls by ganja bros. Everybody here's high, so the story unfolds. We're on another plane of thought, thinking immortal, but the path we're on leads us straight to the
Devils in
portal.
disguise.
They're coming to claim us, let it come as no surprise. I stare into the face of them, 'cause at the end of that time, everybody dies.
This is the time of pain, war zone for your own gain. I run the middle with the metal cause I'm insane. Break frames, catch us smoking. Is it gonna earn you a name? Did you get slain?
Well said, Woody.
Victim to ball knuckleheads and bad aim. It ends all the same. Every motherfucker right here gotta jump on soul trains. Some go up, some go south.
Some get stuck in a realm with no way out.
Some get to ride OD on drug hits. Dying in your sleep, that's shit. But lives get to violently on the streets of a lost city.
I used to be able to dance. I guess I still can. Because at the end of my time, everybody dies. They're coming to claim us. Face the death. Everybody dies.
In the stone garden, we keep all the heavenly gates locked, but fresh souls under control, no holding back. Look at all these names engraved in the stones. Even the unknown find his path on his way home. Rome,
Shit, I've been
but
up
the
for
spirits
5 hours.
don't lie. One of these fucking days, even I'm gonna die. And when I do, I'll be another memory. Hanging out with the ones who were there before me. Look out, high, let me set your soul free. By the Buddha tree, open up the gates to eternity. Everybody rise up, open up your eyes, we demise, and we tripping to the other side. Devils in disguise, they're coming to claim us.
I'm sure that's not true, right? Y'all want more Gregorian? I think Roy wants more Gregorian chants. Yeah, come back anytime, demons. We'll put you on display. We'll let you show yourselves. Maybe these folks can... Wait a minute. Maybe the rest of these folks can figure out how powerful they are. Well, I mean, I used to be all right. What I mean, Capricorn. I used to be halfway decent at the dancing. You're off today. Oh, okay. Interesting. I did not know that. They also don't like Psalm 23, so he got through that somehow. That was he was struggling a little bit, though, wasn't he? Hey, Miss Bex is here. Hopefully, is it Miss Bex Factor? about to find out. Is it Bex?
It is me. It is.
Yay! Let me turn this music down a little bit.
Nice to see you. Good
You
morning
too.
to you, or good middle of the morning, middle of the night.
As it may be.
Yes.
I'm doing great.
I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah. Interesting times, to be sure.
Definitely. Definitely. I haven't talked to any of the people that keep in tune with sort of those, whether they're atmospheric changes or luminary changes, but it definitely feels like there's something different in the air. That's for sure.
Yeah. I would be inclined to agree. The victim advocate showing himself as the victimizer is interesting, and gleefully, declaring himself as a predator. That's interesting.
It is very interesting. Humans being I think I didn't hear the whole of it, but I came in at the end and I did hear something about being really good at the gaming people or something like that. Life is a video game and characters are alive or something like that.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't listen to most of what he said because I have a volume right here. I can just turn the sound off, turn it back on. Yeah, but everything else keeps playing for the audience. But I don't. I can basically I can independently adjust the volume on my headphones. So yeah, I didn't listen to most of it. Yeah. Go ahead.
I remember you showing me those different aspects of some of the hardware you have.
Yeah.
Now I understand why.
Yeah. Shout out to Christos. He's down there. Good to see you, sir. Yeah, and I don't want to get too preachy while you're up here, so I'll refrain from that. But it's interesting, just things I've already known, but the apprehension of epiphanies and the integration of insights. That's happening. So like I figured out today, if I'm supposed to be here on YouTube, I'll be here. If not, I'll be somewhere else. That's just how that goes. I got to have my little freak out first, right, before I can move on.
I hear that. I do for sure.
Yeah.
Well, and don't let me.
Well, go ahead.
Interrupt you at all.
Oh no,
don't
you're
let
good.
me interrupt you at all.
I got all day.
Yeah.
I'm fortified with provisions. I ain't got to go nowhere, at least for a couple more days. What's today? Thursday?
Today is, yes, Thursday, October 12th.
Yeah, tomorrow I need to go, since the fruit stand is closed Saturday and Sunday and Monday. Saturday is too busy. I don't like Saturdays, so I need to go tomorrow. Other than that, I don't have to do anything.
Nice.
Except strain my eyeballs trying to look at all these screens.
Do you have any anti-blue glare in your glasses, built into the glasses you wear?
No, I don't. No. I'm a little bummed out that these have the UV protection. I think that, I can't talk about health, but just in general, I think that's a bad thing.
Yeah. That would make sense that you could see that correlation, though. I know that you're someone who likes to get some sun on the eyes.
Yeah, I failed to do that yesterday until later in the day, so I'm glad you reminded me. Of course, it's not up yet, but in a few more hours, I need to go and soak in some sunlight. But I saw you were live. How did that go?
Well, it was excellent.
Oh, good.
I had a surprise visitor from I had a content creator I've been following for quite some time surprise me with a visit. And I was having a technological breakdown, and luckily a new friend I've made, someone who's been up on my panel before, was there to sort of hold it down while I got my my volume in Chrome working. But yeah, it was actually really, I was quite excited. It made me not deal with my technological issue as quickly as I could have. So yeah.
So what was the problem exactly? Just out of curiosity.
Well, The volume in my Chrome, like right now, if I went down to listen to you, what music you might be playing, I can play with my Chrome slider. Sometimes when I hop into StreamYard, it acknowledges it as a call and not as on Chrome.
Got it.
And if my Chrome slider's all the way down, then I have to actually go into open a new window in Chrome, open a video in Chrome to get that volume slider up.
Ah.
I think it's the problem that Svetlana actually used to have.
Huh.
To be honest, it's happened to me before, but it's never, I should have known when I went live and couldn't hear my own music what was happening. But it's okay. I was also just adjusting to StreamYard, the not paid for version of StreamYard. I've had it right since the beginning. And for a moment, I thought it was just I couldn't play my own music or something like that. Anyways.
Tommy's live. Z-Luma Tommy.
That's funny.
Why didn't he get a beanie, though? He's got a black hat on. Come on, Tom. Spend a couple of bucks, you cheap bastard. I got to hear a little bit of this. I got to eventually I have to fix this where you can hear, too. I just want to hear what he's saying.
I'll go down and listen.
Bet you if I was trying to bring up a fucking gay porn
Well, I may not watch much of it, so you might want to hang out.
whistle
I won't play with the slider, though.
like
It's quiet.
Paul on his night off at the Blue Oyster Club. See, we're going into this new level where it's like, you guys were probably around for that early. Like, you say Paul too much. And then everybody was still saying Paul. Then more people had beef with him. Now I'm back and saying Paul. Paul and Slade. Because I haven't seen him show up here yet. I know these are his, they do it at those hours to avoid me. No, bro. I mean, I just got dunked by him last night saying, Paul, I don't come up on your stupid show because you dunk me. And then he dunks me. And he goes, and then he calls that reverse psychology. Like, well, I said the problem is you dunk me, and so you dunked me. That's not reverse psychology. That's confirmation. Please don't dunk me, and then he dunks me. Is that reverse psychology? He's a fucking retard. And if any of these 15 faggots are Common Paul, get it? Common Paul? It's been over a year. I've been waiting for somebody to say Common Paul. You don't say Common Paul. Do I have to list off the clever level I've always busted? I did dead when a motherfucker chatted hermaphrodite. I almost deaded right there remembering when somebody chatted hermaphrodite. Because I was like, why did I not think of hermaphrodite? I still got to make the dead video where her and Wizard are trying. Oh, now it says Google Chrome. So, like, that was almost 10 minutes later, at least. Oh, it's still not closing after it's telling me that it's. And
My audio's fucking up. I'm gonna have to reboot, but I can't reboot. Hold on, folks. I got to close all these browsers. I'll be right back.
Is my audio okay?
Yeah, just my computer. Something happened. I don't know what happened, but
It was still looking good from down there. I know you probably were. I could hear you turning down your music and.
well, see, normally I can change all the volumes separately. So if there's like, if YouTube's going and then I'm listening to music and whatever else is happening, I can independently adjust all those volumes. And for some reason, it stopped doing that. So. Don't exactly know what that's about, but it's funny how computers just don't do what they're supposed to do so often. So much of the time, they just don't do what they're supposed to be doing.
Yes.
We'll see. We'll see.
So now are you still in OBS or just straight in StreamYards?
Yeah, we're using OBS. I can't figure out if I go to StreamYard. I can't figure out if I have the stream go over to StreamYard. I can't figure out how to get it back in OBS. So if I start using StreamYard, I won't know how to. I'm stuck with that for the rest of the broadcast. Speaking of which, let me see. How long have I been live here? Since I'm trying to stay under the 6 hours. Yep, we got 2 more hours, or an hour and a half.
Nice.
Cool. Oh yeah, Z's almost live. That's right.
Yeah, I saw that he's back.
And Tommy's live too, like we mentioned. Yeah, Z was back yesterday.
Yep.
I got mentioned, but only briefly.
Nice.
I want to tell him. Tell him I'm going to try and play videos of my dog while I got his face on.
Yeah, I didn't. I had a nice restful day actually. I know I had great plans, but I was feeling pretty tired, and I laid down for a nap and caught up on some much needed sleep. So.
Yeah, I've been getting way better sleep myself, or more of it rather. I've been getting more. I think I'm getting close to 6 hours now, which is pretty amazing.
Good to hear it. Yeah, I like to function in between closer to 6 than 8 on a regular basis, with an 8-hour catch up here and there. Most of my life, when I've like to be up early and not go to bed crazy early. So 6 hours seems to do it for me.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Go ahead.
Great Enya music you were playing.
That was Enigma, actually.
Enigma.
Yeah, it was. I don't know if it was a big hit in Canada, but it's that Gregorian music, but it was a pop hit back in the 90s, maybe even the 80s. I'd have to look it up. It's a whole album with the kind of electronic music, but also the Gregorian chant. Yeah, it's a bit of a sensation here in the States, so I'm not sure.
I know I listened to a lot of a group called Enya.
Yeah, I'm familiar with Enya.
Yeah. It sounds very familiar. It sounded very familiar to me, so maybe I'm just getting my, E music mixed up, kind of, because it definitely was familiar to me. But I know I listened to a lot of Enya when I was studying in university. I like music without a lot of lyrics for studying too. And classical just seemed to not kind of cut it. So, for me anyways.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a hit single called Sadness Part 1. It's this German musical project, Enigma, released in 1990 as a debut single from their first album, which is a bunch of Roman letters. Yeah, it reached number 1 in 14 countries and peaked at number 5 in the U.S.
Cool.
Yep.
So I was like, I would have heard it.
14 or 15 in 1990.
Yeah. Well, I know that American content has a certain percentage of Canadian they produce in order to be on our airwaves or what have you. That being said, we have way more American content in Canada than we do Canadian content when it comes to media.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, we have strictly Canadian channels as well that obviously don't necessarily broadcast into the States unless maybe people can pay for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually knew some of this, but I think most Americans just don't know anything about it, I would assume.
Yeah. Basically what I'm saying is we have a lot more American influence than even Canadian influence in our media, for sure.
Well, that's like every country. I mean, just about.
Yeah. I never thought about it, but the population of the United States is like bigger than Australia, bigger than New Zealand, bigger than Britain, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, I think so.
330, I think, is what they say, but then you got all the illegals also.
So it would make sense, just being one of the most largest English-speaking populations, that would be where that influence would come from, I assume. And I get that people in America, there's a lot more other languages spoken, but the language of business is English, so.
Well, just for whatever reason, I mean, it's probably because Hollywood's here,
Yeah. But it still makes sense to me that the biggest business would evolve perhaps where the most population is. That's all. I don't know what begets what in that case.
Indeed. Well, out of Western nations, I think you mean.
Yes, that's what I meant. That's what I meant. Exactly.
What's up, Christos? We'll see if he's got anything to say.
No, I just wanted to come up and be part of the morning get up crew.
I like that.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I also saw Roy Dugan put in the live chat. That's a good one. I'll remember I said that. I'll use it in the future. Or please use it, guys. I like that hashtag. Yeah, I saw Roy Duggan. It's like Bex or Chris gonna hop up. So I figured people are starting to get used to it, at least a couple times a week, being up here.
Yeah, man.
Early on.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Christos hit and run every morning. It doesn't have to be every morning, but cruise through sort of,
Can you hear background noise when my mic is unmuted?
No, you sound all right. You sound okay.
Okay.
I'm not that sensitive to that stuff. JG trained me well, so it doesn't bother me too much.
That's funny. You were bringing up, yeah, well, our old resident JG, used to have these issues. We've gotten used to it.
Yep.
I think you said something like that too. Hold up.
Yeah, it switched over to your Bluetooth.
Phone disconnected. Yeah, the next time I have that happen, I'm just gonna forget my Bluetooth so it doesn't keep doing that. Yeah, I had some crazy shit happen yesterday, but I was about to go into it, but I'm not. Let's just say, yeah, you know what? Let me not get into it. I got crazy family. It's not like I'm worried about people, I guess, knowing details of what's going on in my life too much, but let's just say I got family that's trying to contact me or basically, I'll just say, yeah, someone called a welfare check on me yesterday. Nothing to do with this metaversal land, obviously, but I got some crazy family members, so I've been sorting that out. I just sent out an email to notify this person to cease all contact immediately, or otherwise I'm gonna have to take some action, take some steps if they want to keep trying to get at me.
Yeah, man, absolutely. You have to.
Well, it's also funny learning some about, and this doesn't really get too deep into any like legal, lawful policy, whatever, common law stuff. Not really to get into any of that, but hearing the stuff that I hear from some people when it comes to notifying and these different terms that I've been learning about and hearing used, it's starting to make a little more sense now, with the whole situation of getting a welfare check called on me that was totally unnecessary. Any of that stuff could keep happening if I don't notify that person specifically to stop. If there isn't, even if I've done it a while back, fuck, if they're at it again, let me do it again. So if I need to take the steps, I will. But that is something I think would be good to remember in general. Is just it goes back to communication. This whole idea of notify that motherfucker what the situation is, and where your lines are.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. And I have to even remind myself of that. And I've had some issues, not intra-family, but I've had some issues with outsiders trying to insert themselves into my family, and I've been able to point out to people like my mom how certain folks, because they come across as a human being and we've had a relationship with them in the past when they were children. Well, when somebody is an adult and they're schizophrenic and they're off their meds, right? That's no time to be treating somebody at the level of their humanity, if that makes sense. Because sometimes these people go fucking nuts and start murdering people. And so I had some person that we grew up with who's close to my age, a little younger, and I don't know what happened, but he started calling my mom, and my mom just is sort of just naive and takes everything at face value to some extent. And so she told me how he was behaving, and I was like, you know, he was talking real weird about me and my sisters and shit. And I know that, man, these are the type of people that just show up and start stabbing motherfuckers. But my family doesn't think that way. And I said, listen, just don't answer the phone. Don't talk to him. But if he shows up, call me. I said, if you see him in the physical, call me, and I'll come fucking handle it, right? Because I know how to handle it. But you know, your average person isn't set up for some of these levels of attacks, and I'm assuming that's what you're, you know, without getting into details, I'm assuming it's some version of a, you know, someone attacking you through using your own family, right? And I think it does get back to spiritual attack. That's what we've been talking about this morning. You know, I think that's what that is, without knowing any details, right? It just seems like that's what that is.
Oh yeah, totally. I like that you brought it back to the spiritual warfare, because that is kind of like the I think capstone with a lot of this stuff is that obviously we don't have to single it down to one thing, but it would seem that that's the capstone. It always comes back to that spiritual warfare.
Mm-hmm.
It seems almost everything is stemming out from that umbrella. It's like the constant motif underlying everything in this existence and reality.
Yeah, and any way in, you know, that's the enemy will come in any way that it can, right? And so it's unfortunate you're going through that, but or maybe it's not. It seems unfortunate, but
yeah, I got used to a lot of this type of crazy stuff when I was younger. So thankfully, I'm already conditioned to a certain degree how to address these things. It's just been a while. It's been a long time since I had someone basically trying to harass. I wasn't say harass me, but in a way it is. People showing up to my doorstep, and then the welfare checks and all this stuff. But I'm not really even tripping about it, honestly, which is good.
yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'm the one that has.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, man.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm the one that has to freak out, but I like to get my freak out of the way, and then, you know, then go back to center, right? After my freak out. So maybe eventually I'll skip the freak out. Who knows?
But maybe sometimes, you know, we've overclassified things into, like, you know, we've narrowly focused any kind of emotional venting as freak out.
That's true.
Right? Like, there has to be a reason why we have these kinds of emotions to be charged, and logic and rationalization and the ability to hold them in control, even if some people, you know, all they hear is an elevated voice and then they think emotions are out of control.
Yes.
I think I was just talking to someone recently about how they were saying that a specific character in these streets has, you know, has some real gems they drop when they spurg out. And then I said to my friend, yeah, but if we were walking down the street and that person was spurging out for 3 hours, you know, and I can point three fingers back at myself, but I do believe that, you know, I would go through, maybe this is the case for anyone when they're venting, you know, but I would imagine if the venting, if there's no, what I'm trying to say is some people are just venting in general, and yeah, you could vent about somebody, especially if they're targeting energies towards someone. But a lot of times I think because we're used to consuming people's content, we don't realize the difference between someone who's venting and someone who's freaking out. And then we're feeling like we need to listen to the freak out of the underdog. And then we look for the goodness in that freak out. Oh, well, there's some gems in there. But if we were walking down the street and someone was freaking out for 3 hours, would we stop and listen and wait for the gems?
That's such a good point.
Well, I've been that person, and yeah, some people will listen, but it kind of depends on the presentment and the what's being discussed, certainly. But yes, it depends. It just depends on what's going on in the culture, also. Yeah, so at times, yeah, people will listen. At times, certainly.
Well, yeah, and that's usually when you'd find it is a vent. It's someone venting and has valid things to say versus someone just freaking out. You know, George Carlin's comedy was very, very little comedy and a lot of truth talking that made people, you know, and it balanced that level of here's an absurd truth you can laugh at versus here's something that makes the audience laugh at themselves, which is a fine line when you're talking truth and making people laugh. And in George Carlin's comedy, you know, he could have been down picketing in front of a municipal hall and people would have stopped to listen and chuckle. Yet he could have been screaming at the top of his lungs and people would have still stopped and listened to him vent. So I think it does come down to, the target, the energy that's being vented and the target that it's being vented at. And perhaps, you know, maybe we can, at least I know I'm looking to discern better what I choose to listen to. And I know I'm someone who people could be like, what are you talking about, lady? Right? You know, you went off for an hour and then waited and started another stream or whatever and went off for another half hour. Well, I would like to make mental note to people that if one was just freaking out, I don't think they could actually take pause like that. You know? Just a thought. Anyways, I'm sorry that happened to you, Christo. Because I think sometimes those family members do those things to go to other family members and say, look at the good that I did, right? They're not actually concerned about your well-being. They're more concerned about looking like a good relative to other people when the story goes down, perhaps.
Yeah, that's another layer.
Yeah.
For sure, I can see. I like your, can you guys hear me all right? I'm in my car. It might be louder.
Yep. Yep. It's a little bit different, but your volume's great.
Yeah, as long as it's not too rough. All right. Yeah, I like the 1920s or maybe early 1900s hat and get up that the abstract lady's wearing. I'm only assuming that's
Thank you. Yes.
what you were going for is the early 1900s.
Do you know what I gave for this one? What I gave the abstract filter, the names, what I gave it?
Was noir involved and all? Is that
No.
word used?
No, just straight up Bex Facto.
Is that like de facto?
This is Bex Facto. I didn't mean to leave the R off, but that's just what the prompt-based AI abstract filter gave me when I gave it Bex, capital F, like that's my name. So I was going to actually just come in as Ms. Bex Facto today because that's what the artwork interpreted Bex Facto to look like. And it's been hard to get any of these without blue eyes. So I can't, let's see, zooming in. This one has brown eyes, but one of its eyes has a bit of color to it, sort of like a marble. But yeah, exactly, Dart. Exactly, Woody. Ipso Bex Facto. That's exactly what it is. Yeah. I'm just excited that my GenCraft was down for a couple of days. They must have been doing some sort of system upgrade. I don't know. But I also dropped my phone in the tub the other day, so I wasn't sure if I'd done something, but we're back.
Well, you make me want to try GenCraft out completely because I've seen shorts online of certain like universes, like comic book heroes or Warhammer, like different video game series or books or whatever. I've been seeing that there's been AI reimaginations going on that people will do these shorts or videos and do a compilation of. And I've seen a couple different AI used, but basically they'll do renditions of whatever universe is, like AI reimagines blank. And just seeing what I've been doing or been able to do with Midjourney, I'm really happy with it for the most part. But there are certain things where either I'm going to have to get the source code or whatever it's called, where I can get all the restrictions off that they have. Open source. If Benton was here, he'll help me, but if he's not, that's fine. And basically where I get all the restrictions with the application of Midjourney off, so I'd be able to, let's say, do things that could be considered more explicit by the normal AI and be able to make a war scene better, or it's for some reason other people can attest to this. Midjourney is not good at like making swords or like guns. Like it will, but they seem to be more deformed than anything. Is like the item in hand or the hands themselves can also be very distorted. But I know it's technically a beta and some of these things are still being worked on, but I've only tried Midjourney. I'm liking the abstract theme that you've had going with your past couple ones. So I think you said GenCraft is free, or you have the free version, or
Yep,
do you have the
I have
paid
the free version. Yep.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I really enjoy it. Like I could put in, I would put in something like Christos de Leopolis. Like I put in your name and it would probably come up with like, I don't know if it probably would give you a human face with it because the Christos, but who knows? Like that's what I like to give it is just ideas, like sometimes I just type in the word nostalgia or, if you look at, actually I don't have it up anymore. Sorry. But when I was looking up, like doing my, the graphics for my thumbnail for my intellectual honesty stuff I was doing, that's what I did was I put in like intellectual honesty and just let GenCraft give me its interpretation of it. And then I just use it. So ipso bex facto. I really like that. Yeah. Yeah. I was kind of thinking about, me, I'm always thinking about changing my name. I love the Bex Factor, but I just thought I might just change it to Bex Factor. Ms. Bex Factor. Factor Bex. Oh, we lost Christos.
Yep. Hey, I'm almost back. Give me just a second. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. No problem at all. Yeah, I don't know if other people are comfortable, if the audience is comfortable with the idea of using any of this AI stuff. I know it tends to be sort of mixed in this community. People either use it and really enjoy using it, and other people kind of see it as the devil's tool. I had a theory, though. I had a theory out there that there's a content creator. There was a content creator known quite anonymously as somebody that he didn't want anyone to know who he was. And then as that evolved and he became more and more elusive, then he started contacting another content creator and content creator. Anyways, long and story short, I think that somebody has used AI already to be a content creator on YouTube. And I think it's genius, actually. Fantastic marketing if it's the case. But I don't know if my live chat has frozen or not. You guys are all listening, waiting for Benton to come back. Trying to think of what else to talk about. I've decided to not talk about people so much. Not that I meant to be talking about them, but I get a little, we get caught up in the meta telenovela that is, pervasive in these streets. And it ends up being a good portion of, how we all interrelate. But all of that drama aside, I have a lot more interesting aspects of my character I could share. I've been absorbed in it. So a couple days outside, driving around, listening to music, doing live streams on the street, boots to the ground style, has thrown me a little bit off my usual monologuing nature a little bit. Yeah, AI is neither bad nor good. Just is. That's one opinion out of the crowd. So I was watching the numbers. I know it's early in the morning and people are probably hopping around amongst a few streams here. But when Benton's not here and I'm watching the numbers, I'm like, oh, I know people can just, Benton can go on mute and keep the crowd amused. So sometimes I wonder if I just stop the moving of my avatar, will the crowd stay longer? So kick out the gym repairman says AI is neither bad nor good. It's when it's fixated on to replace your creative imagination with it becomes dysfunctional. Yeah, I would say though, I mean, this world really stomps the creative imagination out of most people. So I think in some areas, for some people who are a little bit, let's say regurgent purgers, people who go for the straight A's, perfectionists that struggle to start something new because they want to be good at it right off the bat. I would say that those people may benefit and may function better from their interaction with a computer, and the kind of AI that helps them realize how easy it is to make artwork. I mean, my GenCraft program has made some really crappy art. Some of it's really good and some of it's really crappy. And so even a computer doesn't do things perfectly. I know I would say this Black Mirror in my hand has added to my creative process infinitely more than it's ever substitute anything I had without it.
I'm back.
But welcome back. Welcome back. I could see how, I just want to respond one more thing. I could see how Jim, I'm going to call you, kick out the gym repairman, says I can feel my own imagination has been attacked and it's something you need to work on. I could see how if people were hands-on creators, like, did a lot of things with their hands and, just different kinds of creative outlets, that when you get this device in your hand and it takes you away from some of those productive hobbies, I could see where maybe that might be seen as dysfunctional.
Well, and if he's talking about imagination, I would assume that would be tied to some sort of creative process. I'm just guessing, right?
Mm-hmm. I think people are being really hard on themselves for the amount of time they spend on YouTube, or maybe with the phone in their hand in general.
Well, I can address that because I've been having this thing with coffee, and it's not a great thing for me physically at times, although it actually helps some of my issues. I can't even say that because of medical misinformation. So, well, I don't have physical issues apparently. So never mind. Whatever I meant by that, YouTube, don't smite me. But you see what they've done to me here. But so here's there are, anyway, regardless of that, let's move on. But the point I'm making is that I'm finding that the coffee just goes too well with streaming. So when I truck drive, I don't even worry about coffee. What I do is make sure I never drink it past noon, and I keep it limited to something halfway reasonable, because truck driving and coffee go together too well to try to do one without the other. So I'm finding the same thing with the streaming. So I've been in this sort of limbo. I've been prolonging a limbo where I've had a desire to stop drinking coffee, but only to see my consumption rise at times. But the reality is, if I'm going to continue streaming every day for the, into the near future, I'm only torturing myself. It's way better for me to just embrace it and keep it reasonable, because it goes too well with live streaming. And I actually forgot why I thought that was apropos to what we're talking about, but I know it tied in somewhere. So if you start talking, I will probably remember why.
We were talking about overconsumption. I was talking about people feeling guilty about their overconsumption of YouTube.
Okay, yes. So my thing is, we really torture ourselves, and I've done this myself, when we try to exist in this middle ground. Either get busy just quitting it entirely, or get busy using it and using it appropriately. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
I think it's when we try to exist in this middle zone when we torture ourselves the most.
Yep.
So
I know I was in my early. Yeah, I agree. I have a friend who back, when you're a young smoker, definitely you go through every day thinking today's my last day, I got to quit. That's just sort of what goes with smoking. And I had a friend in my early 20s that said she abandoned all that. She was like, I'm not going to guilt myself into doing something I'm not doing. I'm going to smoke wholeheartedly.
Yes.
Right.
That's it. That's the thing.
And own it.
Absolutely. 100%. Yes.
Yeah.
Either
Now,
knock it the
as a
fuck off
yeah.
or do it with all your force. Yes.
Yeah. Now, there is an aspect to mindlessly consuming a habit. Like, so as I, stay on YouTube all day long, I can chain smoke. You can hear it, lighter clicks, right? And so that's when something, that's when I would say the smoking piggybacking off the behavior, that's the one I got to check. Not smoking altogether, but mindlessly smoking all the time. But it's still, that's mine to do. That's my, whether I do or don't. It's just another aspect of, there's not many things I do in my life where I would just mindlessly chain smoke. It does go with the social anxiety, though. It's something I would be doing in a physically social setting, more of it if I wasn't, stuck inside where I couldn't. And then I would say back to this, us understanding what we're doing here in YouTube, and it has to do more with that social isolation we've all been subjected to, right? So, are we here just mindlessly consuming some sort of like YouTube amphetamines or whatever, or dopamine rushes, or are we actually satiating that social isolation and potentially learning and growing together, because if that's what we are doing, and we've, as a society been sort of stunted on that front, corralled into indoctrination camps we didn't even realize we were in, maybe we should go a little more easy on ourselves and understand there's a hell of a lot more going on than just staring at the boob tube all day long,
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important and I hammer the same points over and over, which is, we have to socialize. We have to be healthy, or at least halfway sane. And for most of us that come to a channel like this, it's no longer an option to socialize with the people outside our doors. It's just not a thing that can happen. It's not, or, it's not going to fulfill those needs anymore because of how far the masses have degenerated, and probably how far most of us have grown in certain ways. It's not it's not just that the masses have degenerated. It's that, and many of us have intentionally worked on ourselves to the point where it's just, we can't. I can't physically access people who can meet my needs. It's just not possible. Yep. So here I am.
Well, and just to add to what you just said, I agree and can verify that by, having a coworker that I get along with very well, who listens to my YouTube channel, who was listening regularly. He was going to become my roommate, and yet, the few days outside of the metaverse, in that reality, even with him having listened to me and sort of understanding where I'm at in my life, that we just both realized, I definitely realized it wasn't going to work. So, so I'm just trying to say that, yeah, I get a lot more socially out of the people that I've been corralled in here with than I do out of the people I can choose to hang out with in real life. And that's just a reality.
Shout out to Kick Out the Jams. I say jams, just I don't know why, but Kick Out the Jams repairman. He said he smoked 2 packs a day for 8 years, stopped cold turkey. 2 weeks was a little tough, but after that was easy. Some folks can do that, right? Some folks can do that. And, I don't know what happened to me with drinking, but something got unlocked in my brain where I almost never think of drinking. And if I start to think about it, I know something. Now I need to look at me and be like, okay, what's wrong with you, buddy, that you're thinking about this? Because just when I'm at my best, I've had very little thoughts of alcohol for the entire last year. So something happened in my brain. What that is, I don't exactly know. So maybe, maybe that's similar to what the repairman's talking about. I don't know. But then we have people like EBT who's, he recently had to go to he went to some kind of conference for work where he was around a lot of folks in his industry who were, blue collar or, skilled blue collar workers. And he said, 10 years ago, damn near all of them would have smoked. And he said, now I'm the only one out of like 30 who smokes.
Wow.
So, the fact is the system has promoted stopping smoking, right? And as we know, most people just uptake whatever the system promotes. So now here's EBT, but there's, he probably doesn't want to quit and he probably likes to smoke. So that would be my thing, is just again, let's not be. He seems to be in this nether region between enjoying it and quitting. It's like, no, man, just, and like Woody says, the Lane Staley method, which is, dude fucking loved drugs, you know, for whatever reason. And, you know, I'm a big fan. That was my favorite band, you know, after a certain point. And I actually have very similar astrology to Lane Staley, supposedly, for whatever that means. But yeah, he just embraced it and said, you know, basically, this is what I do. And, you know, it's sad in a way because he just locked himself away and just literally did drugs until it killed him. But at least he wasn't in this zone of going to rehab and cleaning up for a while and then, you know, disappointing everybody in his life for basically this Scott Weiland, right? It's Scott Weiland versus Lane Staley. And I would say Staley, you know, considering they both killed themselves with drugs, the Staley approach is far superior to the Scott Weiland approach, in my view. Because the Weiland approach tortures the fuck out of everybody around him, whereas Staley's mom he still had a relationship with his mom. You know, she was able to accept this is just what my son does, and he's not making any secret of it, and he's not doing this back and forth where we think he's healthy for a year and a half, and the next thing you know, he's on drugs again, and we got to worry about him again, right? There's something to that. I mean, there's something there.
Yeah. I had a friend whose father died quite young from heroin addiction. He was a very well-known artist and a functional heroin addict. And sometimes I wonder if people don't realize, you know, some of the deaths of people at a young age could very easily be from, you know, living a wholeheartedly a life that they don't tell you and you're not close enough to know, right? Like just that there could very easily be other factors involved that, you know, we all think we know what drug addiction looks like, but maybe a functionally well-supported drug addict can also not, the people outside of the social circle may not even know they use drugs.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Especially people who were socialized a certain way where it's completely unacceptable and they'll just never let anybody know that they do those substances. Mm-hmm. And some people can absolutely hide that.
Yeah. And if you've never been told, then you're not looking for it. And then even when that person dies of of whatever gets put, you know, whatever gets put into sort of public record or the, you know, what people say someone passed from. I'm just being careful with my language here. That you don't actually know. They would never tell you, oh, so-and-so was a functional drug addict who finally succumbed to his drug addiction. They would just say so-and-so passed from a heart attack.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, smoking, since I see Dominic asking about smoking, people get addicted to smoking because it's a psychological trick. And I know Bex is familiar with this book, The Easy Way to Stop Smoking. I've read that book even though I'm not a smoker, and it explains exactly how people get hooked on cigarettes. It's a trick that's played upon them. And then after the trick works its magic, many folks get hooked and find it very difficult to quit because they are scientifically designed. You know, the cigarettes, you know, over-the-counter cigarettes are scientifically engineered to be as addictive as possible. Like, that's a real thing. So
yep.
It's the trick of getting the person hooked in the first place, such as growing up watching movies where right before somebody dies by firing squad, they are given a cigarette, which teaches all of us that the most precious thing there is a cigarette. And that's how our subconscious works. That's a very strong symbol to our subconscious mind.
Well, and to add another layer to the idea of tricking the subconscious mind, I could draw the analogy with sugar to the sort of niacin, niacinamide, nicotinic acid, vitamin B3. You know, we have a neurotransmitter in our brain called nicotinic acid. So I'm not sure, again, not to, you know, tread where I don't want to make inferences that could get us in trouble, going to something like sugar, where our brains actually function very well on sugar. On any kind of sugar, our brain's going to fire.
Oh, absolutely.
Now, our body likes more complicated sugars because of the nutritional value and the sort of like not hitting your brain like a narcotic. But they've got us believing that we're addicted to sugar simply because refined sugar hits our brain so quickly, when in fact our brain needs sugar. So if, my point is they like to sort of label things that are addictive that our body's chemistry actually depends on, and would like a more complex version of whatever it is that we're getting. But, our bodies are inherently, I would say a little bit lazy too. It likes that quick fix. So I think they really like to label things addictive that could actually have some level of biochemistry, positive biochemical responses, and just make us feel guilty for being poor or not understanding the biochemistry behind it enough to understand that why the body wants part of it, right? Like, opiates, for instance, there's natural opiates in green leafy vegetables, just trace amounts, nothing to get anyone, in any way chemically dependent on lettuce.
Yep.
But if an entire generation or two is really nutritionally depleted on that front naturally, here's one of my theories I would put forward is that, those kinds of people that go a long time without any kind of natural low-level opiates to sort of feed their own system, to allow their body chemistry to take those ingredients in to build their own endogenous opioid system, then in fact, when you eventually get introduced to maybe some sort of exogenous opioid, your body actually responds to that so differently because you never had in your nutritional diet the little bits and pieces that allowed your body to get those pieces to have, for its own building blocks. So when it gets this onslaught of medication, let's say, as prescribed by a doctor,
and
that's
again,
why those...
None of this is... See, that's the problem is we go into what YouTube's going to construe as medical advice very quickly. So we're speaking philosophically for entertainment purposes only. It's like, it sucks to have to do that, but,
I know.
we just all do it and don't even know we're doing it.
Which is just so sad, right?
Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, because you can't even talk about, even if we were talking about the base idea of how oxygen works in our blood, right? Just some sort of human anatomy and physiology.
Well, and this is what I mean, is I can't tell the difference between the acceptable speech and the unacceptable speech. That's part of whatever my neurodivergence may be. I can't tell the difference. So...
Yeah.
I can either talk about it or not talk about it. I can either be on or I can be off. And it's unfortunate, but real quick.
That's kind of why I like the sugar analogy.
Well, and I want to talk about they're talking about smoking down there. I can absolutely smoke a cigarette right now and not get hooked. You know why? Cigarettes aren't any good. I hate to break it to you folks. They have to get you young because that shit sucks. I can absolutely fire up a heater, and I used to have a cigarette business, and part of that cigarette business was I was making my own cigarettes. Every once in a while, especially if I got a couple of complaints, because they, you can pack them too tightly, I would fire up one every once in a while and smoke like half a cigarette. They're not any good, folks. I hate to break it to you. For a non-smoker who's smoked enough weed that I can absolutely fire up a fucking heater, no problem, they're not any good. So people are spending a ton of money providing the government with a shitload of taxes for something that really isn't that good. It's just not. And the way to know that is give it to somebody who don't smoke. Let them fire one up and let them tell you what they think of it. Just like if a person's never had a beer. Same thing. I love beer. Beer ain't that great. Hand a beer to somebody who's never tasted it and see if they enjoy it or not. No, it's an acquired taste. Yeah, my body needs to figure out what chemicals are in it before I start to respond to it. Same thing with cigarettes. A cigarette in a vacuum sucks.
Yep. Well, and I know we used to have, we still have warnings on cigarette packages that have all sorts of, messages. One of them used to be, the cigarettes are as addictive as heroin. And I always thought, I don't know, again, I'm not going to go down the dialogue, but, when you think about people who are detoxing or coming off something like, an opiate like that or alcohol, I mean, it can be life threatening for people, especially with, say, alcohol. But tobacco,
Well,
no one's gonna.
alcohol and benzos
Yeah.
are the ones that can kill people. That's the only two. But go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and then the opiates are ones where people will feel like they're dying.
Yeah,
coming
they're
off
just
them.
too much of a pussy to get through the dope sickness.
Yeah.
I almost
Yeah.
want to get addicted just to show people that they're just weak. I could absolutely,
Well-
if there was a way to just put me into withdrawals, I will fucking just white knuckle that shit because I'm a bad motherfucker. Most of these people are just pussies. Let's just call it what it is. They're pussies.
Well, and that's what I was just about to say to second that, because that's one way that they get you with the added psychology of the weaponized sort of psychology of smoking, right? Because there is no feeling like you're dying, nor, and sweating and getting sick, nor is there actual threat of imminent death from stopping smoking tobacco.
Well,
period.
But see, what we learned from Alan Carr's book is that the craving is contained in the cigarette. So if I am in a craving, all I have to do is not smoke the cigarette. The craving goes away. It doesn't come back. When I smoke the cigarette, that creates the craving for the next cigarette. That's part of the trick, by the way. So the person smokes the cigarette only to get rid of the craving. Regardless of why they think they're smoking because they smoked a cigarette previously. That created the craving. They're smoking this cigarette to get rid of the craving. They can say till they're blue in the face, oh, I do it because I need to keep my hands busy. I do it because it's a habit, blah, blah, blah. No, you don't. You smoke it because it's got chemicals in it that when you smoke it, it creates the craving for the next one. That's the only reason anybody smokes. Period. End of story. It's designed that way. That's why I can pick one up and smoke it and not think about cigarettes because I'm not addicted. Once the person gets addicted, that is the mechanism. People are in denial about it. If they really want to quit smoking, they will have to face the fact that they've been engaged in a process where they're effectively wearing shoes that are too tight so they can experience the relief of taking off the shoes, which means you know what I'm saying. That's a real thing, but people don't want to admit that to themselves. My mama read the book and stopped smoking because she just said, oh, yes, of course, absolutely, this is what I've been doing. So she quit, never to return. It's been years. She doesn't think about cigarettes. She doesn't have cravings. She's not tempted. It's not willpower.
I know. Whereas since you've been talking, I've now rolled 4 and I'm smoking them all at once.
Hey, I love it because, I used to smoke cannabis all day, every day for fucking years. For years. Believe me, if I want to do something, I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm not here to preach abstinence from cigarettes. I'm saying all the little lies people tell to themselves. That's what I find fascinating. And some people just like smoking. There are some people who do enjoy it. I can say till I'm blue in the face that it sucks, but some people love smoking. That's just the fact. I think they're in the minority. I think my ex-wife was one of them. She fucking loved to smoke. She willpowered it for 2 weeks at one point. She went so out of her mind, I said, you got to start smoking again. This is crazy. But, most people do actually want to quit, I feel like, and just can't. That's the fucked up part to me. But then it's, they quit for a few days and they're like, then they start again and it's like, well, I just have to have my hands busy or, it's just I need something in my mouth or whatever. It's like, no, you don't. You're addicted to fucking cigarettes and it's okay to be addicted to cigarettes. I was addicted to alcohol. I've been addicted to video games. I've been addicted to gambling for fuck's sakes.
I think, though, sometimes we put things into frameworks that are a little too rigid. Here's
addiction. When you want to quit and you can't quit, that's addiction. Period. End of story. If
yeah,
I
but
want
that's
to quit
assuming
something,
someone wants to, because
exactly.
even in that model, I know, but even in that model,
I accounted for some people just love to smoke. But go ahead.
Yeah. Because I was just going to say, even in that model, some people would take the extreme argument and say somebody's so addicted they don't know that they don't want that they want to quit. Right? The addiction tricks them into thinking that they're wholeheartedly invested in the habit. Then, at least that's how I see some people would take it. Oh, like the addiction's got such a strong hold on that person who's, smoking without abandon or whatever, that they're the most addicted of them all. The addiction is the worst for them.
Well, that's the thing is they probably just don't want to quit, but they probably people are pressuring them to at least appear like they want to quit. Maybe like EBT.
That's a good point.
EBT probably just wants to smoke, but I don't think he likes this new world where he's the only smoker.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? It used to be camaraderie, and everybody goes out and has the smoke break together, and that's what gets a lot of people is a person can't quit smoking cigarettes and keep going on the smoking breaks. Now they're giving up the smoking breaks and the social aspects.
Yep. And that's kind of a sad part too, is because if you're actually driving along in your car and you look at how many people smoke in their car, you'd find that there's probably a lot more smokers than people admit. Now people have gone to closet smoking to appease the population. And, in that case, EBT may find out that there's more smokers at that conference than ever would have admitted it.
Well, and that's another thing is, now we get into, are the people smoking cigarettes and hiding it versus are they exactly, maybe EBT is just like not the type to hide it.
Exactly. Yep. Comes back to that sort of narrow framework of something being solely seen as, chemically describing things that are chemically dependent to people that, have never been chemically dependent on anything, for instance. Then you can only compare it to the drug must be so bad. That smells so bad. Look at how they're behaving, whichever. Anyways, I'll be quiet. Dominic's here.
Well, you're good on that. And before Dom weighs in, I've been very addicted to things like alcohol, but I've always been able to quit. So there's something to just being able to choose to stop doing something, right?
Yes.
Some folks now, maybe they have the ability and they've never accessed it. I think, especially when I talk about something unlocked in my brain this last time where, there was zero willpower. I'm not willpowering not drinking. I barely ever think about it. But go ahead, Dominic. How are you, sir?
Hi, Benton. Hi, Rebecca. There's an old saying of, give me the child the first 7 years, I'll show you the man. Those are the 7 years, those first 7 years are the physical development years. So when we become dependent, addiction is usually when a person gives up a whole bunch of other dependency and they focus on one. So the body is being abused because there's been malnutrition the first 7 years. The whole concept of drinking milk after the first 7 years is kind of funny. So there's words like recover, again, cover. Most people will address the abuse, such as drinking, smoking, chemical release from sex, abusing of eating, but they'll never usually address the underdeveloped emotions. What's the feelings behind each one? So drinking is usually anger. This is why people have triggers. Same with smoking. Smoking is usually a sign of grieving of something. The innocence of a childhood. Now you have to go to work and say, fuck, I got to do this all the time. Or loss of a divorce, for example. They're grieving something. If a person's really trying to address it, now they understand that whoever these people are, because we're no longer growing our own tobacco and, the brewer's yeast in beer. Think about all the tribes that used to have it. It served a purpose for the vessel. Only when the vessel is somewhat healthy. Most people aren't healthy. So when you get triggered or a person gets triggered and they have to have a constant amount of cigarettes, it's revealing signs to the body that it's saying you're not developed in other areas, which is usually the next 7 years is usually the emotional years of development. The mental part plays this moronic game. I think I need another cigarette. That's the mental energy now. Now the brain, of course, doesn't usually fully develop till 25. So then what is the mental part? Again, people are going to address part of the process. I'm abusing alcohol. Okay, is it the chemical? It could be. That's why some people, they can wean off of it because they might have done the work and actually help heal themselves emotionally. So then when they say, listen, I've gone cold turkey, I no longer need to smoke. Like even now when people are doing hemp, are they actually doing it by absorbing it through the skin or only through the oral? Because the mouth doesn't actually have what you call filters for disease. It's usually the nose. So when people are always inhaling something through the mouth all the time, think about us. We do material cooking opposed to spiritual cooking that these other people are doing. One's doing energy work, the other one's actually doing dead particles. But anyway, I went on, guys.
Oh, good stuff, Dom.
I like that. Yeah, I'd never really thought about sort of, the demographic time at which it sparked a few thoughts. One was like the age group that people might most often take on an addiction, let's say, and how that might represent, sort of like an eating disorder for a lot of people represents a form of control when their life is out of control. It's something you can control, what you put in your body. And so that idea that, you're detaching from your parents and establishing sort of your own, there's a grief involved in why you might start smoking at as a teenager and hold on to it differently than a 20-year-old that starts smoking, or a 30-year-old, why they might start smoking. And I definitely relate to the grief aspect of that. I would say, though, extrapolating further, because you mentioned alcohol and drug addiction, or at least alcohol, tobacco, and then you mentioned sex addiction, actually, it makes me wonder if, like, what's the underlying motivation behind that? I would imagine is probably like intimacy. Would be sort of what people would be substituting for there. Now, then I was thinking, well, what about a porn addiction, right? You're looking at two different behaviors that would probably would actually represent different lacks or different emotional maturities, or a desire for some sort of maturation of some emotion, or aspect of human interaction that we don't really verbalize. It's always extrapolated after a problem. Of course, someone wanted intimacy, duh, but it's interesting. It would be interesting to do sort of like longitudinal studies over different demographics to see the relationships with when people develop different kinds of like over-sexualized behaviors, or, a relationship with a screen instead of a person, or, and the people that would like wholeheartedly be embracing those actions, sort of like a smoker who's like doesn't want to quit. It'd be interesting to sort of put, all the psychologies down and see. I'm sure it's always on a much bigger spectrum than we try to narrow each other into different boxes and say what kind of behavior is appropriate,
You shared before, I guess, Rebecca, about the word porn, I guess the word that you translate into pain, where we have things like, think about all the different stories they put on the media, what's going on in Israel. That's another form of bonding. It's about pain, and we're mimicking it. Like, the senses can be used for different things, but we get bombarded. So we mimic the ideal of pain. All those poor people in Israel. Well, there's things going on in your own community. Why would you be concerned about what's through that lens?
Terrible idea.
Senses should always be questioned. A person should always question their senses, not other people's senses, but their own fucking senses. It was always about know thyself. It's not about fucking knowing other people. Now, the words I usually use when I'm with my buddies, it's a waste of fucking energy for everybody involved. But I get it. People want to be entertained. We're the spectators and the fan. It'd be different if me, Ben, and you were getting fucking paid a lot of money to entertain the people, like sports or plays or whatever. Everybody else in the chat, or more times than not, all of us are being spectators. And we're ignoring our own existence while we're here. Now, I know I'm my own hypocrite, so I don't mind still talking about this shit. But for most people, they don't got a fucking clue how they exist. Do you do fucking word salad and all that? I can do it too. Fuck, I can get intellectual with the best of them.
I believe that.
But the thing is, are we here to assist each other, being of service? It doesn't matter what you're being of service, whether to oneself or to others. Most people are fucking self-absorbed. So practice the Luciferian fucking path. Be the best you can be. And then if you feel as though you, like Forrest Gump, you don't want to do it anymore, stop it. Anybody else following you saying, why the fuck were you following me?
I love that. Absolutely.
It's everybody's after fucking ratings and all that. I get it. Make sure you get fucking paid. Doesn't matter what it is, paid attention, paid fucking money, and all this. I get it. Oh, Dom, you're so quiet, this and that. Why? Because most of us are acting like fucking morons still, including me. I just don't have to put myself on display for other people's entertainment. If I'm going to entertain, I better fucking make sure I'm being entertained too. Make it an equal trade. If I'm going to amuse people, make sure you amuse me. So now I went on.
No, that's perfect, and I needed a little bit of that. Yeah, definitely, good stuff, man.
We all do, Ben.
Absolutely.
We all do. Do we have to become homeless for fucking 8 or 9 years to have that experience? Do we have to become fucking billionaires to understand this?
Nope.
We don't.
Nope.
It's an individual moment. And you say, interesting. reflect on it, think about it, do whatever you want, feel on it, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm going way too long. Sorry,
No,
guys.
I like that because the fact that that's how I accomplish certain things doesn't mean that I had to do it that way, right? That's the way it happened. But I think sometimes people, myself included, sort of put a little too much onto going through some ascetic practice. Basically, that's really what we're talking about. Is somebody who wanted to go practice asceticism on some level. And then, glean some various insights. Yeah, that doesn't mean that has to be accomplished that way. And actually, in the story of the Buddha, that's how he started out. He went and hung out with the ascetics, and that's not how he got to where he ended up, at least not in the story, right? He went and sat underneath the Bodhi tree, and I don't think it took him very long. So to your point, yeah, good stuff, man. I like that. And by the way, I'm definitely not advocating that anybody follow in my footsteps, certainly. But I would... enjoy it. Me personally, I would like to see folks do that thing, whatever that is, in their own life, getting to know themselves. And Dominic certainly seems like a person who's got to know himself as well as Bex, and I know me, so that's the place to start, in my view, however the person does it. And it doesn't have to be some, when you see somebody choosing to engage in ascetic practices, that's probably somebody who's attracted to engaging in ascetic practices. I mean, and I know that, certainly. For his own purposes, right? Some people enjoy that kind of thing. Some people enjoy beating the fuck out of themselves in various ways. What does that mean? If I'm Forrest Gumping it, right, and other people have decided to Forrest Gump it along with me, at some point I probably will look at them and say, why are you following me? I just like to beat the fuck out of myself for years on end. What's wrong with you people? At least I know what I'm doing here, right? That's what I'm getting out of what Dom's saying anyway. So I like that.
That's what all dogmas do. Everybody wants the monkey see, monkey do.
Yep.
And we're humans. I don't know what the monkey part, but at least they have a reason to be in groups and colonies, which is great. I think it's good to have a village, but you have to know each other's parts. And usually you have to either grow with them or really do a lot of astute asking of inquiries. And what's my intention when I'm asking Benton or Bex certain questions? Am I here to develop for myself, or am I here to be clever with them? And most of us, I get it. We go from smart to being clever opposed to being wise. And how does it serve? Well, that's a question I always ask myself. How does it serve? It doesn't necessarily mean I'm asking the question, how does it serve me? How does it serve? It's like even I've heard people talk about biblical story. Go back to Job, read it quickly. They wasn't talking to the fucking gods. They were talking to the Lord.
That's right.
All the angels came to talk to the Lord. Why? Who's the fucking Lord? I play with the ideal. Now I know that's just my view, where the gods don't interfere with fucking human affairs. It's like us, we don't interfere really with the ants. But I get it. People say, well, Satan's this and that. He could be an adversary. For what? Do you really want to become a thief? Well, yeah. Well, then I'll be your adversary. You want to be a good person? I'm going to challenge you.
Yep.
But that should be done from within. It should never be done from without. Because then you would have to ask a person a whole bunch of questions, such as, do you want me to be your adversary? Not really. Okay. I get it. We stumble over each other, and then we wonder why, some individual in these fucking little streets are bitching and complaining about something. But what about the fucking thousands of wars that are out there? Women being mistreated, kids being ignored, fucking men going to jobs that they fucking despise.
Yep.
That's an individual basis. Now, we can share that with each other. It doesn't necessarily mean anything's going to change, but at least we're sharing. Anyway.
Yeah, I love that. And I always like getting your perspective on things, certainly. And I've one of the first things I said to Dominic on this channel is I'm not the idea police. So he's more than welcome to come in here and challenge my ideas as well. In fact, I need it on some level. So I thank him for that, certainly. And gives me a lot to think about also.
Of course, Ben, I'd be the kind of person that would tell you, do we actually own the ideals?
Yes, that's right. Exactly.
It's when we think we own them, then we have to divide it. I said, listen, I didn't make it personal with you. I made it personal with the ideals.
Exactly.
I'm challenging ideals.
Yes.
But when a person thinks that's who they are, it's like when people say they're black and white. I said, well, I've never seen a fucking human being that's black or white.
Yes, that's right. Well, and real quick, Bex, I tend to become overly identified with ideas at times. So, and I understand that can be a mistake. So, again, thanks for the reminder. So, it's these things that I may believe that I know and understand, but look how quickly I'll revert to, more or less what I was taught incorrectly from a young age, right? Versus what I believe I know anyway. But yeah, go ahead, Bex.
Yeah, and speaking about, evolving and ideas evolving and changing, I heard Dom say there that did he ask someone to be their adversary? I go in and I listen to people with adversarial opinions on purpose to either sway myself or sharpen my own position. But that being said, I've been recently thinking about who asked anyone to be anyone's advocate.
Yes. Yep.
What puts someone in a position to be the advocate for somebody at all? Because I've seen people advocate for people out here in ways that actually creates more complications in the situation, where they may say they're calling someone out, but actually they're advocating for somebody that never, I don't even know if they were asked that they wanted to be advocated for. And one step further would say that those conversations were actually already invited to be had directly by me, for instance. I'm a very accountable person. So it's interesting how, sometimes like even in your own life, you can see things unfolding where you're seeing moment by moment play and not really realizing the bigger picture, and standing back. And that was my latest thought of the week, was like, then you could take it even further to the people advocating for the people like advocating to be the voice for the voiceless. Yeah, but did the voiceless ask you for that, to be their advocate? And how can we argue with somebody who's being a voice for the voiceless when it's your imagination making up that voice for that voiceless person in the first place?
All right, guys.
Or else how could
how
that
we do.
person have no voice? It's just anyways, I'm getting a little bit charged up here, but it's actually almost impossible for someone to be the voice for the voiceless.
Again, Bex, it's one of those things, unless you've asked it inwards with an inquiry and then it shows itself later on, then you have to request it, make sure it's done publicly opposed to privately, where what most people are doing is they're just pimping their own opinions. They're projecting. I'm speaking on behalf of God. Really interesting.
Yeah.
Speaking on behalf of Jesus. Interesting.
Yes.
Opposed to, did I put that out there in the universe and now what? I didn't want to listen to it privately, where I'm having a one-on-one conversation, say with Bex or Benton, opposed to why would I want to be scorned?
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Z Show.
Scorns me publicly among my friends, things are going to happen. Either I'm going to go silence or I'm going to be triggered to defend myself. That's a very simple procedure. At that point, you know what's going on? And I've said this with Bex before. Most people are acting in these fucking communities like fucking children. And when I say children, I'm talking about those age between 7 and 14 when you should be developing your emotions.
He's a independent, sovereign being.
Human being serves what and for who? If a person's trying to harm you, fucking remove yourself. Why? Because there could be karma involved. None of this, I'm going to stand up and all that. I said, we already got enough fucking wars going on. Anyway.
Yeah, man.
People are going to do what they're going to do, and they're going to say what they're going to say. I get it.
Yep. Me included, right?
We're all included, Ben. None of us are above reproach here. Only difference is I tell my friends jokingly, I said, if anybody's going to drive over me, it's going to fucking better be me.
Yep.
Not somebody else. When did you become my adversary? Now, if my parents turn around and say that, I will respect them. I said, but what part did you miss in the process? And then I have to be friends. Go ahead, sir, Bex.
I just wanted to say, but that's the important part, to have people understand the difference between getting angry and getting angry at someone. Right?
Very true.
I think there's
at that point, you're wielding the correct emotion in the correct moment.
Yeah.
None of this constantly, I want to be kumbaya the whole fucking time, let alone angry the whole fucking time. Sorry about my words, fuck, but
no, you're good.
It's a word to be used. It's a word to be used. It's a way of showing passion. It's like after a while, it's kind of like I get tired. I'm like, okay, fuck, these people are going to learn something. Because I'm trying to learn. I'm not because I'm like some sort of guru. And if I am, I'm going to be a guru for myself.
There it is.
Thanks, guys. I think I'm going to boot myself out now.
All right, brother, man. Thanks for being here.
Ciao, Bex. Ciao, Ben.
Yes, sir. Good stuff.
Have a good day, Dom. Nice to see you.
Always.
We must be getting close to the 6-hour mark, right?
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me. Let me see. Yeah, we got about 30 more minutes.
Yeah.
Actually, real quick, I'm glad you reminded me. I need to reschedule the next stream. This is how addicted I am to live streaming, Bex. If you want to talk about addiction, I'm the biggest user of all. All day, every day, Bex. Yeah, so give me just a second. Here, reschedule this bad boy.
Wow.
We'll make it 7 o'clock. I was pretty close. I had it scheduled for 7:30, so pretty close.
See, I think there is something healthy. Like I know that in different, from what I understand in sort of scriptural sense, getting angry is unhealthy, whether you're getting angry at someone or just angry in general, it causes yourself harm. But I wonder if there's a word that we're missing in terms of like moving those energies by venting, right? Versus holding on to anger.
Well,
and making sure that.
Well, and
Yeah,
sorry to
go ahead.
cut you off, but the holding on to, that's the repression. And that's what's bad. See, I'm way better off expressing my emotions in ways that might cause, as long as I'm not hurting anybody, I'm way better off expressing my emotions and appearing foolish and embarrassing myself. That's way better than holding on to that bullshit and then repressing it, which is only ever going to harm me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, obviously, the best thing would be somewhere in the middle where I'm, letting it pass through me and I'm not holding on to it and I'm also not behaving like a fucking moron. But, still, if I have to behave like something that appears to be just an idiot and a fool, to me, that's still better than hanging on to the thing through repression, which I'm going to have to deal with later anyway. And I'm still dealing with it. I repressed so much as a youth. I'm still dealing with some of that.
Yeah.
And it's been years of dealing with it, right? Although, Dominic might suggest that I could just leave it and never return to it. So in some way, I'm continuing to create that for myself, and can I admit that I'm doing that, right? But go ahead, Bex.
Yeah. Or is it some sort of collective, something through the subconscious, right? So that because one is working on those things and can say perform it for the masses, whether it's in a family dynamic where you're just the tuning rod, or whether you're out here being willing to be public, is there some sort of need for the collective to witness that when they're not capable of expressing it? Does it have to just be sort of continually engaged in until people can collectively sort of vent themselves in a way that doesn't harm each other? Because I know I'm learning to do that. It's not perfect, but I've never really lived my life in public before. So, but it does extrapolate back to my family. And luckily my family was big enough with 8 children and 2 parents to sort of at least see that sort of pattern. So I don't know. I wonder if in some ways it's, there's a bit of a tuning rod aspect to it.
I would think so, yeah. I would imagine.
So for the people that clearly can't, I don't know, just a thought.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think there's something to that for sure. But and then I personally believe the subconscious is very misunderstood. It's as far as I can tell, it's symbols. The purpose of the subconscious is to decode symbols, and I believe it does this expertly all of the time. And I think everybody is a genius on that level. Everybody's subconscious perfectly decodes all symbols, meaning we all know exactly what's going on here, whether or not we can apprehend that in our conscious mind.
It's like an interface. It's like an interface code problem. Like it's like a there's something, sort of like Windows operates, its its interface is its operating system, right? Whereas what do we call the other one? Like DOS-based systems are actually, they have the interface and the DOS, but they're two separate running programs. Does that make sense?
Well, the DOS would be the subconscious in this analogy, and the graphical user interface would be the conscious.
Yeah.
So the conscious is
that's where
operating from the DOS the DOS underlay, and it's the overlay. That's what we see on the screen.
Yeah.
But it's actually all of the coding is occurring. Everything's actually happening on the DOS layer.
Yep.
So that's probably the
Exactly.
same with us, I would assume.
Well, and that's where I would say, in addition to symbols, then it would be all of those, all of our senses, right? So the frequencies, the harmonies, the energies, the auras, whatever you want to call that frequency and sound that we don't hear, the light frequency beyond our, our visible perception, like that we see, like in pictures. There would be a lot more, I think, than just symbols to that.
Well,
natural...
I would say that those are also operate symbolically. Just my opinion is that
I see what you're saying.
That's the conscious, the subconscious operates at the level of decoding all of that. That's what I think. Got it.
Yeah, just like the sort of emotions on the water experiment, you're saying, like literally there'd be patterns to that symbology, to that frequency, do you think?
I think everything is symbolic. I mean, now maybe I'm oversimplifying, but that's
I think I pick up what you're putting down.
The way I see it, right? That's my view of it is, that's what the subconscious does. And of course, we're not tapped into the conscious, we're not tapped into that, because how could we be and still, work a job, talk on the metaverse, learn a new skill, like all of these things. But I've found, a lot of the power of my mind has been that I trust that whatever I need to receive from my subconscious will be injected into my conscious mind. So that's actually when I talk about the apprehension of epiphanies. So at a certain point, I tapped into my own mind enough, and, I began to identify with something that, Dominic talks about, like the watcher or the thing that's watching. And that enabled me to see that, I'm experiencing all these epiphanies all the time. But in the past, I had no way to really apprehend them. And now I trust that, and this is how I learned how to be an artist, which, I think still sounds insane to even consider myself that because of the way I was socialized. But I had to teach myself to get out of my own, I chose to teach myself to get out of my own way. And that I trusted that my creative process realistically doesn't originate with me. And I think this ties into some of what Dominic was saying. So what I've been able to do creatively is learn how to operate all these various mechanisms while also trusting that the ideas will continue to come. But they're not, he's right, they're not my ideas. They don't originate with me. In some ways, I'm the thing that can pick and choose and has good taste on some level, and can figure out, since I'm in the audience. Again, if I'm the thing watching Benton, I'm also the thing watching Benton's show, meaning I am the audience on some level. And I know what the internet is afforded is that there are always going to be a certain group of people who have similar taste to me, and I'm ultimately making content for me. Right. But I know that I trust, again, that other folks will enjoy the content.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. I mean, I know I started off on one topic and ended on another, but I think that all made sense. Seemed like it did.
Yep. It did for sure.
Yeah. So I would encourage folks, and back to Kick Out the Jams, talking about imagination, I would tie that into a creative process. And, the more the person is able to comprehend and work with their own processes, and by the way, I figured out long ago that if the thing's worth doing, it's worth doing of its own merits. I don't need a reward. So now we're back to the smoking, and Kick Out the Jam said he cold turkeyed it, and then he said, a lot of smoking has to do with the reward. I don't need to be rewarded for this. Now, what Dominic is saying about, if I'm going to make sport of myself on the metaverse to some extent, and this is what I got out of his comments, right? Because it is about me. When Dominic comes up here, it's about me from my perspective. It's not about Dominic. So, unless I make it about Dominic. So, you know, I damn sure better be getting what I need to get out of this. And believe me, folks, I'm getting what I need to get out of this. And yeah, perhaps I am the one asking for an adversary. And look, an adversary appears, right? Now, the fact is, Dominic helped remind me that this is how things work on some level, which I do need reminding because I do get lost in my own sauce at times. But is it even my sauce, Bex? Is probably what Dominic would say, which is interesting because, see, I don't think that way left to my own devices. So, you know, when I can observe somebody else's thought process, I can actually take it and add it to me if I have the disciplining of the mind. And part of that is I have to be able to sit here and listen to Dominic without interrupting him and without becoming forceful, because he probably won't come back, because some of these folks will just take their ball and go home. So if I value his contributions, I need to shut the fuck up and listen to him, and then even add to it if I'm able to, or humbly accept what he's telling me that probably represents some level of correction, although he may not say that that's his intention. And I would say his intention really probably doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, please go ahead. And from my perspective, it doesn't matter. It's of no consequence.
Well, that's the nice thing.
Go ahead.
That is the nice thing about engaging in conversation with people on these panels versus waiting for mic time.
Yes.
And I mean that with no judgment against the people who feel like they do have and may have valuable things to say. It's just that it is the difference between putting on a sort of a show of different people's ideas one after the other, and engaging in dialogue with an outcome of leaving each other, intrigued or better off or better informed, or I guess there can be other reasons why people might engage in dialogue. I guess just to fight with one another would be what some people like to do, but it's nice. It's nice to have that and know that that's sort of, that's the reason, one of the reasons for the engagement, because I think out here at times that's, gets lost in its own sauce.
Well, yeah. And I think it's also important to realize that most folks like myself who are just aggressive by nature and have been through various traumas, when somebody becomes aggressive towards me, I almost always become more aggressive towards them. Like, that's just how that goes, right? But then I don't necessarily have to be out here being aggressive to people, but, my aggression will come out at times, my forcefulness will come out at times, but then we see that and this is how bullying works, and I am a bit of a bully, whether I want to admit it or not, and when someone responds to a bully's aggression with aggression, the bully typically knocks it the fuck off. And that's what happens with me is when I become aggressive and somebody meets me with their aggression, I typically just stop whatever I'm doing, right? So that is sort of built into the process. I think what we see with some of what you're talking about with the drama is you get two or more folks who are all aggressive and nobody can back down. That's where it becomes, that's how the thing seems to reach a fever pitch and really build on itself, right? And when I was younger, the way I was socialized, it was completely acceptable for me to express myself aggressively. And when I did so, people would almost pull up a chair and watch. Like, people wanted to watch it like it was Springer, and this was before Springer. Like, it was just, that was a thing. It was a form of entertainment. I mean, really it was. And I think some of that, I know some of that is absolutely holds true here in the metaverse. And yeah, I've participated in that at times, and I probably still do. Although more and more I end up doing it in the text more so, or I just come up here and talk by myself. So if I have something to say about Dominic, if I allow his expressions to frustrate me, and let's just call it what it is, it's me being frustrated with some aspect of myself, and he probably would, I'm assuming he would understand that. I'm probably just going to come up here solo and just say it. And then whoever wants to hear it can hear it. Why do I need to tell him? It's not his problem. And I think this ties into what he's saying. How is it Dominic's problem if I choose to become frustrated because I heard him say some words? Like, it doesn't even make sense. But how many people allow themselves to become frustrated because I said some words? or you said some words. It's insane. Yeah, I fall into that also because I'm a human being, but it's the fact that I can comprehend these and I can reason through these issues. I feel like I have a way better shot of dealing with it in a healthy way versus folks who have no mechanism for dealing with it, and that's who gets swept up in the drama and can't get out of it. Yeah, I can get swept up in the drama. I can absolutely get the fuck out of it. And I can absolutely turn off my station. That's the thing with addiction. Yeah, I'm absolutely practicing a very unbalanced thing here, and I can justify it till the cows come home. To me, the only relevant thing is, can I press the button and log the fuck off anytime I want? I think I can. I'm pretty sure I can. But until I demonstrate that, we don't really know now, do we?
Yep.
So it's never a dull moment around here. It's never not interesting. Thank God for the curiosity. Thank you, universe, for my own, intellectual curiosity. If I wasn't curious, this probably would be, and I'm not set up for loneliness, right? Unfortunately, I feel bad for, Keith, highly suspect in a way, because he is set up for loneliness, and in this world, it's an all-you-can-eat loneliness buffet in many ways for folks like us. And what I mean by folks like us is people who are at least somewhat open-minded and will at least attempt to use their own minds, and who can't fit in with the general public anymore, even if we could in the past. And I know for a fact some of these folks that I'm very hard on are people who could conform and could fit into the larger society very recently, and now they can't. And I am treating them roughly some of the time when that's probably not the way to go. But ultimately, people who are going to be able to listen to me are going to have something of a thick skin, but still not a justification for me just making sport of some of these folks who are new to these arenas. I think I'm done.
Yeah. I just say, where's the line one draws? We can be so critical of being, doing better and at the expense of, or to not hurt someone else's feelings, or to not look ruthless or something like that. When in fact, why are we never criticizing the positive end of those things the same way? Like, I don't know, there's some aspect of all of that control. It just feels too controlled in some fashion. There's some sort of fine line between expression of oneself and passionate expression and that's been been under cultivated because of tolerance or something like that.
Yes, I agree. But where does the spontaneity come from? For me, it comes from the control. Nobody notices how controlled I am. They only really notice the spontaneity and the lashing out. Nobody notices all the times I have strict control of myself, which is very often, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would say that is where the spontaneity comes from. It does come from that control. And now, again, back to trust. I trust that when I become spontaneous, that almost never do I go into recklessness, although sometimes I do, but almost never do I cause myself harm or other people's harm. Generally, it's whatever comes out of that generally is righteous, in my experience. My own spontaneity.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I will not accept somebody else's spontaneity much of the time. And I remind myself that when I become spontaneous and become forceful, many people are just going to run away from that, as they probably should, because I'm generally not willing to engage with somebody else's forceful spontaneity. But then, so here I am trying to do it to other people. And worst of all, look at the people who will allow me to spontaneously be forceful against them. A lot of times those are not the people I want to spend my time with. I need the folks who'll just say, hey, fuck you, Benton. Who the fuck do you think you are, man? And then they hang up, and maybe we rekindle, maybe we reconnect another day. I've just told Keith, look, man, if I go off on some fucking rant, dude, just hang up the fucking phone, man. Like, I won't be mad at you. Do you think I don't know why I'm being hung up on? You know? But we trained ourselves that's like, especially early on in our relationships, we talk to somebody on the phone and that's almost like a punishment, right? That's a way to really fuck with the other person. Oh, he hung up on me. If you're my friend and we talk on the phone and you never hang up on me, that's probably a problem. So I'm just going to put it to you that way. Now, you can do the polite thing and say, hey, I got to go, bye, and hang up. But to me, that's no different than just clicking the fucking button and I'm still talking and then I look at my phone and I'm like, fuck, they hung up on me. And then I internalize, I'm like, okay, what was I doing to cause this? Oh, yeah, I was fucking ranting and raving and didn't realize I was ranting and raving because that's what ranting and raving is. It's not a rant. I'm not ranting if I'm aware that I'm ranting. It's interesting dynamics. Or, I should say I can rant without it. I've gotten carried away with the rant, I should say. I've let the rant carry me away and I've forgotten myself. And, now people I'm friends with are having to hang up on me to spare themselves the abuse, right? But then some people sign up for the abuse. That's the people I don't want to be around. I don't want to be around anybody who signs up for abuse. Because those are typically the people who try to bring it out of me to get me to abuse them.
Yeah.
Now it's literally the Eurythmics song. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Yeah, that's all real stuff right there. That's how it works.
I'm getting a lot of gems this week.
Well, anyway, I have to. Anyway, go ahead.
That one that you shared that I got via you, Freedom Growers yesterday, which was the whole you cannot reconcile with duplicitous people.
Well, it's a mistake to seek to do that.
A mistake to seek.
I don't think he said it that way, but that's the message I got. Because I've repeatedly made that mistake, especially with one particular person. I've repeated my error and did not know it was an error but I knew. See, now we're back to the subconscious. I knew I was fucking up. But then finally I needed to hear Dick say it, and I was like, now the light bulb goes off. But I already knew I was fucking up. But it's something about being told the thing you already know. It's something to that,
Yeah. Yeah. I hear that. Another thing I was thinking about earlier, though, when you were talking about, one of the reasons why you do this and, that is sort of being your own target audience. Or at least that you are one of your,
I am
own
the
audience.
Yeah, I am the audience.
You are the audience.
When I am, real quick, I am being the content I want to see in the meta, but go ahead.
Yes, yeah. It's how I have always seen my sense of humor, right? Like I have humor of part of my sense of humor I share with people. It tends to be just sort of the way I alchemize just stories that happen to me. But also there's an aspect of my humor that, most people they don't find it funny, right? Like,
yes.
And that's okay because like I'm my target market, like I'm my target audience, not to sound selfish, but that's the goal here. And I think that there's something to take away from that for anyone's creative, whatever they choose to see as their creative outlet, right? I encourage people to really see themselves as their own target market. You will find like-minded people, enough people that, support aspects of you that you continue to push forward. And some of it's still weird, like, I have a doll that's very ugly and it's called, pretty, it's got a play on words like pretty tacky, right? Like pretty
beautiful disaster.
Yeah. And she's, all haphazard, like all just like a rag doll basically, but just put together so perfectly asymmetrically and wrong that it's beautiful. And pretty twisted. That's what it's
there
called.
You go. Same concept.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, see my user text there, Beck's beautiful disaster. That's kind of a female thing. I started noticing those type of ladies, identifying with a concept of describing themselves as like something akin to a beautiful disaster. And I will admit it, Bex, I do tend to, especially in TV and movies, I do tend to identify with the female characters, whatever that means. Why, I have no idea. But yeah, when I hear something like that, I do kind of identify with that on some level. But I don't let my masculinity get in the way.
Yeah, but none of those words should ever have been, like, words like beautiful should have never been usurped by
I
women.
agree.
Only.
And I've been saying for
why
yes,
can
yes,
a man
yes.
not be beautiful?
I
Why is that
am,
feminine?
Bex. I am beautiful.
Yeah.
I've known that for a very long time. But the point I'm making is, I used to make it into a joke. I said, don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I used to tell people that. I was a teenager saying that, as someone who presented as, very masculine, right? I've never been scared to engage with that stuff. It's only with the progression of time that I've gotten flack for that, right? If it bothered, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but if it bothered people in the past, they didn't tell me that it bothered them. What has happened where we've just become very intolerant, I think, just overall, Isn't that the spice of life that, a certain type of person, who was socialized in a certain type of way will express themselves, kind of contrary to the culture, right? And is not scared to do so. I mean, that's how I look at it. To me, that's the interesting people. That's not the, that's the interesting folks. I've always wanted to be around the people who are interesting, and you, Bex, are one of those people.
I appreciate that you.
Well, I appreciate that you're one of the interesting people.
Yeah. Ditto.
Yeah. And a lady can be handsome, by the way. I mean, that's also a real... Definitely. I used to hear that a lot. That was something in the culture when I was a kid. Oh, she's a handsome woman. It wasn't meant as derogatory. We turned it into a derogatory thing.
Yeah. Yep.
And look at how society has we've allowed society to so narrowly define physical attractiveness.
Yep.
It's fucked up, if you ask me. Anyway, I feel like I'm sort of dominating the conversation, so.
No, not at all. I was changing my. Were you here when I was talking to when I was telling Christos about my avatar and what I mistakenly put in to get this avatar?
I heard a little bit of that, yeah.
It was just Bex Facto. I missed the R. And but it turned out so nice. And then you were just talking about how, we can use these words that then become masculine or feminine. And I was gonna first come when I was thinking of different names to come in, I wanted to use the term Fraulein on my as something to do with my YouTube channel, right? Because it represents an unmarried woman, but it also has that German connotation that I knew would maybe spark some sort of weird energies in people, some sort, I don't know, just it's just a word, it's just a word in German, means unmarried, like miss.
Yeah.
And so I thought I'd pull out the little bit of Fraulein.
I've always liked that word, actually. I've always liked that word.
Fraulein.
As a person who grew up reading fiction, none of it was in German, but that word does appear regularly in fiction in general.
Definitely.
Yeah, I've always liked that word, actually.
Yeah, me too. And a Fraulein looks like she would wear a hat like that, too.
Yes, I agree. Yep. A little bit of a Roaring '20s vibe there.
Yeah. But I love how the AI, and not to repeat a conversation, but I love this app. You can give it just an idea, and what it gives is so cool. I don't know, I think people think they need to describe an entire picture, whereas you can just present the word love to the GenCraft AI art program and see what it gives you in each filter, Well,
and I've always loved the Art Deco, Bex. I don't know if you know that about me.
Well, I noticed a bit of it in your most recent thumbnails, to be honest.
Oh, excellent. I'm glad. Yeah, I've always known what I like visually. I don't go too far beyond that, but I've always liked Art Deco, and that you know, certain movies and films that really aren't that great overall. There's something in the visuals, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes that's where the film really is in some of those. It's almost worth the B grade
Yeah, absolutely.
acting. I'm a mid-century modern girl myself in terms of a lot of like furniture and stuff.
Okay.
That's what I like teak. I like that teak wooden mid-century modern lines.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I would like to see a little more focus on the visual arts, personally, just in general.
Mm-hmm. I think it's only through all of that that we'd somehow romanticize the past so much too.
Yeah, I never thought about it. I never thought about it that
yeah.
way, but yeah, makes sense. Well, and I also think, you know, talking about the beautiful disaster and the femininity and me identifying with feminine characters, you know, in movies and TV, and books. Some of the books I read as a kid were just straight up written for girls. I mean, let's just call it what it was. And I never was embarrassed. Nobody ever gave me a hard time for it. I just read what I read, and everybody left me the fuck alone. And, you know, it's funny how that works, right? When I just truly don't give a fuck, most people also don't give a fuck. But, you know, I think we've reached a point in time where the males are so lost that they seem to think that the way to masculinity is by suppressing the feminine. And I'm like, no, don't do that. You know, what? No, maybe they need a little help getting in touch with their own divine masculine, but let's not do that by suppressing the feminine, please, fellas. That's not the way.
Astute observation.
Thank you. Well, they didn't let me suppress mine, so that's probably part of how I understand that. That was never an option in my world. Would not have been tolerated to to not be masculine first. We were made to do that first, and then that I feel like that freed me up to then explore the feminine. But then look at how many of us see. As I hear my words, I realize that for many males, they're going to interpret that as something homosexual, right? It's like, no, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, you know, the yin of the yang. I'm talking about the passive to the versus the active, right?
Yeah.
Well, and then Rachel says she finds it beautiful when a male shows her emotions. I can't hide mine. I mean, that's been a problem for me in my life. I'm not able to hide. Everybody knows what I'm feeling. My emotions are so strong. But yeah, it's I have put a great deal of effort in the past into attempting to suppress my own emotions, right? That's a lot of what we're dealing with. A lot of the trauma I'm dealing with is stuff I created because the literal Boys Don't Cry, you know, the Cure song Boys Don't Cry. It's like, what are you talking about? Of course they do.
Well,
what?
And that's really where it comes down to the yin and the yang, because I got defensive recently on a phone call with Dom where, you know, he was doing this masculine feminine thing, and I was like, can you put it in another framework?
Yeah.
Right? Like, you know, because I do feel out here I'm asked to be so fucking masculine, you know, that, and then the only femininity that I'm allowed to have is some misinterpreted emotions because I'm passionate is fucking bullshit, right? Like that, where does my femininity come in? You know, where do I get to be the female voice sitting on a panel of men telling the entire audience what women are and what they need and, you know, how they need to be protected, you know, like, meanwhile, they'll, you know, kick me backstage or, you know, which hasn't really happened that often. But, you know, where, or simply, or just, anyways, you get where I'm going with that. Yet, you know, so he reframed it immediately in multiple juxtapositions so that I could, by the end of the conversation, I totally got it. And I'm sitting here with you today, understanding that maybe what people need to understand as what's not, you know, as a woman, what's getting in touch with my masculine is actually what I've defined to be masculine in this binary system, you know, juxtaposed to what I've presented as feminine. You know, really, like, that's really how I think people need to see it, is like sort of like that boys don't cry, then the feelings are feminine things. But that is to someone who's, you know, and some of those things are societal, but the fine tuning of that can really be our own nuances as what we defined to be, you know, male or female specific behaviors. Does that make any sense? That, you know, we personally all do have a different line of that, and that's that yin and yang understanding. I don't know.
No, I'm listening. It's just sometimes I need some time to, you know, I'm not that smart in the moment all the time. So probably you're onto something and I just can't quite grasp it.
Well, and I can be more concise. I should start out with I know we've talked about this before, where, you know, setting up the premise is best. And that's where I would say that I don't know that until I was out here in these, you know, talking to people on panels, sort of being around so many men, I never thought of anything I was doing as being masculine, if that makes any sense. I've always thought I was just being a woman. Until I've got people telling me what's typical of female and what's not, what I'm not displaying.
Women are masculine, men are feminine. Like, that's just, we are both things. This idea that I can only express in a masculine way and you're not, well, let's be more specific. This idea that I'm not allowed to express in a feminine way and you're not allowed to express in a masculine way, that's what? No, what are you talking about? I think that's what you're running into, Bex.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reverse. We're an inverted world.
Mm-hmm.
So of course,
yeah, but I think
inverted.
Even more, like, I guess I never saw it as masculine because I've just been out in the world being me, you know, like, until I'm in a space where you're sort of seeing people and how they might see the reflection of you, even like it just because I don't know if that where I'm going back and looking at myself or being around enough people sort of challenging, you know, that definition, that maybe if I went out back into talk to people in the world, would they have seen me as, you know, ask them, do they see me as a masculine woman? I don't know.
Well, again, the problem is when the woman isn't feminine to me. It's the lack of it's not the presence of the masculine, it's the lack of the feminine. Same thing with the males, that their problem is they're not masculine. The problem is not their femininity. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's backwards.
Yeah.
So I view you as feminine, but when you express in a way that's more associated with masculinity, that can never threaten my own masculinity. Let's face it, some of these males, you're threatening them at the level of their own masculinity, and it's not because it's not because a man is intimidated by a woman, because they're not. It's because these males ain't in touch with their own masculinity. That's the threat.
So succinctly put. Thank you.
Well, thank you. But that's, you know, by the way, I feel bad for them.
Yeah, me too.
That's horrible. And I also feel bad for some of the ladies who are more or less forced to take on a more masculine presentment because the males ain't doing their job. That also, I lament that. You know, that makes me sad. Thank you, Dick, who says great point. And thank you, Dick. You helped me out very much greatly with some of your analysis, especially with respect to a particular person. So thank you for that, sir. I've gotten a lot out of your broadcasts here of late. So I hope you keep going. And I hope I'm not one of the ones who was making fun of you for being online all day, because I was joking, sir. But I've heard that from other folks as well. But yeah, I thought I was being funny. And he may not have ever heard me say that anyway. But yeah, it's a good topic. I like the topic, certainly. And I would say for the males, you know, if they can tap into their masculinity, that will then allow them to express in you know, the cliche of being in touch with their feminine side. I would say, yeah, great, do that, but not until you're in touch with your masculine side. You know, that's the place to start. Just for whatever reason, I was born into a culture that more or less forced us all to be very much in touch with it, even, into hyper masculinity and unhealthy. I don't really believe in toxic masculinity, but some of that certainly would have been toxic, especially when we get into womanizing and, things of that nature. What's up, Mr. Suspect? Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's happening?
No, I don't know. You tell me, man. You fucking tell me.
Oh shit.
A light fucking rain, and I have no fucking Wi-Fi. I can't connect or do anything. And I'm looking at a fucking 5G. I am literally looking at a fucking tower, maybe 100 yards away. A 5G tower.
Well, it's funny because I was telling you that I have the same situation here. Verizon doesn't work, AT&T doesn't work, but T-Mobile works great. So what the fuck's going on? You might. Oh, thank you, Bex. You might want to try. You might want to try that. And real quick,
I tried to come through like three times in a row, and it just kept like buffering, with the circle type shit, whatever you call that.
Yes.
It just kept running and running and running and never would connect with you. Now the rain has stopped, but allegedly, 246,000 fucking miles away, Buzz Aldrin called back from the fucking
yeah, no shit.
Yeah, with a D-cell battery fucking CB radio and spoke to a fucking landline, and the president answered. What the fuck? Really?
Yeah, impossible. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Really? Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, and here I am problem solving instead of hearing you out, but yeah.
No,
I hear you.
Yeah, man.
I'm still curious if T-Mobile works in your area. I'd like to find that out. I'll probably just call them and say, hey, would y'all do a fucking speed test for me real quick?
Yeah. Look, man, I'm so introverted right now. I don't
Hey,
even...
no worries, bro.
Yeah.
Say no more. Say no more. Say no more. I've been there. I've been there many times.
Yeah, it's fucking gross, man. The public is fucking gross.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's fucking nasty to even look at people for me. I want to vomit. It's fucking disgusting. Anyways, man, how's everybody doing?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Oh, well, I just had a fucking rainstorm and I couldn't fucking link up to shit.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating.